Order, order. Question the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I will call Secretary George Eustace to answer the substantive question from Gavin Newlands. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the combination of falling demand in the EU due to coronavirus restrictions and the introduction of new procedures at the end of the transition period meant that exports fell significantly in the first month of January. Exports of food and drink recovered in February, increasing by 77% on the previous month. And while official statistics for March are not yet available, we know that the number of applications for export health certificates has continued to grow.
Let's go to Gavin Newlands. Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But since the government's precious Brexit, fish exports to the EU have collapsed, and the government said it was teething problems. Cheese exports collapsed, and the government blamed the exporters for poor paperwork. Seafood exports collapsed, and the government said it might reclassify the waters of our cotton to make them cleaner. But nothing substantive has happened on any of it. What will it take to get action from ministers, or do you have to wait for a text from a crony?
Mr. Speaker, we have indeed taken action right from the moment that there were teething problems in that first week of January as import agents and exporters struggled to get used to the paperwork, and also border control officials struggled to get used to the paperwork. As I pointed out, it is an improving situation. The honourable member asked about trends. The trend is a rising one, increasing by 77% in February, and with export health certificates continuing to grow.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Deirdre. Deirdre.
Scottish exports make up a quarter of the UK's food and drink exports, and those exports have been hammered by Brexit, losing out on hundreds of millions of pounds in sales in January and February alone, with some products seeing their market all but collapse, and virtually nothing is being done about it. And a new Brexit cliff has arrived before we've finished plummeting off the last one. Composite food products now need export health certificates. The chaos of the last set of regs is still haunting our exports, and this new chaos has arrived, which will further dent them. The vets are saying they won't have the capacity to deal with this. What plans does the government have to address that clear danger?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the European Union have changed some of their export health certificates, particularly for composite goods, from the 21st of April. We've been working very closely with industry and all of those affected over the last few months. We knew that this was going to happen. We've worked with them on getting those replacement export health certificates, and also in some cases the need for a private attestation. So yes, it's complicated. It is a change in law that the EU have made and that they always intended to make. But we have worked very closely with industry and all of those affected to make sure they were ready.
Substantive question to Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to group questions 3 and 4. I recently met the Home Secretary and the Lord Chancellor to discuss the important issue of pet theft in March. As a result of that meeting, officials from across the 3 departments have been tasked with developing solutions that tackle this issue effectively. The work of the Pet Theft Task Force has already begun, with officials drawing together available data and evidence.
Let's go to Alex Cunningham. Alex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, I'm sure, has a comprehensive understanding of this issue, which causes undue distress to people and affects dogs, cats and all manner of other pets. This week, for example, Cats Protection told me that cat theft is up threefold since 2015. So will the Minister confirm that the Government will back my amendments to the Police Crime Codes and Sentencing Bill, which will deal with pet theft and introduce tough sentences for those whose actions devastate so many families?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that there are some reports of a significant increase in the incidence of pet theft. A number of organisations saying that reports of this are doubling. The official figures themselves showing a sharp increase, albeit from a relatively low base. This is an issue that we're looking at. That's why we've established the Pet Theft Task Force to look at this issue. But I would point out that there is already the possibility of a maximum sentence of 7 years for aggravated offences, particularly where there's emotional distress, which clearly there is in the case of pets. But obviously we're reviewing this particular area of law.
Let's go to Clive Betts. Clive.
I'm sure the Secretary of State recognises that while for those committing the theft it may be a financial issue, for those who have their pet stolen. This is really a loss of a valued member of their family. And I give credit to the Star newspaper in Sheffield, which has highlighted a growing number of these incidents and the heartbreak and anguish it causes people to lose their valued pet. So will the Secretary of State accept that this is a different sort of crime to the normal theft of a possession, and as such it needs a different specific offence with specific and tougher penalties enacted for those who commit it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is a different type of offence, obviously, in the case that there is emotional stress on the owner of the pet, but also there can be some stress and effects on the welfare of the animal as well. And that is why, in the current sentencing guidelines, if there's an aggravated offence where there's emotional distress, that's something that the courts can take account of, and it's why the maximum penalty could be as high as 7 years. But we have asked the Pet Theft Task Force to look at this issue more closely, assemble the evidence to consider whether anything further is required.
Select Committee, Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the pet theft is on the rise, partly through demand for pets through lockdown, and of course when gangs steal the pet, they don't only cause harm to the pet but to those families that miss it. So can I say to the Secretary of State, we still haven't actually got the 5-year sentencing in for animal cruelty, and so my honourable friend from West Dorset has been trying his best to get it through. So can we have in the next Parliament perhaps not only that 5-year sentencing for cruelty but also actually linking dog theft to that legislation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the legislation on increasing the maximum penalty for animal cruelty is nearing its completion, and I have a high degree of confidence that we are indeed going to be able to get that through before the end of this session, and indeed we'll be saying more about that over the next day or so.
Christian Matheson.
Number 6, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Zoo Animals Fund has supported a wide variety of zoos throughout the pandemic, 56 to date, and it continues to do so. It's helped to ensure the continued welfare of zoo animals and prevent unnecessary euthanasia. We're really pleased that zoos of all sizes and types have been able to secure funding.
The problem is that the £100 million announcement was more froth than substance, with only £5 or £6 million of it actually being spent, not returned to the Treasury. So will ministers now agree to extend the Zoos Fund to the important conservation, educational and scientific work, which are the bedrock of so much of what our zoos contribute to the global situation?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that. This is a real fund and is being used on the ground to help zoos get through the pandemic. I'm very pleased, as I know the honourable gentleman is, that Chester Zoo is now open and baby Albert the giraffe is open to view. We have extended the fund, for example, to include repairs and maintenance. We continue to work on the fund, but I would politely suggest that there are other funds, government UK funds, available to help with the important conservation work done by zoos, such as the Darwin Fund and the Green Recovery Challenge Fund, and I would encourage him to work with Chester Zoo to look at whether those would be suitable.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The government is committed to supporting alternatives to chemical pesticides. We're currently analysing the responses to our consultation on the National Action Plan. The proposed plan supports the development of low toxicity methods and improved advice and support for users.
Mr. Speaker, 157 of my constituents in Bath have written to me since January to raise this issue. We must remember we are not only in a climate emergency but in a nature emergency too. Given that this government made an explicit pledge to keep pesticide restrictions in place after Brexit, will the Minister commit to giving the Office of Environmental Protection the powers and resources to hold public authorities to account on environmental standards?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Honourable Lady shares my desire that the world will be in a much better place for our children, and may I congratulate her on the birth of her recent grandchild. This government is therefore completely committed to reducing chemical pesticide use. Protecting pollinators, for example, is a real priority for the government. They are an essential part of the environment and play a crucial role in food production. As I said, we're analysing the many responses, probably some of them from her constituents, to our recent consultation, and we will set out our proposals in due course.
Shadow Minister Daniel Zeidler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was widespread relief, I think, this year that the colder weather meant that the risk of aphids spreading virus yellows was reduced. But before that, the Secretary of State had authorised a neonicotinoid pesticide to be used, and he's indicated that will be the same again for the next 2 years. And what's really worrying, Mr. Speaker, is that the expert advice has been hidden from us. It took freedom of information requests from Friends of the Earth to get that advice. The Health and Safety Executive recommended that it should be refused. So can the Minister explain why that advice was overruled? At a time when the UK is being looked for global leadership on the environment, this is not a good look, hiding that expert advice. Who is pressing the government to overrule that advice, and will they do better in future?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to the neonicotinoid restrictions which we put in place in 2018 and to the sustainable use of pesticides. As I believe the Honourable Gentleman was a signatory to the letter which we answered in January this year, as we set out in that letter, when making decisions on pesticides, we took advice from the HSE, from the Expert Committee on Pesticides, and also from our own Chief Scientific Advisor, DEFRA's Chief Scientific Advisor. The specific exemption that he refers to was for a non-flowering crop which is grown in the east of England only, as he said, to protect against possible aphid predation, which we were at the time very concerned about. I share his relief that it was not necessary to use neonics on this occasion, but I would ask him to welcome the fact that the authorisation was strictly controlled. We put in place a reduced application rate and a prohibition on growing flowering crops afterwards, and in fact I am very pleased that it has not been necessary to use this on this occasion.
Substantive question to Minister Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with permission I would like to group questions 9, 10 and 11. The Government is investing a record £5.2 billion to better protect 336,000 properties from flooding and coastal erosion over the next 6 years. And alongside this, we recently announced that 25 areas will receive a share of a further £115 million for particularly innovative projects dealing with flood resilience and pioneering many things we think we will learn lessons from. Our long-term policy statement outlines our ambition to create a nation more resilient to future flood and coastal erosion, and we are taking forward a whole range of actions to forward this.
Let's go to Henry Smith. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pay tribute to this government for the significant flood mitigation investment delivered. But what discussions has my right honourable friend, the Environment Secretary, had with our right honourable friend, the Community Secretary, about not building new homes on flood risk areas, such as the proposed west of Ifield development?
Thank you. As my honourable friend will know, national planning policy provides very clear safeguards for protecting people and property from flooding, and the national planning policy framework is very clear that inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding should be avoided by directing development away from areas at the highest risk. Where development is necessary in such areas, the development should be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere, and should be appropriately flood resilient.
Let's go to Jonathan Gullis. Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents of Norton Green and their local ward councillors Dave Evans, James Smith and Carl Edwards have regularly raised the issue of flooding. Through Norton Green runs the canal feeder to the Calden Canal and the River Trent, yet the river is hardly dredged. The river is the responsibility of the Environment Agency, and the canal feeder is the responsibility of Severn Trent Water, two agencies that, if they coordinated their work, could help alleviate the problem. So will my
friend is a doughty spokesman for his constituency, rightly so. But what I would do is encourage that all relevant risk management authorities work together on watercourse maintenance and for the benefit of Norton Green's residents in this specific case. And of course, responsibilities lie with a range of bodies. That includes the Environment Agency, which is responsible for the main rivers, lead local flood authorities or internal drainage boards, which are responsible for ordinary watercourses, and then riparian landowners whose land adjoins a watercourse. And what he could constructively do is get all those heads together so that people work constructively, as they are in many parts of the country, to deal with our flooding issues to keep our communities safe.
James White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, the Burnhams, Creeks and other villages in northwest Norfolk suffered flooding that resulted in sewage coming up through manhole covers due to water infiltrating the sewer system. Things got so bad that foul water had to be pumped into one of our precious chalk streams. So will the Minister ensure that the Environment Agency holds Anglian Water to account to put in place plans and investment to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
I thank him for that, and that, of course, is a scenario nobody wants to see repeated. And I hope he knows that I am championing his cause, as is this government, and tackling the harm caused by sewer overflows in rivers, particularly chalk streams, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a top priority for the government. And that's why we established the Storm Overflows Task Force, made up of government, the water industry, regulators and environmental groups, which has set a long-term goal to eliminate harm from storm overflows. And this group is considering the problems caused by infiltration, which my honourable friend mentions. And last month, we did announce plans to introduce legislation to address these things. We are moving on this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we...
Jacob, question 12.
Thank you. We are committed to tackling plastic pollution. We have introduced a ban, with a few very specific exemptions, I must add, on the supply of plastic straws, stirrers and cotton buds, and reduced single-use plastic carrier bag usage by 95% in the main supermarkets through the 5p charge. And this is a great day, and I'm very pleased that my honourable friend has chosen to raise this subject today, because today we are debating increasing this to 10p. And extending it to all retailers, and we are seeking powers in the Environment Bill to charge for single-use plastic items, making recycling more consistent and reform packaging waste.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Plastic waste is a huge problem in coastal communities like mine. But does the Minister agree with me that it's not that plastic is the problem, but that waste is the problem, and we should do all we can to tackle waste? And to that end, when restrictions allow, will she come to Redcar and Cleveland and visit the new site for Renew ELP on Wilton, which began construction last month, where they will use revolutionary hydrothermal technology to turn hard-to-recycle plastics back into their component oils, allowing them to be reused again?
Thank you. And there's another doughty spokesman for his constituency, and he's spoken to me about this before, but it is absolutely vital that we tackle plastic waste by taking a holistic approach, which includes increasing reuse, recycling, in line with our ambition to transition to a more circular economy. Now, more work is required to understand where chemical recycling represents the best outcome for waste and to assess any unintended consequences. But I would welcome a visit. I welcome the invitation to come to the Renew ELP site. Do please contact my office, and when time permits, I would be delighted to have a visit.
Shadow Minister Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be here in the Chamber and see you face to face today. The Joint Unit for Waste Crime is an important component of the fight against waste, fly tipping and littering. And the Peterstone-Wentlug area of Newport West is a really good example of an area in dire need of action from this unit, as the road to Newport, the road to nowhere there, as it is known, is blighted by fly tipping, including noxious substances and chemicals. However, clean-up costs for more than 1 million fly tips cost the taxpayer £58 million in 2017-18, the last time the Minister's Department published clean-up costs. So this government has pushed councils to the brink and removed the funding needed to tackle fly tipping. So can the Minister tell the House when this government will finally take action needed to protect this green and pleasant land?
Minister.
I thank her for that, and I'm sorry to hear about that road to nowhere. I'd hate my constituency to be described as the road to nowhere. I get I understand what the honourable member is getting at. But this government is tackling litter. We have a whole policy on tackling litter, and I've been meeting with Keep Britain Tidy regularly on what's more we can do. We've had a lot of campaigns. The Keep It Bin It campaign has been extremely effective, and we'll be working further on measures. We relaunched the Countryside Code and added to it during lockdown to cut down on the amount of litter that is dumped, and this has had a significant effect. And we have indeed, local authorities have all of their measures that they can put in place, and they can take people to court, and they can be fined with very hefty fines, but they need to take action with the measures at hand.
Substantive question to Minister Prentice.
It's important that we maintain our biosecurity. Physical inspections of high-priority plants from the EU, including flowering bulbs, have taken place at their destination since the 1st of January. This is a temporary arrangement designed to prevent delays at the border, but it is working effectively and has been well received by the trade.
Let's go to audio only. Pauline Latham. Pauline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, the bulb organisation that I spoke to has told me that a couple of people have gone out of the trade because it isn't worth their while. And I know there's been a lot of progress made in facilitating the trade between the UK and the EU since January, but there's still a lot of friction about the import and export of flowering bulbs. For instance, the export of bulbs in the green, which have soil on them, is now prohibited except in very specific circumstances, and sometimes they might have 1,000 boxes to be inspected, which really is not easy to be done. So what plans does my right honourable friend have to discuss with her EU counterparts the prospect of simplifying the trade in flowering bulbs with the EU?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true that the plant health requirements for dormant bulbs are different from those for bulbs in growth. I or my officials are very willing to discuss the specific issues that the Honourable Lady raises with her constituents directly. We also, I would like to reassure her, continue to have discussions with our counterparts in the EU to discuss export processes.
Substantive question to Minister Parry.
Ministers regularly engage with local authorities to discuss air quality and to assess their air quality plans. And I've recently met with elected representatives from Greater Manchester, Bath and North East Somerset, Newcastle-under-Lyme and Stoke. And we've made £225 million available to local authorities via an active travel fund to deliver safe cycling and walking routes, which includes delivery of school streets. And as we review the air quality strategy, we will include measures to specifically protect children from pollution.
Let's go to Tony Lloyd. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death of 9-year-old Ella Kitty Deborah was a family tragedy, but what made it a public scandal was when the coroner decided some time ago that her death was caused by air pollution. This is shocking. He decided yesterday, in his most recent report, that there is no safe level of air pollution, and he's called upon the government to bring our air quality standards to the level of the World Health Organization recommended levels, a significant reduction in pollution. I wonder, can the Minister tell the House, does the government accept this recommendation? Because if not, we are literally putting the lives of our children at risk.
Minister.
Well, thank you for that. And of course, we are taking this extremely seriously, and all of our sympathies go out to Ella's family. In fact, we met with Ella's mother, which the Secretary of State and I were very pleased to do, and we thank her for that. And we did listen very closely to what she said. And the report was published yesterday, and we will be responding in due course. And the points made, obviously, are being taken extremely seriously, and through our landmark Environment Bill, we will be setting a duty to set a long-term target on air quality and an exposure target. And in order to do that, we are meeting with all of the scientists, academics, all of those who can inform us about what exactly is exactly the right level to set, because we understand that air pollution is a killer and we do need to take it very, very seriously. We've got a £3.8 million air clean-up programme underway, and we are really working hard to ensure that's targeted in the right places where it's needed.
Jones, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. During the committee stage on the Missing in Action Elusive Environment Bill, Labour tried to write the World Health Organisation guidelines on air quality into the bill. Unsurprisingly, Mr Speaker, the Tories voted us down. Yesterday, in response to the devastating death of Ella Kissi-Deborah in 2013, the coroner published a Prevention of Future Deaths report which recommended that the government should see the World Health Organisation guidelines for air pollution as a minimum requirement because all particulate matter is harmful. The coroner has given a clear recommendation and clearly stated that it will save lives. So when will the Minister commit to a particulate matter 2.5 target being set at least in line with the World Health Organisation guidelines?
Minister.
I thank her for that. And, of course, I think what that highlights is there is no safe limit of PM 2.5, and that's why it's so important that we get it right. And that's why we're taking so much advice of it. And actually, the WHO has acclaimed our clean air strategy as world leading and an example for all of the world to follow. And what it does is set out the steps that we're starting to take in order to improve air quality. And we will ensure that through the Environment Bill, which is setting this duty to set a long-term target on air quality and then an exposure target. Mr Deputy Speaker, no one has done this before, so we will give this all the attention it deserves.
Substantive question to Secretary Eustace.
Mr Speaker, DEFRA applies the precautionary principle in relation to pesticides. We therefore supported a ban in 2018 on the use of neonicotinoids to treat crops. Given what the current science tells us about these pesticides, they can only be authorised for use on an emergency basis if very specific circumstances are met and with the appropriate environmental safeguards.
Let's go to Dr Dan Poulter. Dan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And farmers in the east of England very much welcome the Secretary of State's dispensation for the use of neonics in treating aphids. What I would like from the Secretary of State is some reassurance for farmers in the east of England that until a suitable alternative to neonics that's evidence-based is available, that he will continue to use that dispensation so that we can properly support our farmers and grow crops and protect them from aphids.
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, these are emergency authorisations that we grant on an annual basis. In the case of this application for the current year, we actually added additional conditions to those that have been proposed by the applicant, in particular adding another 10 months to the period before a flowering crop could be sown. And also, of course, in this case, the threshold for pests was not met and was therefore not needed. But of course, if there is an application a future year, we will look at that again.
We now come to topical, Secretary Eustace. I've got it the wrong way around, don't we?
Mr Speaker, today is Earth Day, an initiative that has been running now every year since 1970 and which promotes engagement, awareness and individual action for our environment. The government continues its own engagement with countries around the world in the build-up to COP26 in Glasgow later this year. As part of that programme, next Monday, along with the World Bank, I will be hosting the first dialogue on sustainable agriculture, setting out how changes to agriculture policy can incentivise regenerative agriculture and enhance environmental assets in the farmed landscape.
Rhea Hobbs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that food waste accounts for 19% of UK's landfill and that even the proposed targets in the Environment Bill to separate household food waste collections is unlikely to limit food waste in landfill by 2030, isn't it time that his department considers a food waste to landfill ban in England for food waste businesses that produces over 5 kilograms of food waste per week?
Well, Mr Speaker, this is an area that we're obviously looking at very closely through our waste resources strategy and through the provisions in the Environment Bill. It is the case that we are going to require local authorities to collect food waste through our consistent collections policy. That's an area that we are consulting on at the moment. And obviously, once it's collected separately, we can treat it separately, and that could involve anaerobic digesters, other ways of dealing with this waste other than landfill.
This is back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pet theft, especially of pedigree dogs, is a major issue in my constituency. Can I ask my right honourable friend what discussions he has had with the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice about introducing new measures to tackle this crime?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, in March I had meetings with both the Home Secretary and the Chancellor as well around this particular issue. We have set up a pet theft task force that's investigating it and in particular gathering the evidence to understand the scale of the problem.
Right, let's go to Shadow Secretary of State Luke Pollard. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2020 was the warmest year on record. More habitats were lost, more species facing extinction, and more raw sewage pumped into our nation's rivers, seemingly without consequence for the water companies involved. So on Earth Day, will the Secretary of State commit to take fast action against water companies who are pumping raw sewage into our rivers, killing fish, killing habitats, killing birds, and do so while committing for no further rollback of environmental protections?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've already acted in this area, and the Department has established a task force to look at combined sewer overflows, which is one of the key sources of sewage pollution. And we are also putting a real focus on tackling sewage incidents in our future water strategy that will inform Ofwat's approach to the pricing reviews it has with water companies.
Let's go to David Simmons. David.
Mr. Speaker, according to research compiled by the Local Government Association, the manufacturers of food packaging in the UK contribute less than or around 10% of the cost of recycling their products. So does my right honourable friend agree that as part of the efforts that we're undertaking to improve the recycling of waste food packaging, we need to see the manufacturers of that packaging contribute much more towards the cost of recycling their products, in line with the contribution they make in other countries, rather than leaving our council taxpayers to foot most of the bill?
Well, I very much agree with my honourable friend on this matter, and indeed, as he will be aware, the Environment Bill introduces the concept of extended producer responsibility, and we are consulting on that at the moment, and it will be the case that in future the manufacturers and the users of packaging for products will take responsibility for recycling it.
Let's go to Beth Winter. Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Waste incinerators emit toxins and pollutants that are harmful to human health and exacerbate climate change. I'm pleased to say the local residents in my constituency of Cynnon Valley recently successfully campaigned against a waste incinerator, Valleys with Tourism Not Trash campaign, and Welsh Government has recently announced a moratorium on any future large-scale incinerators. Will the Minister commit to reconsider the Government's decision to exclude waste incinerators from its post-Brexit carbon emissions trading scheme and follow Wales's lead and introduce a moratorium on future incinerators?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is an area that's obviously contentious, but it is also the case that energy from waste can be a way of extracting some use from waste, and is often preferable to landfill, and indeed often has lower carbon implications than landfill because you can generate some energy from it. Nevertheless, there are some environmental concerns around it. That is why in England the Environment Agency have to authorise and licence any such facility.
Let's go to Paul Maynard. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Charity shops are currently experiencing both a surge in donations and an increase in fly tipping on their doorsteps. Many of the goods donated are of poor quality and simply cannot be sold on. This is causing significant extra waste disposal costs for charities who have already seen their incomes diminish during the pandemic. What support can DEFRA offer through its new waste management plan to address and support charities in this significant financial challenge?
My honourable friend makes an important point. Fly tipping has become a scourge in recent years. It's become a growing problem with some organised gangs behind some of these waste crime incidents. We have already taken action to improve our surveillance and to improve the traceability of some of these products so that we can actually trace it back to the source that it came from and bring those responsible to justice.
Let's go to Ian Lavery. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A shocking report released by the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union has discovered that 1 in every 5 people working in the British food sector, which stretches from factories and distribution firms to cafes and supermarkets, live in households which have run out of food because of the lack of money. Mr. Speaker, we live in arguably the 6 richest countries on this planet, and our workers are going hungry because of meagre wages. Does the Minister agree with me that access to affordable and nutritious food is a basic human right? And will she commit to ensuring that the right to food is included in next month's Green Speech?
Mr. Speaker, the government monitors very closely household spending on food, and we agree that we want to raise earnings among the lowest paid. That is why it's been a long-standing policy of this government to first introduce the national living wage and then to increase that incrementally year on year, and we've done that to take the lowest paid out of poverty. But it is also the case that as a result of that policy, household spending on food among the poorest households has actually fallen from around 16% to under 15%, and that is the lowest on record.
Tom Randall.
Mr. Speaker, I've been working with local councillors in Stoke Bardolph and Burton Joyce to work with residents and partner organisations to set up a flood action group, which will help to take some preventative action and provide reassurance in part of the Gathering constituency, which occasionally floods. Will my right honourable friend join me in commending those who are volunteering to join this group, and can you tell me what steps the government has taken to help prevent flooding in Nottinghamshire?
Sure, stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can absolutely commend the work that my honourable friend and those local volunteers are doing. We do have flood resilience forums around the country. The Environment Agency works with local government on these and putting those in place so that communities can improve their own resilience. And of course, more broadly, we have an ambitious capital programme of over £5 billion over the next 5 years to invest in flood defences and protect communities like his.
Let's go to Tony Lloyd. Tony.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier exchange about air quality, the Minister seemed to suggest that because there was no safe level of air pollution in the way it affects particularly our children's lungs, that was a reason for rejecting a move to make legal the World Health Organization standards. This is, of course, patent nonsense. But can ministers look particularly at the position around our schools? It's where our young children are very vulnerable. Traffic idling and pollution levels intense, particularly in urban areas. And isn't it time now to take proper action and not simply hear fine words? Action now, ministers, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that is what my honourable friend said earlier, but it is the case. She was making the point that since there is no safe limit of particulate matter and PM2.5, what we should actually be doing is focusing on additional measures such as overall population exposure, and that's indeed something that we are looking at through the target setting process in the Environment Bill.
We now come to oral questions to the Church Commissioners, the House of Commons Commission on Parliamentary Work Sponsored Body, Public Accounts Commission and Speakers Committee on the Electoral Commission. So we have a substantive question to Andrew Selous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend will be delighted to learn that the Archbishops of Canterbury and York have launched a Families and Households Commission, which will be chaired by Professor Janet Walker, Emeritus Professor of Family Policy at Newcastle University, and the Bishop of Durham, who is the Church of England's lead on family policy.
Let's go to Miriam Cates. Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a tough, but the strain on family life began long before COVID, with policies encouraging parents to work longer hours, the breakdown of family relationships, and the toxic effects of social media. In my surgeries, I meet many parents deeply concerned about their children's mental health, but not knowing where to turn for help. The local church could be well placed to support families in this area, so what plans does the church have to encourage, empower and equip parents as they do their best to raise children in such a challenging...
Andrew.
Thank you very much to my honourable friend. She's quite right to raise all those issues, and we know that it is generally far better for the mental health of children that they are in school, which is why church schools have stayed open as much as possible. And millions of homeschool children have also used the Faith at Home online resources provided by the church. Many parishes are now reopening their early years and children's programmes, and the church is actively working to provide more children's and youth work in future.
Substantive question to Christian Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission has an important duty to promote public awareness of the UK's electoral systems. Following the extension of the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds in Scotland and Wales and ahead of next month's elections, the Commission has been working with teachers and youth leaders to support citizenship education and has shared newly developed education resources for young people in Scotland and Wales. These resources will be extended to cover young audiences in England and Northern Ireland later this year. Alongside this, the Commission has developed a new public awareness campaign and online information hub to increase public understanding of political campaigning carried out online.
Let's go to Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shout Out UK, the Secretariat for the APPG on political literacy, emphasises that political and media literacy go hand in hand. Considering the excessive harm that we've seen caused by misinformation, conspiracy theories and low levels of media literacy, how can the Electoral Commission collaborate with organisations that are working to counter misinformation in order to fulfil its remit to ensure the integrity of the democratic process?
Christian Matheson.
Mr. McDonald is absolutely right. The Commission has recently published political literacy resources to include a module on online campaigning, which provides structured suggestions to help young people assess the information they see online. The Commission has collaborated with a range of partners to develop these resources, including teachers' organisations supporting citizenship education, the Scottish Welsh governments and their respective education departments.
We now come to Aaron Bell. Andrew Slew.
Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I'd like to group questions 4 and 5. The Church of England's General Synod passed a resolution in 2017 calling on the government to end conversion therapy to prevent vulnerable people from being subjected to potential spiritual abuse. The Church remains committed to this and will work with the government on how this can most effectively be framed.
Well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for his answer and glad to hear that restatement of the General Synod's position in 2017. Do the Commissioners agree with me that the Church must reject any assumption that any one identity or orientation is preferable to another, and that any one-directional pursuit of a particular orientation amounts to conversion therapy?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for making that point, and I can tell him that the Prime Minister remains resolutely committed to prohibiting the imposition of any harmful and unnecessary practice in this area without criminalising clergy and church members for non-coercive pastoral support which individuals ask for.
We now go to Peter Gibson. Peter.
And I thank my honourable friend for his answer. However, can I urge my honourable friend to do all he can in the upcoming discourse on this important ban that the government has committed to ensure that religious freedom and banning this abuse is not presented as a binary choice? And does he acknowledge that many of Christian faith and other faiths besides want to see an end to this abuse?
Andrew.
The Church believes that it is possible to end conversion therapy without outlawing prayer and private conversations with clergy and church members, which an individual has requested. The Church has not requested an opt-out from the proposed law and will look very carefully at the detail when the legislation is published.
Substantive question to Andrew Slew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church has been using all sorts of virtual and digital ways to worship in a highly effective manner, and this will need to continue as we open up again. And the Church has reached many more people as a result.
To Martin Vickers. Martin.
Whilst I acknowledge the challenges that the churches have faced organising services of public worship, I am somewhat disappointed with the many weeks that some parishes have gone without services. But that said, what concerns me is that if the Church quite reasonably uses more online resources in coming years, that they don't use that to reduce the number of clergy who have a much wider role in our communities other than providing services. Can they assure me that that will not be used as an excuse for reducing the clergy numbers?
Come on, Andrew.
Increasing numbers of churches are now open again across the country, and while online services will no doubt continue, they are not seen as a substitute for meeting in person. Clergy have played an essential role during the pandemic, and I thank them very warmly for everything they've done. My honourable friend will be reassured to know that the Archbishop of York told the General Synod in February that the Church needs more priests, not less, and a parish system revitalised for its future mission to the nation, building on the work that the Church has done so well to tell the good news of Jesus and to meet need during the pandemic.
Substantive question to Christian Matheson.
Mr Speaker, the Electoral Commission has supported all three of the UK's governments to develop funds to support access to elected office for candidates with disabilities. It provides guidance to candidates with disabilities about how to stand for election and about how the spending rules apply to costs reasonably attributable to their disability. More broadly, the Commission also works in partnership with a range of organisations to ensure people with disabilities have the information and support they need to be able to register and vote in elections.
Let's go to Dr. Lisa Cameron. Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The proportion of politicians with disabilities still vastly lags behind that required to reflect our society, causing disadvantage and exclusion. The APPG for Disability that I chair are undertaking an inquiry into supports required to ensure that people with disabilities have equal opportunity to stand for Parliament. So will the Commissioners link with the APPG to support implementation of its findings?
Mr Speaker, the House will know of the work that the APPG has done across a range of disabilities led by the Honourable Lady and is very respectful of the work that she and her team are doing. The Commission is aware that the APPG will be undertaking this inquiry, and they assure me that not only will they be helping to inform that inquiry, but the inquiry will be helping to inform the Commission with its outcome, and hopefully that will be a two-way process that will improve matters for people with disabilities able to stand and participate in elections.
8 is withdrawn, so we go back to Christian Matheson for question 9.
This is... Mr Speaker, there are mechanisms in law for holding referendums on a number of local matters. Decisions on whether to deploy such mechanisms are political ones and not for the Commission. It has therefore made no assessment of the merits of using local referendums to inform local government reorganisation.
Let's go to Ian Littlegranger. Ian.
Mr Speaker, thank you. I do hear what the Honourable Gentleman says, and I don't disagree at all. But the problem we have in this country is where somewhere like Somerset County Council, who wants to go unitary, has asked the government to do a consultation using the citizen space, which is not a consultation anybody in the world can take part. Surely a referendum is the only way to truly hear what the people of Somerset want to say under the auspices of the Electoral Commission, that we have proper democracy, proper accountability. That is the way that I think governments should work. Isn't that not the way that the House should work? I would therefore ask the Honourable Gentleman, would you not agree that that is the case?
Christian Matheson.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has a long history of promoting his concerns in terms of local government in his areas, and the House will respect that persistence in his campaign. However, under current legislation, local authority counting officers will be responsible for running local referendums. The Commission's role would be limited to providing guidance to counting officers on some aspects of the administration of local referendums, particularly where they are concerned with other events. And if we were to achieve what the Honourable Gentleman was hoping for, I suspect and I fear that a change in legislation would be required.
Substantive question to Andrew Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Church of England is grateful to all of those who carry the flame for the freedom of religion or belief, and will point to the United States Commission for International Religious Freedom as a reliable source of information in this area. And in their 2020 report, they single out China, Eritrea, India, Iran, North Korea, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Myanmar, Nigeria, Russia, Syria and Vietnam as countries of particular concern.
Let's go to Caroline Ansell. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The global pandemic has only exacerbated the persecution of people of faith, and I was dismayed to learn through this year's World Watch List that Nigeria has become increasingly hostile to Christians. The Anglican Church in Nigeria is its second largest congregation in the world. So can I ask my honourable friend, what support is the Church of England providing to raise awareness and to tackle persecution in Nigeria and indeed across the world?
The persistent attacks in northern Nigeria by Boko Haram and Islamist militia are a source of profound concern to the Archbishop of Canterbury, who knows Nigeria well, and to the wider Church. We are in regular contact with the Nigerian authorities and the Foreign Office, and tomorrow the General Synod of the Church of England will be debating freedom of religion and belief, which shows how seriously church members across the whole country take this issue.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met recently with environment ministers on this issue, and the commissioners are working closely with the Forestry Commission and other similar landowners to share best practice to improve the environment of rural let estates. We are encouraging regenerative farming practices with new farm tenancies, including obligations on soil health at the beginning and end of tenancies.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his excellent answer. The Church owns more than 100,000 acres of forest land, including large areas of forestry in Wales. How are the Church Commissioners ensuring that woodlands are being sustainably managed and species such as red squirrels and hedgehogs are being adequately protected?
Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for that question, and I can tell her that the Church Commissioners own 95,000 acres of forestry across the United Kingdom, Ireland, the United States of America and Australia. 2,166 acres of our forestry are in Wales, and all our forests conform to the UK Woodland Assurance Scheme, the UK Forestry Standard, and have Forestry Stewardship Council certification, which the World Wildlife Fund recognises as the hallmark of responsible forest management.
Charlotte.
Number 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Restoration and Renewal Programme will create investment nationwide through a supply chain involving hundreds of businesses. Building materials will be sourced domestically wherever possible, including high-quality UK steel.
Charlotte Nettles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Palace of Westminster is our nation's flagship building and the home of UK democracy, and it is only right that in procurement for its restoration that we do all we can to support UK manufacturing and jobs. At a difficult time for the steel industry, an infrastructure project of this size and profile would no doubt be a huge boost for the sector. So can the Minister please outline what measures will be taken to ensure steel used in the renovation and restoration of Parliament is bought in Britain?
I concur with what the Honourable Lady says, and she's been consistent in her championing of the high-quality UK steel sector. We don't yet know what exactly the steel requirements will be for this project, but there clearly will be a requirement. The project obviously will comply with public sector procurement rules, but within that, as I said in my previous answer, we're seeking to source materials domestically wherever possible. And I can confirm to the Honourable Lady today that the programme is planning to sign the UK Steel Charter, which she will know is an initiative from the sector aimed at maximising opportunities for the UK economy and UK steel producers.
Substantive question to Andrew Slough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, the Church Commissioners have secured planning permission for 3,820 new homes, of which 820 are affordable. Across our portfolio, there is land suitable for the delivery of approximately 28,500 new homes across England, of which we currently estimate around 8,600 will be affordable.
Let's go to Stephen Tim. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for that answer. He announced a new commission earlier on. I welcome very much the bold vision for addressing the housing crisis in the Archbishop's Housing Commission report published in February. How will the Church work now with social housing providers to provide desperately needed affordable housing, including in East London?
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for his warm welcome for the Housing Commission report, a welcome which I very much share myself. The new Housing Executive Team, led by the Bishop of Chelmsford, will focus on implementing the recommendations of the Commission wherever we are able to do so across the whole of England, hopefully including East London.
We have a substantive question to Andrew Slew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to reassure the Honourable Lady that the process initiated by the Archbishop's Housing Commission of mapping as much of the Church of England's land as possible has begun and includes not just the Commissioner's land holdings, but land owned by dioceses, parishes and glebe land as well.
Let's go to Kerry McCarthy. Kerry.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that response. It feels like we are starting to get somewhere, and as he knows, I'm keen for there to be transparency around this because it would help campaigners work to identify sites for rewilding, agroforestry, social housing and other public goods. But currently, accessing maps of all the land held by the Church Commissioners via the Land Registry would cost around £37,428. So will he commit to making this information publicly available and free of charge? And will this be on the agenda at the Church's General Synod, which starts tomorrow?
Andrew Slew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Lady's intervention is very timely, as the Housing Commission report has been timetabled for debates in the General Synod's July session. The Church Commissioners are also in close contact with the Housing Executive Team, who are implementing the Commission's recommendations about their plans for the future ownership and use of this map.
Substantive question to Christian Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, the Commission's independent evaluation of the government's pilots held in 2018 and 19 found that a large majority of people already have access to the forms of ID used in these pilots. There was no evidence that levels of turnout in the pilot scheme areas were significantly affected by the requirement for polling station voters to show identification. The Commission emphasised that the UK Government and Parliament should carefully consider the available evidence about the impact and proportionality of different approaches on the accessibility and security of polling station voting. If legislation is brought forward, the Commission will provide expert advice to parliamentarians on any specific proposals.
Let's go to Alistair Carmichael. Alistair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that answer. Notwithstanding the Commission's findings, though, it's estimated that it would cost something in the region of £20 million to introduce a measure such as this, and there is always the risk of depressing voter turnout. Would the honourable gentleman impress on the Commission that if that money is there to be spent, that it would be better to be spent encouraging voter turnout rather than measures such as this, which would, I would contend, inevitably depress it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the right honourable gentleman for his comments. And the Commission does have a responsibility to maximise voter participation, as well as its responsibility to maintain free and fair elections. And I will certainly impress on the Commission the necessity of getting the balance right between those two responsibilities which it has.
Right, I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business order. up. He's not done. Before I call the Shadow Leader of the House to ask the business question, I should like to remind all colleagues that today, the 22nd of April, marks the anniversary of the very first hybrid sitting of the House, when for the first time the Honourable and Right Honourable members were able to participate remotely in their proceedings. This innovation helped enable Parliament to continue discharging its key functions of scrutiny, debate and legislation, and safely, despite the extraordinary conditions imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of all members, I should like to thank all the staff of the House and the digital service for their remarkable achievement in making this hybrid House possible. So it is a big thank you to everyone. Right, let us come to business questions. I call Shadow Leader of the House, Valerie Valls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House please give us the forthcoming business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I do, may I join you in thanking the Digital and Broadcasting Service. They worked over the whole of the Easter recess last year to make this possible. They gave up most of their holiday during most of last year to make our hybrid proceedings work, and that's ensured that there has been proper parliamentary scrutiny throughout the whole year, and that our democracy has remained strong and effective. And I think our thanks are most sincere and heartfelt, because they have done something of the utmost importance for our nation. The business statement for the week commencing on the 26th of April, the business will include Monday the 26th of April, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Financial Services Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's message on the Domestic Abuse Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the National Security and Investment Bill, followed by a motion to approve the Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Amendment High-Risk Countries Regulations 2021, SI 2021 number 392, followed by a motion relating to the Health Protection, Coronavirus, International Travel, England Amendment number 7, Regulations 2021, SI 2021 number 150. Tuesday, the 27th of April, consideration of Lord's message on the Fire Safety Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments, followed by a motion to approve the draft Warm Home Discount Miscellaneous Amendments Regulations 2021, followed by a motion to approve the Trade and Official Controls Transitional Arrangements for Prior Notifications Amendment Regulations 2021, SI 2021, number 429. Wednesday, the 28th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments, followed by a motion to approve the draft Double Taxation Relief Federal Republic of Germany Order 2021 and the draft Double Taxation Relief Sweden Order 2021, followed by a motion to approve the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Extension of the Relevant Period Regulations 2021, SI 2021, number 375, followed by a motion related to the Immigration, Guidance on Detention of Vulnerable Persons Regulations 2021, SI 2021, number 184. Followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments, followed by a motion to approve the House of Commons Commission report on amendments to the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme. Thursday, the 29th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments. The House will prorogue when royal assent to all acts has been signified. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that, subject to the progress of business, the House will rise for the summer recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday, the 22nd of July, and return on Monday, the 6th of September.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I join you and the Leader of the House in thanking... I want to thank the Clerk of the House for his leadership in ensuring that the whole staff of the House and the broadcasting and everything else enabled us to be the first Parliament in the world to be a hybrid Parliament and enable us to carry on with our business. I also want to congratulate Lord Fowler for retiring and Lord McFall for becoming the new Lord Speaker. And staying with the Lords, I want to pay tribute to Frank Judd, who served as an MP in Portsmouth from 1996 to 79, and he was a minister in the Wilson and Callaghan governments, a former director of Oxfam, before being appointed a life peer in 1991. He was an outstanding member of both houses. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, we had Foreign Office questions, and there was nothing on Tuesday. There was nothing about Nazanin or Anousheh. Meron Rauf's friend has contacted the Foreign Office to ask for help. He has a trial coming up on the 28th of April, but has not been allowed to see his lawyer he needs a Foreign Office representative to be at the trial, and he also needs a doctor. I wonder if the Leader of the House could ensure that the Foreign Secretary is aware of that. It would have helped if the Foreign Secretary had updated the House on Tuesday about the permanent adjournment. It looked like a sort of an adjournment, a continuous adjournment of the court case, even though a government minister has said the debt should be paid. I'm not sure why the Foreign Secretary didn't update the House on the citizens. Also, there was a statement yesterday put out at 5 p.m. on the cuts to overseas development aid, and it's quite upsetting, really, that this wasn't announced in the House on Tuesday. This is a massive cut. It's going to have a huge effect on really the way Britain is seen in the world. I just want to wonder what actually the opposition, Her Majesty's official opposition, have done, because we don't appear to have received the business, whereas other opposition parties have. Normally we get provisional business the day before, but I think we're off the BCC and the CCC lists. So I wish the Leader would kindly just say what we've done wrong, and when we don't get the business. Yes, last week he didn't answer my questions on the independent advisor on ministerial standards. There's no register of ministers' financial interests for 9 months and no list of donor meetings. And he will want to correct the record, I'm sure, because he said Greensills didn't get public support, when in fact they did. They got it from the Coronavirus Large Business Interruption Loan Scheme, so the lobbying did pay off. Greensill is the only supply chain finance firm accredited for CLBILS, despite not being regulated by the Bank of England or the Financial Conduct Authority. What's so special about Greensill, and what's so special about Dyson? He took his business out of the UK. Now, the Prime Minister was wrong, because the Shadow Chancellor has asked me to ask the Leader of the House to remind the Prime Minister that there were companies making ventilators in this country, Siemens and Airbus to name a few. So I wonder if the Leader could pass that on. She can't find the Chancellor. We'd like to know where he is. Otherwise, she'd have passed the message on. But, Mr. Speaker, they're doing it again. The Cabinet Office and the civil servants are saying, please don't do this. They're going to appoint the head of space of Amazon to the government's own OneWeb £400 million investment. What this person will be doing is working at Amazon as well as working with the government. The Leader needs to look at this. They've got their own project, Kuiper. They're obviously clearly going to have a competitive advantage. This is another case of fix it and flog it. But it's disappointing that the Leader didn't tell the House last week that the Prime Minister might have been in India. We got it from the announcement, the presidential-style announcement, the £2.6 million press conference room, which now is going to be abandoned. It's good because the Prime Minister isn't a president. It's an odd thing. You spend £2.6 million and there's no mirror and no comb. But anyway, the really nice spokesperson went from announcing Geek of the Week on Peston to Leak of the Week, because effectively it was a leak, because those announcements should have been made in the House. And now she goes back to Geek of the Week at COP26. She's going to have the same difficulty because she'll have to explain contradictory government policy. While the government is about to reduce new emissions, the government is still considering proposals for the first new deep mine coal mine in 30 years. Could we have a statement ruling that out before COP26? And it wasn't announced in Parliament, but by press release. Mobile phone masts can be put up to 30 metres tall. They're about to get the green light in our countryside, a 20% increase on the current maximum. Now, the Shadow Defra Secretary of State said rural communities have become an afterthought, and he wants everyone to be encouraged to take part in the Rural England Policy Review to protect our countryside. Could we have a statement on that in the House? Now, I know the Leader sort of eats Erskine May for breakfast, but he doesn't seem to be absorbing anything, because he knows that the job of Parliament is to hold the executive to account. But he's presided over the most marginalisation of Parliament. Not me, not the Socialists, but a paper by Professor Meg Russell, Dr Ruth Fox, Dr Roman Cormack and Dr Joe Tomlinson. They've said no scrutiny on regulations, no meaningful debate. And the House of Commons Library, I wouldn't call that a bastion of socialism, but they said ministers can spend up to £469 billion before they get parliamentary approval on departmental spending plans. It'd be interesting to see what the Leader thinks about that. So could we have a debate on restoring Parliament and the checks and balances on the executive. Now, later on, there'll be an apology for black and Asian soldiers and how they were treated. George Floyd is a movement. He died at the age of 46. Now, double the amount of time that I have spoken, a knee was on his neck. And it was the right verdict. And a young man who was about to become an architect would have been 46 today. We remember Stephen Lawrence. Today is Stephen Lawrence Day. But, Mr. Speaker, you'll be pleased. So the fans got it right. No Super League. And they're going to be singing, Que Sera, Sera. We're on the way to Wembley. We'll all be going to Wembley. Not just Leicester City and Chelsea, but we wish them well for the FA Cup.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, of course, we are right to commemorate Stephen Lawrence and, of course, Lord Judge, and may both their souls rest in peace. And to congratulate Lord McFall and congratulate him on becoming the Lord Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you and he will have an excellent working relationship to the benefit of both our houses. I'm very sorry that the Right Honourable Lady thinks that she hasn't been doing the job of scrutiny very well over the last year, and that the procedures that we've had have not been satisfactory, and that therefore the opposition has been incapable of holding the government to account. That is really the problem for the opposition in failing to use the tasks to hand, the tools to hand, and in fact they have been many. We have ensured that any serious change in the rules has been subject to a debate and a vote. We have had legislation passed, and when it's been emergency legislation, it has had the agreement of the opposition for the emergency legislation to take place. We have operated by consent. A year ago, when we introduced the hybrid measures, they were with the consent of the opposition to do that, to ensure that scrutiny could continue. We have had really effective scrutiny available to the opposition if only they've chosen to use it. But if they haven't used it, well, that's their problem, not mine, because we have made sure that Parliament has been at the centre of the national debate, that we have been able to sit. MPs have an unquestioned right to attend Parliament if they wish to, and if they don't wish to, they are able to zoom in. So I completely dispute the interpretation of the proceedings we have had over the last year, and it's why we were all thanking the broadcasting and digital team for the work that they have done. Coming back to the Right Honourable Lady's point on Nazanin and Anousheh, I will of course pass on to my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, the points that she has made, though I would make it clear there must be and is no linkage between the improper, unlawful detention of British citizens and any debt that there may or may not be between the United Kingdom and a foreign state, that those two issues must always be separate. As regards overseas aid, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, is appearing in front of the Select Committee today, and therefore it was only right that the statement was made yesterday, which will form the basis, no doubt, for much of the questioning that he will face. This is a proper way of ensuring that Parliament is respected and that the rights of Parliament to hold to account the government are maintained. On the issue relating to the advisor to the Prime Minister on the Ministerial Code, an announcement is going to be made on that shortly. A recruitment process has been underway, and the key is that the lobbying did not pay off, as was clear from the messages between my right honourable friend the Chancellor and the former Prime Minister. The lobbying did not lead to any change. And then we come on to the terrible muddle the opposition is on about procurement of ventilators. An opposition spokesman said the ventilator challenge is an example of how UK manufacturers, a world-class workforce, have come together. They were all in favour of it. The Public Accounts Committee said this national effort is undoubtedly a significant achievement and a benchmark for procurement. So what the Prime Minister did was to ensure that things happened. Now, this is the dither and delay of the Socialists. They don't want to do things. They want to put the process ahead of succeeding. It's not, as used to be the Socialist mantra, that the end justifies the means. It's that the means justify the end. So had the ends been no ventilators, but they'd followed some endless bureaucratic process that would have taken 6 months, the Socialists would be happy. But instead we got on and did it, and we got 30,000 ventilators in a matter of weeks, up from 9,000. A phenomenal achievement, and let us praise Dyson for all that he has contributed to British manufacturing, a huge success that he has been, and the commitment, £20 million of his own money, that he put towards ventilators Now, that is a proper patriotic gesture by a man I hold in the highest esteem, and we should praise. But as we're praising people, let us also praise Allegra Stratton, who has made a marvellous contribution to the government and will do so for COP as well. In her various roles, she has succeeded in holding politicians to account. I remember being quizzed by her on various journalistic roles. Indeed, I was Geek of the Week on one occasion on the Peston Show. Some of you may think I'm Geek every week, Mr. Speaker, but I once got that particular award. And I note that the office that has been so nicely done up is the Privy Council office, and as Lord President of the Council, perhaps I should be putting in a claim to use it for a good and worthy purpose of Privy Council business. As regards any coal mining, planning applications once called in, the Honourable Lady knows, are in a quasi-judicial process, and it would be wrong of me to go into the details of them. But I would finish by reiterating the point that if there hasn't been proper scrutiny, then the Right Honourable Lady knows where the failure to scrutinise has come from.
For the poll bill.
Mr. Speaker, there's widespread dismay and outrage across the Kettering constituency that the organiser of a huge Irish traveller funeral held right in the middle of Kettering during the COVID lockdown in November, attended by 150 people in clear and flagrant breach of the pandemic regulations, has not been prosecuted. Having been served by police with a notice of a £10,000 fine, the Crown Prosecution Service this week at Northampton Magistrates Court decided not to pursue the case, and his legal costs are to be reimbursed. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of local families who have lost loved ones over the last year have respected the rules and encountered much distress in limiting the number of mourners at funerals. I've already contacted the Solicitor General about this important issue. But can we have a government statement on the fact that once again it appears there is one rule for gypsies and travellers and another for everyone else?
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about what my honourable friend is saying, because be you ever so high, the law is above you, and that is a fundamental principle of justice in this country. Now, I'm obviously not familiar with the details of the case my honourable friend raises, and the CPS is operationally independent in its charging decisions. Cases ought to be decided by the CPS on their own merits on the test set by the Code for Crown Prosecutors. However, I note that my honourable friend has already raised this with the Solicitor General, and I will also pass on his comments to the Attorney General.
Owen Thompson, SMP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the Leader and Shadow Leader in thanking all in the House who have contributed to ensuring that members have been able to continue to participate virtually. It's not always been smooth passage, and there have often been disagreements about the process, but we have got there. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, your own part in that process, because you've made so much of this possible also. Yesterday, the Prime Minister indicated he would immediately publish his personal correspondence relating to COVID contracts. So could the Leader update the House in telling us what the Government considered to be the meaning of the word immediately, and when will the Prime Minister actually release this correspondence? Given the Prime Minister's promise to fix tax issues for billionaires over text message, will the Leader of the House also support a full public inquiry into lobbying practices under this Government, potential breaches of the Ministerial Code? Perhaps the Government could also advise the 3 million left behind and struggling without any support, how they can get the ear of the Prime Minister, or is this only for the elite group with the phone number who are able to influence policy? Now, it's not just opposition benches that are making suggestions around some of these issues, and as we're a great believer in honest and fair procurement practices in the UK, I've no doubt the Leader of the House will be alarmed at read the results of the Transparency International UK report, Track and Trace, which has concluded that the absence of competition in awarding contracts has been unjustifiable, and arrangements for enabling scrutiny over the use of taxpayers' money woefully inadequate due to systematic deficiencies in how the Government accounts for the use of public funds. Will he now champion tougher action from Government, including backing my Ministerial Interests Emergency Powers Bill, to ensure that the Government contract decisions are not riddled with crony accusations and decisions are being taken in the best interests of the public purse? And finally, Mr. Speaker, as a believer in market forces, I'm sure the UK Government will have a view, but I'd be keen to know what it is on the supermarket wars that currently threaten the diversity of chocolate larval Lepidopterans and what the government would do to support the campaign to free Cuthbert, or do they in fact back the protection of the species for Colin?
I think the last matter is clearly one for an adjournment debate, so that every possible ramification of it can be considered. But if I may come to the mainstay of what the honourable gentleman was raising, it is really important that contracts are awarded properly, and it is why that correspondence will be published, and it is why that the contracts will be published as well. A proper process of transparency is taking place. But it is also worth remembering that there was a great deal of urgency, that we went from 1% of PPE being produced domestically to, I think, excluding gloves, 70% of PPE being produced domestically. We managed to have an extraordinary success in terms of the vaccine rollout programme, where we were fleeter of foot than other countries, indeed of our neighbours in the European Union. And this was because we were able to get on with things. And this had widespread political support whilst it was taking place last year. And people from all parties benefited. It is worth reminding the House that £135.5 million of Chinese ventilators went to a company that was incorporated not that long ago called Excalibur Healthcare Services. Now, Excalibur Healthcare Services, I believe, has Sir Chris Evans as the chairman, who is a very distinguished biotech entrepreneur and a supporter of the Labour Party. Now, he's a very distinguished, successful businessman and somebody held in the highest regard across the House. And he got a contract for a newly incorporated company of a very significant amount of public money, not because of cronyism. It would be very odd cronyism to stuff the purses of socialists with gold. It was because we needed these goods and we needed them quickly. And we have a very good and strong Public Accounts Committee, the most long-standing select committee in this House, which has kept a review of public expenditure for now well over 100 years. It is chaired by a member of the Labour Party, a distinguished member of the Labour Party, somebody respected on all sides, and brings forward reports to ensure that expenditure is proper. And I'm all in favour of this, and I think it's right, and that we must examine contracts and how they're awarded. But we shouldn't cast aspersions purely for temporary political advantage, undermining the confidence that people can have in the fundamental honesty of the British state.
Let's go to Jonathan Gullis. Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stoke-on-Trent is one of the fastest growing economies and one of the top places for jobs growth in England. Added to that, we have excellent connectivity with the M6, the A50 corridor, 4 international airports within 60 minutes and a 90-minute train ride to London. So will my right honourable friend agree with me? Staffordshire Police, Staffordshire Chambers of Commerce and Staffordshire North and Stoke-on-Trent Citizens Advice Bureau, there could be no better second home for the Home Office than in Stoke-on-Trent under the Places for Growth programme, bringing high-skilled and well-paid jobs for the Stoke-on-Trent talent pool and see a former resident, the Home Secretary, return to her adopted city.
Leader.
I thought my honourable friend was about to make an application to become the Home Secretary rather than move the Home Secretary, but the government is committed to ensuring that the administration of government is less London-centric and to locate more civil service roles and public bodies outside London and into the regions and nations of the United Kingdom. Places for Growth is working with departments on their relocation plans, and a number of announcements have been made. So that includes the Cabinet Office establishing a second headquarters in Glasgow, a joint headquarters for the FCDO East Kilbride, the Department for Transport building on its presence in Leeds and Birmingham, and a new economic campus in Darlington. So I think my honourable friend should keep on campaigning, and I will pass his message on to fellow ministers and particularly to the Home Secretary.
Right, let's go to the chair of the Backbench Committee. Ian Mearns. Ian.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, could I firstly pass on my deepest sympathy, love and condolences to my honourable friend, the member for North Tyneside, Mary Glendon, following the sad passing of her husband, Ray. Mr. Speaker, Ray was a long-standing North Tyneside councillor, a fellow Newcastle fan and a thoroughly lovely man. Mr. Speaker, we are obviously, as a Backbench Committee, disappointed that there's no time for Backbench Business Committee debate scheduled for next week. But should any gaps in the government schedule occur before prorogation next week, I'm sure we could organise Backbench debate sponsors to be on standby to fill any such void. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, after this week's so-called Big Six European Super League shenanigans, I was delighted to see the government bring forward its proposal for a fan-led review of football in England. Would the Leader of the House use his good offices to ensure that the review fulfils the government's manifesto commitment to that review being truly fan-led?
Mr. Speaker, may I join the honourable gentleman in passing on our condolences to the honourable lady, the member for North Tyneside, at a very sad time for her and for her family. We will remember Ray in our prayers. As regards time for the Backbench Business Committee, next week is really going to be sorting out ping-pong. So unless he is going to join us in a game of what some call whiff-waff, I think we may not necessarily have time for backbench business. To come to the review of football, the fan-led review, this is going to be chaired by my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford, who is herself a very committed footballer and fan of football, knows everything about the subject very much from the point of view of a fan, and will cover the financial stability of the men's and women's games, governance and regulation, the merits of an independent regulator, and, crucially, to the honourable gentleman's point, how fans can have a greater say in the oversight of the game. So I think, Mr. Speaker, if your case is asked, and you shall be given.
Right, let's go to Sir Greg Knight. Sir Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we move along the roadmap towards normality, ministers are rightly reminding the public of the mantra, hands, face, space. But does the Leader of the House agree that in future ministerial statements there should be an additional message to the public, particularly to those visiting tourist areas like East Yorkshire, namely hands, space, space, but don't be a disgrace, take your rubbish and litter away and bin it? Does he agree we should be keeping Britain tidy as well as safe?
Mr. Speaker, I remember an occasion when Margaret Thatcher went to St James's Park to pick up litter, and actually the litter had to be put down for her to pick it up because there wasn't any immediately to hand, but she had the slogan, bag it and bin it and that way we'll win it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think those words and the words of my right honourable friend are ones we should all bear in mind.
Let's go to Catherine McKinnell. Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Gateshead, on the passing of Ray, the husband of Mary Glind, and the honourable member for North Tyneside? Mr. Speaker, the government's flagship education recovery scheme, the National Tutoring Programme, has reached 96% of its target numbers in schools in the South East, 100% in the South West, but under 60% in the North East. And I share concerns expressed by the Director of Schools North East that the government's one-size-fits-all approach doesn't account for the significantly higher levels of long-term disadvantage in regions like the North East or regional variations in how already well-established tutoring is as an intervention. We must see our recovery from COVID-19 gaps, not broadening them. So can we have a debate in government time on making education recovery more responsive to local circumstances and how we can trust judgment of school heads to know the best way to support their pupils?
Mr. Speaker, the Government is very committed to the Levelling Up agenda and therefore ensuring that all parts of the country receive their fair share of supports. The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and what I would ask her to do is to point out to the Government, and via my office if that would be useful, where there are any blockages so that the Government can ensure that these are removed, because it is fundamental that we should be fair and should level up across the country.
Right. Let's go to Marco Longa. Marco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a year ago today, I asked Parliament's very first virtual question, and here I am doing so again. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that as society reopens and resumes a closer to business as usual model, that we in Parliament should be doing the same thing as well in a safe and secure way?
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I wish my honourable friend a very happy birthday, and I hope that once he's finished Zooming, he will have an appropriate celebration, possibly leading the way as the public houses reopen outside. But I agree with his point that Parliament needs to lead the way, and we need to get back to normal as soon as it is prudent and sensible to do so. I congratulate him on his efforts to hold the government to account and to carry out scrutiny, and I'm glad that he has been doing it even if Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition feels that it hasn't been able to scrutinise the government, but we do want to get back to a proper chamber as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing I've noticed is that whenever my colleagues from the SNP benches seem to have a question to the Prime Minister, then regardless as to the subject matter, the response always seems to revert at some stage to a tedious and tendentious diatribe against the supposed shortcomings of the Scottish Government. Now, it's quite clear that the Government is keen to unburden itself in some regards with respect to the Scottish Government's record, so I wonder if the Leader might be good enough to make time next week for a general debate on Scottish affairs in the House, in order that members might be able to explore some of the reasons why voters in Scotland seem to be on course to re-elect the SNP government and sack the Conservative opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as in recent weeks it seems the SNP has been doing its absolute best to make the Borgias look respectable, I'm surprised that the honourable gentleman would wish to have such a debate, but it would be an opportunity to point out how the SNP government is failing Scotland in terms of its education, in terms of its policing, how we've had a recent statement from the SNP saying that they'd have done just as well with the vaccine rollout by themselves, when under a year ago, the SNP spokesman was saying, why hadn't they joined the European scheme, and wasn't it a great failure not to have joined the European scheme? So a debate on the failings of the SNP, its lack of success, its lack of drive in its position in charge of the government of Scotland would be one that I think would have many speakers and a great deal to say. But over the next few days we have to deal with ping-pong with the House of Lords. I regret to say there will not be time for this pleasurable discussion.
Sean Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also wish my honourable friend, the member for Dudley North, a very happy birthday. And on this celebratory day of our one-year anniversary of the hybrid Parliament, may I thank the digital team, Mr. Speaker, your team, the doorkeepers and the clerks for remaining the physical presence in Parliament during this pandemic. And may I ask my right honourable friend if he can update the House on the plans for the physical return of members to this House so that we all can grace these green benches.
Careful, Leader.
Thank you. Between now and the 21st of July, there will be discussions as to what can be done in line of the changes taking place across the rest of the country, and whether, when places of entertainment are allowed to have every other place full, whether this House will be able to do that. But Mr. Speaker will rely on the advice of Public Health England for that. All the restrictions fall by the motions that we have in front of us around the 21st of June, at which point we will be back to normal. But I would say to members, they are entitled to come into the chamber. There is a limit on seating, but the limit is not used on most occasions, and I would no longer discourage anybody from coming into this House. I think this House is better when it is physical. It is more immediate, and the quality of our debate is significantly improved.
And may I also say thank you to you, your team, and the health authorities for keeping us all safe during a very difficult year. So thank you. Mr. Speaker, too many deaf people are still facing social exclusion, and there's no more timely example of this than the fact that we are still waiting for a British Sign Language interpreter in government press briefings over a year into this pandemic. British Sign Language is used by over 151,000 people in the UK. However, 18 years after it was formally recognised as a language by the UK government, it has still not received legal status. Will the Leader of the House outline when the government plans to bring forward legislation to finally give BSL legal status?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, well, it is worth pointing out to the Honourable Lady that under your auspices there is sign language for some parts of our parliamentary proceedings, I think routinely including Prime Minister's questions, and it's being looked at as to whether it can be used more and whether it would have sufficient demand to make that worthwhile. So it is something taken seriously by the House authorities, and the broadcasters also provided as a service. So I think great steps are being made. In terms of the legislative agenda, we're going to have a Queen's speech quite soon, and that will contain the agenda for the coming session.
Let's go to Sir David Ellis. Sir David.
I congratulate Lord McFall on his election as Lord Speaker,
and offer my sincere condolences to the Honourable Lady, the member for North Tyneside, on the death of her husband Ray. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on funding for research into motor neurone disease and related illnesses? This disease has a devastating impact on the lives of sufferers and their families, as I understand from a number of my constituents. Further funding is vital to continue the advances being made in the treatment of MND and to find a possible cure.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising what is unquestionably an important issue. The Government recognises the immense challenges faced by people with motor neuron disease and is currently working on ways to boost significantly further research into the disease. Over the past 5 years, the taxpayer has spent £54 million on motor neuron disease research through the National Institute for Health Research and UK Research and Innovation via the Medical Research Council. The 2019 Conservative Manifesto committed to doubling funding for dementia and neurodegenerative disease research, including motor neurone disease research, and the Government is putting plans in place now on how to deliver on this commitment. But I would encourage my honourable friend to seek an adjournment debate to discuss this further.
Let's go to Alex Norris. Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent summers in Nottingham, our excellent community sector, supported by the City Council, have, on a shoestring, put together brilliant activities and food programmes for local children. This year, the City has secured significant resources to make this programme even better, operating all year round and reaching thousands and thousands of local children. And we want groups to come forward to be part of it. I wonder if we can have a debate in government time about the importance of excellent holiday activities for our young children.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, holiday activities are extremely important for children during particularly the long summer holidays, and I'm delighted to hear that charitable activity in the Honourable Gentleman's constituency is allowing people to do the sorts of things that children do and want to do, enjoy doing. In my own area, Longleat is an enormously popular safari park. People like to see the lions, the tigers, the giraffes and the elephants, the I don't think there are any buffalo there, Mr. Speaker, but there may be. And ensuring that there are enjoyable activities for children in school holidays is admirable, and may I congratulate the Honourable Gentleman on the efforts he is making in this regard.
Let's go to Tom Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the last weeks, I've been knocking on quite a few doors in the Chantry area of Ipswich, where actually the Leader of the House does have quite a few admirers, as it happens. But onto the key issue, which has been a growth in antisocial behaviour and potential drug dealing and taking in the area, in particular Stone Lodge Park. We know that increased police presence and regular patrols are part of deterring this kind of illicit activity. I welcome the extra 45 police officers, but would the Leader of the House, in government time, find space for a debate about the National Police Funding Formula, which both I and the Police and Crime Commissioner, Tim Passmore, believe isn't fair?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear I have a following in Chantry. There is also Chantry in Somerset, so it's clearly a very good name for a place. The police funding formula remains the most reliable mechanism we have to distribute core grant funding to police and crime commissioners, and the funding settlement will be £15.8 billion in 2021-22, up by £600 million on the previous year. Now, obviously, it's then how this money is spent, and getting more police on the beat, and I'm delighted to hear there are 45 more in the Honourable Gentleman's constituency, is key. The presence of a police officer is a sure way of reducing crime and antisocial behaviour.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of a constituent battling repeated malicious allegations and another who, out of the blue, has been deducted for a 30-year-old social fund loan with no proof it ever existed, can we have an opportunity to press DWP ministers on why it's taking, on average, a ludicrous 63 weeks for a complaint to be allocated to a caseworker? And if I send the leader details of these two cases, would he take it up with the minister for me?
Leader.
Of course, I will do whatever I can. 63 weeks seems too long.
Now then, let's have the love-in with Ian Littlegranger. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend and I are both committed Democrats who believe that the voice of the people should always and deserves to be heard. In the Somerset County Council area, there will soon be a referendum to test public opinion about the rival plans for local government reform. I think my right honourable friend and myself would prefer that it was the whole of Somerset. That is beyond the power of the councillors. The Secretary of State by letter said that this is a distraction. I believe he's quite wrong. Elections to the County Council have been shelved. The government's consultation, I'm afraid, was cheap, unfair and totally indifferent to the views of the residents. For a chance to vote is now vital, and the government ought to listen very carefully to the result before making any decision. Lawyers are spoiling for a fight about this, but democracy is an issue that cries out to be debated as soon as it can in this House first.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Vox Populi, Vox Dei, but I would refer my honourable friend to what I said last week. It's not including the whole county of Somerset, and I think this is a great mistake. Somerset's history goes back into the mists of time. It is one of the oldest counties in the country, but as a whole, a complete and entire perfect county that was cut up by Ted Heath in the 1970s to the disadvantage of people across the whole county. So I would like to see the whole thing put back together. If only we could have the expertise of Humpty Dumpty.
We can take Lancashire on at the same time. Right, let's go to Marion Fellows. Marion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I offer my sincere condolences to the Honourable Member for North Tyneside on the death of her husband. Mr. Speaker, I previously asked the Leader of the House about a promised bill on access to cash, which has not materialised. Can the Leader confirm, therefore, that it will be included in the upcoming Queen's speech to provide certainty to those mainly vulnerable people who rely on cash? And will the Government agree to back the Banking Services Post Offices Bill lodged by the member for North Norfolk to place responsibility on banks to provide their services through post office branches?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think for me to preempt the Queen's speech would be lèse-majesté, but I can say that the Government recognises the importance of cash to the daily lives of millions of people across the United Kingdom, particularly to those in vulnerable groups, and it is committed to protecting access to cash for those who need it. The Government held a call for evidence on access to cash, which closed on the 25th of November 2020. The call for evidence set out the Government's legislative aims, so the legislative aims are there for protecting access to cash throughout the United Kingdom. It sought views on cash withdrawal and deposit-taking facilities, cash acceptance and regulatory responsibilities for maintaining cash access. So although I cannot give the Honourable Lady the direct promise she is asking for, I can say this issue is one very much at the forefront of the Government's mind.
Let's go to Pauline Latham. Pauline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the Foreign Secretary is being held to account by the International Development Committee following his statement, or written statement he published late last night. One of the things in that statement, which is rather confusing because it's difficult to check like with like, is the fact that all budgets are being slashed dramatically. As we know, that the Foreign Secretary and others have decided that 0.7%, which is enshrined in law, will go to 0.5%. Now, we really ought to have a vote on this in Parliament to see if it is the will of Parliament to have this incredible slashing of funds. And I wonder when the Leader of the House might tell us that we can have a vote on this, because I know that various people think we don't need to, but it is enshrined in law, and you can't just say it's enshrined in law, but we'll take no notice of it. So when will we have a vote, please?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. The law is very clear and envisages circumstances where the 0.7% target will not be possible to reach for a variety of reasons, including economic ones that may affect the ability of the Government to meet that target, and it sets out the requirement for the Secretary of State to make a report to Parliament, to be accountable to Parliament, in the event that the target is not reached. The law is being followed. What Parliament decreed is being followed, and that is, of course, the right thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been horrified by reports from constituents who are frontline customer service facing workers across a range of sectors, from retail to call centres to rail staff, of abuse and violence that they have faced from customers. This is not a local issue, 1,000 customer-facing workers in polling commissioned by the Institute for Customer Service in 2020 reported suffering increasing levels of hostility directed towards them in recent years, with more than half having experienced abuse from customers during the pandemic. This is clearly unacceptable, and with my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham North's private members' bill on this issue falling when Parliament is pro-road shortly, despite widespread public support, I hope the Leader of the House can outline when we can have a debate in government time on increasing protections for service workers in law in line with protections that emergency service workers receive, as abuse should never be part of the job.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady raises a point that concerns members across the House, and people working in retail ought to be protected and are protected by the full force of the law. In terms of a debate, obviously the Queen's Speech debate is an opportunity to raise a very wide range of issues, and that will be provided once Parliament is recalled, and there will then be a new ballot for private members' bills for the next session, where I hope we will get through all 13 Fridays in more normal time than we have had over the last year.
Andrew Lutz.
Mr. Speaker, can I also add my deep condolences to the lovely Honourable Lady for North Tyneside. Mr. Speaker, can my right honourable friend confirm what assessment he has made of the cost and safety of the enormous amount of mechanical and engineering work that's required to take place to restore this beautiful World UNESCO Heritage Site in the Palace of Westminster? And can he confirm to me that he agrees that whilst taxpayers' value for money is absolutely at the heart of this restoration project, so too must be the vital importance of a contingency arrangement for our democracy to keep functioning should there be a disastrous fire or asbestos leakage or other disaster during such time as any restoration were to take place?
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, who obviously knows a great deal about this. She will be aware that the sponsor body is currently drawing up its business plan, which will take into account all these risks. But I can give my right honourable friend some important reassurance that a great deal of fire safety work has already been done. So there are now 7,112 automatic fire detection devices, 4,126 sprinkler heads in the basement of the palace, and 8 miles of pipe for a new sprinkler system in the basement to ensure that in the event of a fire, life could be protected. And that is work that has been completed in recent years to a high standard and to ensure safety. As regards contingencies, it isn't normal to discuss the details of contingencies on the floor of the House, as my right honourable friend will know, but obviously there will be some consequences of how we've operated over the last year in working out how any contingency could or should be carried out.
Let's go to Rachel Maskell. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too send my love and condolences to the honourable friend of mine, the member for North Tyneside. I asked the Lord Chancellor how many civil servant jobs were moving to York. I was given some vague percentage. However, a subsequent question indicated that the department didn't know. It appears that the distribution of job relocations and funding bids by this government lacks transparency. With the Levelling Up Fund and UK Shared Prosperity Fund soon to be administered and no matrices or frameworks published, will the Leader of the House raise my concerns with Cabinet colleagues and ask them to come and make a statement to the House before the recess on their methodology, if indeed there is one?
Mr. Speaker, as we've discussed earlier in this session, government spending, taxpayers' money, is always very carefully examined by various committees in this House and also by proper procedures within government. But the £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund will be an important way of ensuring that across the country economic prosperity is possible, that we build back better. The Honourable Lady makes a detailed point on the Ministry of Justice moving to York and seeks a detailed answer. I will try and help her get as detailed an answer as is available.
Let's go to Ben Bradley. Ben.
Mr. Speaker, we have important local elections coming up, which inevitably leads to more residents seeking information and clarity about council services and about who is best value for their vote. In Nottinghamshire, we have contrasting fortunes. The Conservative-run County Council has been able to support local people through the pandemic, whilst protecting services and balancing the books, whilst Labour-run Nottingham City is just about bankrupted itself, and residents will pick up the pieces. The money they've blown on Robin Hood Energy alone could have built leisure centres in Mansfield or regenerated our high street. Could my right honourable friend make time to debate these failings at the Labour City Council, to aid our understanding of how they've managed to make quite such a mess of it, openly assess the impact on taxpayers, and to ensure this kind of wasteful incompetence can't happen again?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an exceptionally good point. Every week, Business Questions throws up another example of appalling mismanagement by socialist councils. It is vital that members of this House hold their local authorities to account. They have a special and valuable platform here, which they must use for their constituents' benefit. It is remarkable how many members happen to complain about the harebrained energy schemes from socialist local authorities of both the red and yellow variety. Perhaps the people suffering under the red yoke in Nottingham might look enviously to the greener grass in the Conservative County Council and use their vote accordingly on the 6th of May.
Let's go to Dr. Lisa Cameron. Lisa.
Many thanks once again, Mr. Speaker. The All-Party Parliamentary Group for Disability that I chair is committed to ensuring that MPs support opportunity in employment for all. As a vital step, in early June, we are undertaking an online disability confident workshop supported by the Disability Minister and Department for Work and Pensions that we hope will sign up at least 100 MPs' offices as accredited disability confident employers. So will the Leader of the House support this work alongside further progress and debate on disability inclusion in Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, it would be an honour to do so, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising this. I do a podcast on why Parliament works and did an interview with my noble friend Lord Hague, who introduced the Disability Act in 1995, which has been so important in improving disability rights and employment opportunities for the disabled, and anything I can do through the Office of Leader of the House to further the work that he started, I'd be privileged to do.
Jacob Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eston swimming baths have been closed since the start of the pandemic and will sadly remain closed for at least another year because of the state of disrepair, estimated at almost £3 million. I've said from the start that I'm committed to a swimming pool in Tier 6 for the people of Tier 6, and I'm working with the Council on a plan to bring a brand new pool there so that everyone in South Bank, Normanby, Teesville, Grangetown and Eston have a pool that they can use for decades to come. Does the Leader agree with me on the importance of community swimming pools, and will he make time for a debate in the next session?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do congratulate my honourable friend on the work he's been doing to save the Eston Baths, and I know that he's raised this matter with ministers. He is an absolutely brilliant champion for his constituents in Redcar and ensuring that they kept in the swim, so to speak. This is important work, and the government has provided unprecedented support to businesses throughout the pandemic to ensure these vital facilities remain for people to enjoy after the pandemic has come to an end. And this includes the £100 million National Leisure Recovery Fund and £270 million from Sport England.
Let's go to John Cryer. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first of all like to offer my commiseration and sympathy to our honourable friend on her recent tragic loss. We've seen over the past few months and years the behaviour of Prime Minister Modi of India becoming increasingly violent and aggressive towards the people he sees and his government sees as their opponents. We've still got 8 journalists held in prison on charges of sedition. A number of politicians too are being held, and 100 people are still missing after the farmers' protest. This comes on top of all the appalling behaviour by the government and the Indian Army in Kashmir. Now, we all know that talks are coming up between the Prime Minister and his opposite number. Could the Leader of the House confirm that the Prime Minister, as well as trade, will be raising human rights issues at that meeting and will then report back to the House of Commons?
Mr. Speaker, India is a most important ally for the United Kingdom. It is the largest democracy in the world. It has the rule of law in addition to being a democracy, and it is a nation with which we want to build and maintain the friendliest relationships in coming decades and indeed centuries. Of course, with all countries where we have close relationships and friendships, it is right to remind them of the high standards that are expected of nations of the standing of India, one of the most important nations in the world. And I'm sure my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, will always mention this when he is meeting foreign leaders.
Let's go to Fiona Roos. Fiona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I add my condolences to the Honourable Member for North Tyneside, a dear friend from across the House. This week, my constituency celebrates the opening of Congleton Link Road. Would the leader join me in congratulating and thanking all who've worked on it, including community leaders, past and present councillors, council officers, contractors, and the business people who worked so hard to secure it? It will help reduce congestion, make getting to school safer, shorten commute times, improve air quality, and was facilitated, not least, by the investment of some £50 million from national government. Doesn't this demonstrate that this government is committed to delivering infrastructure improvements in the north for the real life, daily benefit of people who live here?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in the list of people who deserve thanks, my honourable friend forgot to include the most distinguished Member of Parliament, who worked tirelessly to ensure that this link road was built and brought people together, campaigned with them and made sure that it happened. And she's looking slightly embarrassed as I say this, but I think she really does deserve a good deal of credit herself, and it does fit in with what the government is trying to do. We will spend over £600 billion of taxpayers' money over the next 5 years, and that will have £19 billion in transport next year alone, and this is part of the levelling up approach and building back better to make sure that the whole country benefits, but I'm delighted that Congleton is benefiting from a bypass.
Justin Battles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perfect Getaways is an independent travel agent that is based in my constituency, and it's a perfect example of how a small family-owned business can grow and be a success. But of course, the continuing uncertainty around international travel severely impacted their income, and whilst they're being able to access the Restarts grants for non-essential retail is welcome, the fact is at the moment more holidays are being cancelled than booked, which is causing them obviously real difficulty in far more than a lot of other non-essential retail outlets. So can we have a debate, please, on what more can be done to help those in the travel and tourism industry who really need some sector-specific support for a considerable period yet?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising the case of perfect getaways. It must be really difficult for people in the travel industry at the moment because there is still so much uncertainty. We don't know about the progression of the disease in other countries. We don't know clearly how safe it will be to travel. The red list is currently going up rather than down, with the addition of India to the list coming later this week. So it is difficult for businesses in that category. The honourable gentleman is right to raise it. He may want an adjournment debate in the first instance, but I'm sure this will be a matter that the House returns to in the new session.
Elliot Colburn. Elliot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, residents in Carshalton and Wallington and across England will celebrate St George's Day. And whilst many celebrations cannot take place this year due to COVID restrictions, could we have a debate to mark this day and celebrate all that is great about this green and pleasant land?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this week actually is a very interesting week for English saints because the 19th is St Alphege, who was murdered by the Danes for refusing to pay extra tax, a saint I've always particularly admired. The 21st, St Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, who had a great row with William Rufus over the powers of the Church against the state. And then, of course, St George, who famously slew the dragon and did other great and noble things and became our patron saint really in the reign of Edward III and is the patron of the Order of the Garter as well, and a chivalrous saint, or very much thought to be. So I think celebrating and discussing the great history of our nation, the interesting agglomeration of saints who pray for us on a daily basis and pray for the success not just of England but of the whole of the United Kingdom, say St Andrew and St David and St Patrick, all the great saints should be celebrated and commemorated.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Earth Day, so it seems an appropriate time to reflect on the environmental damage caused to marine habitats by the clearing of unexploded bombs and mines at sea, which is highly disruptive to marine mammals who rely on their auditory systems for navigation and communication, and indeed this threatens their very survival. Will the Leader of the House make a statement as to when the Government will progress regulations to favour the deflagration technique, which is several hundred times quieter than the current method of clearance of unexploded bombs and mines at sea?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right, obviously, to be concerned for marine mammals, for dolphins and whales and porpoises, who, when seen, give such pleasure to people and are an important part of the marine environment. I know there are campaigns in relation to how munitions that have been dumped at sea are best destroyed, and I will happily pass on her representations.
Let's go to Sarah Bredliff. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fly tipping is a blight on all of our local towns and villages, from Haslingden to Belthorne and Great Harwood to Huncourt. Locally, we have some amazing community groups that are working to keep our streets clean, like the Baxenden Wombles, the Aussie Litter Pickers and Rosendale Civic Pride. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what we see by our Labour-run councils is that they clean up an area time and again at the expense of the taxpayer, but we fail to see a tough stance taken through fines and prosecutions. Can I ask the Leader of the House if we can have a debate in government time as to how we make sure our local councils take stronger action on the minority who ruin it for all residents, such as mine in Hyndburn and Haslingden?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a similar point to my right hand friend, the member for East Yorkshire. Local councils do have this responsibility, and the availability of tips provided by the council can be very important in deterring fly tipping. For if it is easy to dispose of waste, most people will do it, but if it is difficult and expensive, that may be a more complex issue and may lead to fly tipping. It is, as I say, a council responsibility, but fly tipping is wrong, it is illegal, and people should dispose of their waste properly and not put costs onto taxpayers by disposing it illegally, and the law should, of course, be enforced.
Order, order. I have a short statement to make about select committees. On the 24th of March, the House passed an order allowing for the virtual participation in select committee meetings and giving the chairs associated powers to make reports. Under the powers I was given under the order, I can now notify the House I am further extending the order until Monday, the 25th of June. Right, let us now make the necessary arrangements. I am going to suspend the House for 3 minutes. Thank you. I now call the Secretary of State, Ben Wallace, to make a short statement. Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement on the Special Committee review into the historical actions of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission when it was the Imperial Commonwealth War Graves Commission and subsequently. May I start by placing on the record my thanks and gratitude to the committee who compiled this comprehensive report, in particular its chair, Sir Tim Hitchens, and contributing academics, Dr. George Hay, Dr. John Burke and Professor Michelle Barrett. I'm also grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Tottenham, who, alongside the makers of the Channel 4 documentary on this subject, provided the impetus for the establishment of the independent committee. Today, the committee's findings are published. They make for sober reading. The First World War was a horrendous loss of life. People of all class and race from all nations suffered a great tragedy, which we rightly remember every year on Remembrance Sunday. Just over 100 years ago, what emerged from that atrocity was a belief by the survivors that all those who lost their lives deserved to be commemorated. When the Imperial War Graves Commission was established, its founding principle was the equality of treatment in death, whatever an individual's rank in social or military life, whatever their religion, they would be commemorated identically. Unfortunately, the work of this report shows that they fell short in delivering on this principle. The IWGC relied on others to seek out the bodies of the dead, and where it could not find them, it worked with the offices of state to produce lists of those who did not return and remained unaccounted for. Given the pressures and confusions spun by such war, in many ways it is hardly surprising that mistakes were made at both stages. What is surprising and disappointing, however, is that a number of the mistakes, the number of casualties commemorated unequally, the number commemorated without names, and the number otherwise entirely unaccounted for, is not excusable. In some circumstances, there was little the IWGC could do. With neither bodies nor names, general memorials were the only way in which some groups might be commemorated at the time. Nonetheless, there are examples where the organisation also deliberately overlooked the evidence that might have allowed it to find those names. In others, Commission officials in the 1920s were happy to work with local administrations on projects across the Empire that ran contrary to the principles of equality in death. Elsewhere, it is clear that Commission officials pursued agendas and saw evidence or support locally to endorse 67 courses of action that jeopardised those same principles. In a small number of cases, too small, Mr. Speaker, where Commission officials had a greater say in the recovery and marking of graves, overarching imperial ideology connected to racial and religious differences were used to divide the dead and treat them unequally in ways that were impossible in Europe. The report concludes that post-World War I, in parts of Africa, the Middle East and India, the Commission often compromised its principles and failed to commemorate the war dead equally. Unlike their European counterparts, the graves of up to 54,000 mostly Indian, East African, West African, Egyptian and Somali casualties were not marked by individual headstones. Some were remembered through inscriptions on memorials. The names of others were only recorded in registers rather than memorials in stone. And a further 116,000 personnel, mostly East African and Egyptian, were not named or possibly not commemorated at all. There can be no doubt prejudice played a part in some of the Commission's decisions. In some cases, the IWGC assumed that communities of forgotten personnel would not recognise or value individual forms of commemoration. In other cases, they were simply not provided with the names or burial locations. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission and the government both of the time and today, I want to apologise for the failures to live up to their founding principles all those years ago and express deep regret that it has taken so long to rectify the situation. Whilst we can't change the past, we can make amends and take action. And as part of this commission, the Commission has accepted all recommendations of the Special Committee. In the interest of time, I will group these in three themes, Mr. Speaker. First, the Commission will geographically and chronologically extend the search in the historical record for inequalities in commemoration and act on what is found. Second, the Commission will renew its commitment to equality in commemoration through the building of physical or digital commemorative structures. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Commission will use its own online presence and wider education activities to reach out to all the communities of the former British Empire touched by the two world wars to make sure their hidden history is brought to life. Over the coming 6 months, the Commission will be assembling a global and diverse community of external experts who can help make this happen. There is also more the Government specifically can do. The Ministry of Defence I lead will be determinedly proactive in standing for the values of equality, supporting diversity and investing in all our people. There is always more to be done, and that is why I welcome the Wigston review into inappropriate behaviours and recently took the rare decision to let service personnel give evidence as part of the inquiry into women in the armed forces led by my honourable friend, the member for Wrexham, through the Defence Select Committee. Furthermore, in order to honour the contribution to our armed forces, our friends from the Commonwealth and Nepal, myself and the Home Secretary will shortly be launching a public consultation to enable non-UK service personnel who choose to settle in the UK on proposals to remove their visa settlement fees. Mr. Speaker, the historic failings identified in this report must be acknowledged and acted upon, and they will be. But recognising the mistakes of the past should not diminish the Commonwealth War Graves Commission's groundbreaking achievements of today. The recommendations of the Special Committee should be welcomed by all of us. They are not just an opportunity for the Commission to complete its task and right historic wrongs, but they are also about pointing out the amazing thing that it is to serve our country and our allies. The amazing thing I know from being a soldier is the relationships that we forge together are forged on operations. True soldiers are agnostic of class, race and gender because the bond that holds us together is a bond forged in war. When on operations we share the risk, we share the sorrow and we rely on each other to get through sometimes the toughest times. The friendships I made in my service are still strong. Those common bonds were what lay behind the Imperial War Graves Commission's principles, and it is truly sad that on the occasions identified by the report, those principles were not followed. I feel it is my duty as a former soldier, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing by those who gave their lives in the First World War across the Commonwealth, and take what necessary steps we can to rectify the situation. The publication of this report is the beginning, not the end, and I look forward to working with my colleagues across the House to ensure that the CWGC receives the support and resources they need to take forward this important piece of work. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State John Healey.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and for the advance copy. I thank the Commission for their advance briefing, which I know a number of honourable members had received before today. Above all, can I thank the Secretary of State for his apology, both on behalf of the Government of the time and of the Commission. This is an important moment for the Commission and for the country in coming to terms with past injustices and dedicating ourselves to future action. And none of this would have happened without my right honourable friend, the member for Tottenham. His documentary, The Unremembered, laid bare the early history of the Imperial War Graves Commission and exposed the Commission had failed to live up to its founding aim of equality of treatment for all war dead. And can I also pay tribute to Channel 4 and to David Olashuga for producing that documentary, and to Professor Michelle Barrett, whose research underpinned that work. Mr. Speaker, perhaps in another era we'd have been tempted to leave that there, but rightly the Commission did not, and indeed my right honourable friend would not have let them leave it there. This report is a credit to the Commission of today, but its content is a great discredit to the Commission and to the Britain of a century ago. An estimated 45,000 to 54,000 casualties, predominantly Indian, East African, West African, Egyptian and Somali personnel, were commemorated unequally. A further 116,000 casualties, potentially as many as 350,000, were not commemorated by name or not commemorated at all. In the words of the Special Committee who produced this report, the Commission failed to do what it was set up to do. The IWGC was responsible for or complicit in decisions outside Europe that compromised its principles and treated war dead differently and often unequally. This history needs to be corrected and shared, and the unfinished work of the 1920s needs to be put right where possible. Mr. Speaker, this has been part of Britain's blind spot to our colonial past, and we've been too slow as a country since then to recognise and honour fully the regiments and the troops drawn from Africa and Asia and the Caribbean. Today is a reminder of the great contribution and sacrifice that so many from these countries have made to forging modern multicultural Britain. What matters now is what happens next. The follow-up to the report's recommendations cannot be part of business as before for the Commission. What role will the Secretary of State play as Chair of the Commission? Is he satisfied the Commission has sufficient resources to do this additional work? And if not, will he make more available? What role will Britain's embassy staff, including our defence attachés, play in communicating this public apology, in researching new names and in telling the wider story of the sacrifice communities in these countries made during World War I? When can we expect the completion of the investigation into the way the Commission commemorated the dead from these countries during the Second World War? And what commitment will he make today to report to Parliament on the Commission's progress along those goals? And additionally, Mr. Speaker, we welcome the Secretary of State's pre-announcement of the consultation on a scheme to end the injustice of Commonwealth and Nepalese soldiers paying twice for their British citizenship. It's something we've campaigned for, the British Legion's campaigned for, and particularly my honourable friend, the member for Barnsley Central, who's not on the call list today, has led and championed that cause. Can the Secretary of State say exactly when the consultation will be launched? Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, no apology can atone for the injustice, the indignity, the suffering set out in this report. The Secretary of State spoke today as a soldier. There was a soldier, the Honourable Member for Middlesbrough West, more than 100 years ago in this chamber, speaking about the Commission, said, "We served in common cause. We suffered equal hardships. We took equal risks, and we desired that if we fell, we should be buried together under one general system and in one comradeship of death." Today, Mr. Speaker, belatedly, we aim to commemorate in full the sacrifice of many thousands who died for our country in the First World War and who have not yet been fully honoured. We will remember them.
Speaker, can I thank my right honourable colleague opposite for both the sort of tone and the support, I think, for the whole House's efforts, and obviously the right honourable member for Tottenham's almost single-handed drive to get it higher up, even though as I think he rightly credits himself, some of the academics and the programme makers made a step change in that. And I want to repeat, Mr. Speaker, my regret that it has taken so long. None of us were here in the 1920s, but many of us were here for the last 30, 40, 50 years, and I think it is a deep point of regret for me that in my own education, what I was taught of the First World War predominantly boiled down to the Somme and poets, but very little about the contribution from the Commonwealth countries and the wider, at the time, British Empire. And I think, as I go around the world as Defence Secretary, it is remarkable to be reminded of those contributions. In some parts of the world there are graves and places to commemorate. I went to my own father's base where he fought during the Malaya emergency, now in Malaysia, to see the Gurkha cemetery, where men were dying both to defeat communism, to protect Malaysia, but also on behalf of what was then Britain then, right up into the early 70s. I think it is important to remember that we have excluded a lot of that from our children's education, and I think we have to absolutely rectify that. To the right honourable member's points on regular updates, I'm absolutely happy to come to the House either in written form in the library or indeed on occasion to make a statement on the update of the progress. As the report itself says, some of these are quickly delivered recommendations and some will take time, and I think the investigation, for example, into the Second World War commemoration and everything else is ongoing, and I will make sure the Commission not only knows that it has my support, but we will hold them to account in delivering that, and I will seek regular quarterly updates from the Commission of the progress they make, and in turn update the House. How we will communicate and make sure we work with the Commonwealth countries, because this is not just about an audience here, it is about all those people in those countries. And only recently I was talking both to my Kenyan counterpart and visited Kenya again, and indeed visited Somalia, and it's important that the people there both understand the sacrifice of their fellow citizens, but also that we explain and hold them, honour them as well. And as we speak, our Defence Attaché network and other ambassadors and officials around the world are communicating these reports to host countries. Some of them we have been earlier engaged. In countries such as Kenya, for example, we have already been working on memorials and things we can do together, and making sure they understand the content of this report, and we will continue to use that network going forward. As for funding and what future steps, I'm absolutely open to all suggestions of more that we can do for education, what we can do for commemoration, and the Commission itself at the moment says it is satisfied that it has the budget, but I don't rule out looking at more funding for it if that is required. Its current income is 52 million, contributed by a range of Commonwealth countries who contribute to the funding, but there is nothing to rule out. I'm not ruling it out. I would be very open to sensible suggestions that make that difference. And I think, just as I've said again, I will continue to update the House and make sure that we hold both the Commission to account, and the House can hold me to account in my position as chair of that Commission. And I think we should take this as the start point, Mr. Speaker, not the end.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 15th of June 1955, a small force commanded by RAF regiment officers, including my father, crawled into the Wadi Hatib in Aden Protectorate. They were ambushed. The commanding officer was killed, another British officer was killed, and 6 Arab soldiers were killed. My father took over command. The 6 Arab soldiers are unknown, except, of course, the Arab officer. He got a posthumous military cross, as did the commanding officer, posthumous military cross, as did my father. But the other 5 Arab soldiers, there is no record of these men who gave their lives for this country. So I entirely endorse the recommendations and the conclusions of the GWC report. My question, though, is this. Mindful of the fact that we don't pay any attention to graves from the Boer War, or wars before 1900, and they're just left to go to wreck and ruin, how long, Secretary of State, will we be able to sustain the brilliant effort that actually the Commission carries out now in maintaining graves from the Second World War and onwards?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I mean, first of all, him and I share the same thing, and some of the sadness and anger I feel from this report is driven out of being a soldier. He and I will know what it is like to be in our operations, and it is a great leveller. One of the strengths of military service is actually it is a great leveller. You realise people you thought weren't brave turn out to be brave, people you thought were brave turn out not to be so. You realise that there are different skills that help you get through things, and it is never linked to your class or your colour or whatever. It is linked to all the other qualities that people have, and first and foremost it surprises you. And so it angers me here that brothers in arms in those days, predominantly the brethren, were forgotten for whatever reasons, and that mustn't happen again. Look, the Commonwealth War Graves Commission as it is today does do an amazing job, and for any of colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, who have attended numerous graveyards around the world or sites where you'll see the effort that has gone to, sometimes in quite hostile countries. I don't think there is any ambition to draw that down. In fact, there's an ambition to, I think in today's world, we're more and more of the view that commemoration is very important for learning to avoid problems of the future. So I think it will go on. We will continue to fund it, continue to support it. And I know honourable members across the House who sit on it, sometimes its governing bodies, etc., will continue to do a first-class job.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Martin Doherty-Hughes. Martin.
With your indulgence, Mr Speaker, may I congratulate the former MP for Western Bartonshire, John McFall, a son of the Rock of Dumbarton, on his elevation as Speaker of the other place. And while he knows I'm opposed to an unelected chamber, I know that he is a dedicated public servant and I count him as a very good friend. Let me thank the honourable member, first of all, of Tottenham for all the work that they have done, but also the Secretary of State for his words, which I'm sure will start the process of healing for the descendants of those who have given so much for a state that did not seem to value that sacrifice at the time. And as the grandnephew of James Timlin of County Mayo, whose name is found on the War Memorial of Tynecott, having fallen on the 29th of December 1918, let me also acknowledge the work of the War Graves Commission. That said, there is obviously something of a grim irony in this report, coming so close to one on racism, which we heard about just the other week. And so it makes me wonder, Mr Speaker, about what the Secretary of State just said. I do not believe for a moment that he does not believe that there has been a great wrong committed here. I just wonder if he can somehow address the distinct cognitive dissonance everyone on the opposition side is feeling when they hear it said. Because there's another truth that's revealed in a report such as this one. Well, we have become used to the Windrush post-war framing of immigration and diversity on these islands. Is it not the case that people of many cultures have fought for, if not enjoyed the benefit of, our freedoms for an awful lot longer than that? And as we think of the hundreds and thousands of Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, animists, and those of no religion who have not been commemorated because they did not fit the white ideal of what is supposed to fit into a uniform, I think it's important for those of all faiths and none to be assured that they are valued not only in our armed forces, but in the police, in the NHS, or wherever they serve. The Secretary of State can be assured of the support from all on my benches, should he wish to do that.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member and for his comments, and indeed his comments about the former member, I think, Dumbarton's elevation. Any of us who knew him in this House will be pleased for him to do that. But I hear what he says, and I think I can really refer him to the points I make earlier, which is what conforms to uniform, what conforms to what makes a good soldier is actually all those qualities I talked about earlier. It's not about colour, it's not about religion, it's not about many of those other things that are used or have been used to discriminate in the past. And I think I just hope that this report absolutely is a catalyst to remind people that many people gave their lives for this country and for supposedly for those values that should have been agnostic to who they were and where they came from. And if we're going to honour them through this report, we're going to honour them by putting it right, and we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. And then as in the present, as Defence Secretary, I have to do much more to make sure we recruit more people from backgrounds that are viewed not as the white background that you talk about, but from all parts of our culture in society, because that actually adds to the capability of our armed forces, doesn't detract, and we are sorely missing the right numbers of people to continue to make our armed forces the best in the world.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the statement today, and I publicly thank the Commission for its excellent work over many years. Having also visited several sites, could I please ask the Minister what challenges he sees with regards to those sites located further afield? So, for example, my sense is that the sites in Western Europe and the UK, the Falklands, are easily maintained and will be so for the future. But are there particular difficulties, perhaps, that may lie ahead for those sites that are located in Africa, across the Far East, and in further aflung places?
My honourable friend raises one of the key challenges of maintaining sites, sometimes in places that have been quite hostile. I think one of the strengths of how the modern-day War Graves Commission does its job is by using local staff, by engaging locally, and indeed by being supported by both the Department and the Defence Diplomatic Network to make sure that we work with host governments as well. I'm in a sense, more optimistic because I think this report will help open further the door for commemorating and finding and indeed maintaining some of those sites. Because, you know, if we come along and say to the host countries, you know, hands up, this is what we could have done better, this is what we didn't do right, we have a far greater chance of being collectively able to commemorate those people and making sure that we educate both their populations and our populations here about the contribution that was made.
David.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is most definitely a watershed moment in the life of this country, and can I put on record my thanks to Professor Michelle Barrett, to David Olusoga and to Channel 4 for their work in this documentary. Can I associate myself with the remarks of my Right Honourable friend, the member for Wentworth and Dearne, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his words in the Chamber today. All of us in the Chamber, and it is still the case in this country, when we think of the First World War, we think of the Western Front, and we think of the poems of Wilfred Owen and the Battle of Somme. We do not think of where the first bullets were fired in the First World War, which were in fact in the East African campaign in Africa. And so on this sombre day but important day, I'm thinking of the King's African Riflemen and the many, many thousands of men who were dragged from their villages to be in the carrier corps on behalf of the then British Empire. There is no higher service than to die for your country in war. And it is the case that every single culture on the planet honours those who die in those circumstances. It is a great travesty and a stain and a shame that this country failed to do that for black and brown people across Africa, India and the Middle East. But we have come to this moment 100 years on. It's a very, very important moment, and I thank the Secretary of State for his leadership and the Commonwealth War Graves Commission for the work that they have done to get us to this point. Can I just ask the Secretary of State, because I do think further resources will be necessary, particularly in those countries, to commemorate in the appropriate way, and the necessary resources to revisit the archives in those countries, to find names where there are names, but to appropriately commemorate where those names do not exist. We use the word whitewash for a reason. Let there be no more whitewashing. The unremembered will be remembered, and future generations of young people in our own country and the Commonwealth will understand their sacrifice.
Secretary of State.
Thank you. And the Right Honourable Gentleman, last point is will, should, must understand their sacrifice, I think is really important. And exactly as he said, the East Africa campaign, the early salvos of the First World War. And was I taught that at school? No. How many in this House probably were? Almost none at all. And I think I have already worked closely with my Kenyan counterpart, and I will continue to do so, and I regularly speak to her about that. I think, as the report says itself, it indicates towards things like bursaries and education and indeed working with the archives. And both the Commission and others will have the support of the Department in being able to do that and follow through on the report. And at the same time, on funding, if funding is required, I'm absolutely supportive of accessing that funding to help deliver what is required in those countries and indeed at here. And they will have the full weight of our defence diplomatic network to make sure that we can be seen to support and actually support delivering on those issues. And I think just if I may, Mr. Speaker, the actions by the Right Honourable Gentleman on this are something to be commended. It's not just a passing thing, it is a real thing that he has achieved that starts a process for many, many decades. It will probably affect my grandchildren's education, and not many people can say in this House that they make a real long-lasting difference. And I will be taking that report when I go back to Kenya and to other parts of the Commonwealth, and I shall reflect on it and seek, when I have a visit, that we find a place to commemorate together with my counterpart and lay a wreath on behalf of all those people.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I thank the member for Tottenham for raising this important issue and for campaigning so tirelessly to acknowledge the death of all soldiers that fought in the Great War. And may I thank the Secretary of State for bringing this statement to the House today and for the humility and the acknowledgement of your work as a soldier that has made the realization that death is the great equalizer for us all. And thank you for remembering every soldier across the Commonwealth that gave their life during World War I. And will my right honourable friend join me now in paying tribute to those serving in our armed forces currently who are bravely serving across the world, and just to acknowledge their sacrifice and to thank them for the work that they do.
Yes, I mean, one of the best ways to honour the people in this report is to support as much as we can the people serving today and our veterans. And I would like to place on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, my sadness for losing my colleague yesterday, the former Veterans Minister, who did contribute to supporting and making government policy better for our veterans, supported by the wider government, and he will be a sad loss, but I know he will continue to campaign for them, and I no doubt will hear him from the backbenches on that issue. But that's why we have set about, both in the command paper, a whole chapter on our people. It's why we are funding things like wraparound childcare for serving personnel. It's never been done before, to make sure that we demonstrate with action and funding that support.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have the honour of representing this place as a Commonwealth War Graves Commissioner, along with the Right Honourable Member for Ludlow. And I want to thank the Defence Secretary, as the Chair of the Commission, for what he has said today, and commend the report of the Special Committee, made up of external experts, for their diligent and extensive work. As set out in the Kenyan report over 100 years ago, it said it was ordained that what was done for one was done for all, and that all, whatever their military rank or position in civic life, should have equal treatment in their graves. I cannot stress enough just how seriously all commissioners take this matter, and how committed we all are to ensuring that we right the historic wrongs of the past, ensuring that we correct errors and omissions. And the service of all to our country matters. We will remember them, and remember them all. And I want to pay tribute to my right honourable friend for Tottenham and Professor Michelle Barrett for their important work on this issue. They provided the vital catalyst for the Commission setting up the Special Committee. And alongside the full and unconditional apology for the wrongs of the past, the Commission have already agreed a detailed action plan to address all the Special Committee's recommendations. And I'm sure that we all want these to be implemented in a timely way. So could I just ask the Defence Secretary, if needed, will there be additional resources so we can complete this work as quickly as possible?
Chief State.
Well, I'm grateful for the Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull North comments. Yes, I mean, the answer is yes. I will ask in return that she, in her role as a Commissioner alongside, make sure that what requests are match the aspirations and the recommendations in that report. And I think that is something. And I will be delighted to continue to work with her and the other Commissioners on that. And I would also place on record that the Commissioners did an excellent job alongside the independent experts. And when we met on this a few weeks ago, I think they made it very clear to me their determination, the Commissioners, to carry out the recommendations and to put right the issues identified in the report.
We now go to Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to follow the Right Honourable Lady, the Member for Kingston upon Hull North, who I share membership of the Commission with today. and I am proud to be a Commissioner, and I am grateful to the Chairman of the Commission for his important statement today. I'm also proud of the 1,200 people who today work in 150 countries around the world, tending the memorials, commemorations and gravestones of the many who served and lost their lives for the protection of this country and our values. Over 100 years ago, the War Graves Commission was established with a specific remit to commemorate the First World War dead of the then British Empire, and to do so defined by the principle of equality of treatment in death, whatever their rank, religion or race. This happened in Europe, and I am not proud today that this did not happen across Africa, the Middle East and India. So I'd like to join my Right Honourable friend and the Right Honourable Lady in welcoming the report that we commissioned in December 2019, a month following the Channel 4 programme presented by the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham, featuring the work of Professor Michelle Barrett, which acted as a catalyst for this report based on detailed research through available archives. And I can confirm that this issue has been and is being taken extremely seriously within the Commission, and we are committed to ensuring that we right the historic wrongs of the past. The Commission has been working over the last 20 years to ensure that we correct errors or omissions as we find them, and that's what we will do on the back of this report. My Right Honourable friend has confirmed that he will hold the Commission to account in delivering the detailed action plan which it has agreed to address the recommendations made by the Special Committee. But will he agree with me that while we cannot right the wrongs of 100 years ago, the Commission can and should recognise that mistakes were made, apologise for them as he has just done, and commit to do what we can, where we can, now, to renew our commitment to equality and commemoration with all communities of the former British Empire touched by both world wars, where this report reveals that that did not take place.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend is first of all right to point out the determination of the existing Commission and over the last 20 years to correct things as they find them, and I think this is one of those times where they have exposed things going way back. But he is also absolutely right that when you go around the world, that network of people do an amazing job. It is extraordinary where you find, almost like an oasis, well-kept areas of commemoration in parts of the world that you were often surprised we were even there in the first place, but also a surprise that even now they are kept and looked after. And those volunteers, some of them, and also some of the paid employers do an extremely good job as well. I think in answer to the funding, as I've said to his honourable friend from Hull, I absolutely stand by to make sure we find the available funding to deliver that. I ask in the return the same of you, which is to make sure that these things are properly dealt with and looked at and examined, and they fit in accordance with the report's recommendations and further subsequent recommendations as well.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The revelations set out in this report are unacceptable, and it is important that service and sacrifice is properly commemorated for all. Today, a Commonwealth service leaver with a partner and 2 children will have to pay almost £10,000 to continue to live in the UK, despite those years of service and sacrifice. So will the Government commit to waiving application fees for indefinite leave for all those members of the Armed Forces on discharge and their families, and demonstrate that they really are looking at tackling inequalities?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and it prompts me to answer the last question of my right honourable colleague opposite. We will start the consultation on that at the beginning of May.
David Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This report's findings make for very uncomfortable reading, but I pay tribute to the committee, today's Commission for its response, and to the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham and all those he worked with on drawing a vital spotlight to this issue. It will sadly be impossible in too many cases, but does my right honourable friend agree that where the Commission can identify descendants of those who were named, that it tries to work with them on appropriately commemorating those who gave their lives in the service of this country? Because it can't undo what happened then, but it might provide some small comfort today.
Secretary of State.
Absolutely, and the report commits to try and seek further detail both through archives and others, about trying to identify those individuals, and therefore make sure we try and find a way to commemorate. The plus side in this day and age is the internet and the ability to communicate. I've already had an email in my inbox this morning from a man in Kenya about his grandfather, and I read it with sadness and interest, and it gives people that opportunity to connect up. And hopefully this report will be a catalyst for many of those things, and we'll be able to follow them up. I'll make sure that I pass on the email to the appropriate authorities, but also I think it gives me somebody to visit when I go back next to Kenya.
Kevin Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I first of all declare an interest as a former Commissioner of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission and a current trustee of the Commonwealth War Graves Foundation? Can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, member for Tottenham, for his work in this issue? And can I commend the Secretary of State for his statement today? I'd also like to pay tribute to the present Commissioners who have commissioned this report, not an easy task for them to do. And reading the report is not easy. The Commission, quite rightly, in Europe, commemorates all those, including from India and across the Commonwealth, who died in the First World War, whether it be the Indian Memorial at Neuve-Chapelle, or the Brighton Memorial to Sikhs, or the Southampton Memorial, which has Lord Kitchener's name alongside the African Labour Corps that died in the First World War. But that doesn't get away from the fact that attitudes were taken, racist attitudes were taken to treat others in other parts of the world differently. Can I ask the Secretary of State on Education, he knows that the Commonwealth War Graves Foundation is currently working with the MOD to promote education amongst young people around broad issues of the Commonwealth War Graves Foundation. I wonder whether he could act as a catalyst to draw other government departments to work that we can do not just in this country but internationally, to ensure that this story is told and that future generations, I think his aspiration is, recognise the debt we have to these individuals.
Secretary of State.
My right honourable friend, my right honourable member, absolutely right. And the last point, his point on education, I think is true. I think one of the answers to the questions of why has it taken so long is, I think if people had been educated about what we did, the next question would have been, so how do I commemorate it? And because it wasn't educated, no one asked the question, no one created the pressure to find out. I think that's started now, and I'll be delighted to speak to my colleague in the Department of Education, Minister of Education, see what they can do in the curriculum and indeed teaching that, but also make sure, as I think the Commission's report itself talks about, education in those countries as well, and to make sure that people have access to the history and we can then incorporate it into our future teaching.
We now go to Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Defence Secretary for this very important and much needed statement? Can I ask him though, does he agree with me that the contribution made by soldiers from Commonwealth countries to our current armed forces is still extremely valuable today?
Secretary of State.
It's absolutely not only valuable, it makes us who we are, and we should continue to do more and more. We recruited over 1,000 from the Commonwealth this year alone, and we should always recognise that our strength is our diversity and our global connections, and I think people from all backgrounds bring real strengths to us, and we will continue to do what we can to support. We'll have our consultation. Since I have been Defence Secretary, myself and the Home Secretary has moved lots of policy issues that weren't progressing around interpreters, for example, in Afghanistan, that sent messages about how Britain values people, that supports it from other parts of the world, and we'll continue to do that.
Stephen Bonnar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Underpinning all of the past commemorations decisions were the entrenched prejudices and rampant racism of imperial attitudes. We know the empire is over, but these attitudes linger on, and if they do not, why then does the UK government support anti-racism, which the UN has already stated is reprehensible and normalises white supremacy, push back against calls to decolonise the curriculum? A landmark decision has already been taken in my own constituency with my own local authority of North Lanarkshire Council. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that we should lead the way in anti-racist education, as the SNP have pledged to do in the upcoming manifesto.
Secretary of State.
Well, I think every political party would support equality teaching in schools and not teaching racism. I'm happy to explore further his comments about anti-colonial, decolonising our education process, curriculum. My grandfather was a Scot who went to India. An awful lot of my Scottish family were served abroad in the Empire. That was a lot of how many Scots themselves found success or education by going afield. So I think it's important to educate people about the role we all played in the Empire, whether the good and the bad, but also we should also recognise all those people that were part of it and the sacrifices that were made and the treatment that they received, good and bad, and I think that is really important.
We now go to Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This report does make for uncomfortable reading and lessons have to be learnt, and I thank the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham for being a leading light in this important matter. And I too add my comments and thoughts with other members from across the House regarding the need to ensure education is put at the forefront and that the history curriculum really does reflect the massive contribution made by our Commonwealth Armed Forces. We also know that war memorials and war graves, sadly, are desecrated, and I saw that recently in Tunstall Memorial Gardens. But thanks to Macy and Isabel, aged 10 and 5, who were inspired by the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, they went down and cleaned it up. So would my right honourable friend join me in praising Macy and Isabel and celebrate the Commonwealth War Graves Commission's work in maintaining the upkeep of 23,000 cemeteries across the world?
State.
Yes, I fully support my honourable friend. There is an amazing amount of work that is done across the world and at home in some of the smallest graveyards as well, not just big ones that we often see on the telly. They are looked after immaculately. They are also a place for many people of sanctuary themselves. And I think when we connect young people with those places, it also is a great vehicle to remind what sacrifice is and actually the horrors of war and why it should always be in our interest to try and avoid it.
We now go to Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Secretary of State for his comments today and the tenor in which he's made them. I'm pleased that the Commission has fully accepted the Special Committee's recommendations. And I say, if I'm able to visit my great-grandfather's headstone in one of the First World War cemeteries in France, the great-grandchildren from our West African, East African, Somali, Egyptian, Indian diaspora, amongst others, should equally have fitting memorials to honour all their ancestors. We must ensure deeds, not just words, to rectify this historic racism and prejudice and to secure justice. So can I ask the Secretary of State whether he will commit to ensure to take steps that any additional funding made available to the Commonwealth War Graves Commission to implement these important recommendations is protected and ring-fenced for this specific and important work?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think I would go as far as saying I can agree to make funding available, and I will rely on the commissioners, both the obviously Right Honourable Member for Ludlow, the Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull, and all the other and all the other members who are on that commission to be the guardian of implementing this report and its next steps. And what I don't want is people to come to this House and say that the money was a barrier to something, but I also want to make sure that we do it in an appropriate way that has a lasting impact, that makes sure that, as I said, the start of the process doesn't end. It goes on and on and on until we have commemorated the past, but also value people in the future.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House would wish to honour the heroism and sacrifice of all troops who fought for this country, whether they be from the UK or the wider Commonwealth. The report certainly makes for sombre reading, and I'm pleased that my right honourable friend will take forward the recommendations cited within it. However, would he agree with me that it would be entirely wrong to let the brave African and Asian service personnel of the last century be dragged into the divisive culture wars of the present day?
The only wars I'm interested in are the ones that we can finish, avoid, or that threaten our values, and that's what the people we will need to do that, the people we will need to protect us. I don't care where they come from, I don't care what their orientation is, I don't care what colour they are.
Patricia Gibson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The failure to formally honour and remember Black and Asian service personnel in the same way as white troops is indeed a cause for shame and deep sadness. And I'm pleased that the Minister has indicated that all support necessary to try and do what we can to right this wrong will be made available. But can he confirm that this support is progressed with the utmost urgency and sensitivity so that finally all our war dead are given the respect they deserve? He will understand, I am sure, that any delays will only entrench the sense of hurt and disrespect that this report will inevitably provoke. Secretary of State.
Yes, and please be under no illusion, Madam Speaker, that the Commission is absolutely determined to see this through. Your own members are on the Commission, or members of this House, and they are determined, and we will continue to both talk together, work together, and the weight of the department will be behind them in achieving their goals.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I join members across the House in paying tribute to the tireless campaigning work of my right honourable friend, the member for Tottenham, in bringing us to this important watershed moment in our nation's history. I welcome the Special Committee's report, which makes for sobering reading in laying bare the historic injustice that meant that tens of thousands of Commonwealth military personnel who made the ultimate sacrifice, giving their lives for this country in World War I, have been commemorated unequally or not at all. In seeking to right this historic wrong, the committee's report recommends an ongoing commitment to continue the search for the unnamed war dead and those potentially not commemorated. So can the Secretary of State please outline what resources will be made available to the Commonwealth War Graves Commission to make that a reality, to ensure both that all our gracious war dead are commemorated equally and that future generations are able to remember them?
Secretary of State.
At present, the Commission says that it is currently satisfied that its £52 million budget is enough to start that process. However, we will complement that with the time and dedication of our defence diplomatic network, over 100 military defence attaches around, and indeed supporting staff in the embassies, so their actual presence in country will be there working alongside, and as I've said earlier, I'll be happy to review any requests coming forward for funding for other parts of the report or subsequent investigations.
The final question is from Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A visit to a Commonwealth War Graves cemetery can be very emotional. Lines of tombstones confront you with those fallen, all honoured in the same way. The commemorative equality given to matters of rank and class is remarkable, and I must congratulate the Commission on that. But when it comes to race, the Commission have disastrously failed to live up to these principles. The Secretary of State has united the House in the way he has presented his statement today. But can he expand on how the Ministry of Defence will support the Commission by way of funding and guidance in implementing the recommendations made in this report, and how this can be made a continuous process?
Secretary of State.
Madam Speaker, I'd just first of all like to place a record that this Commission and some of the previous Commissions have actually taken some really strong steps in fixing what was wrong when it was identified. The area of regret is that we didn't do a lot of this much earlier, and I also would like to just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't forget, whatever the circumstances were, many of these people gave their lives to defeat fascism, to defeat people that challenged our freedoms, both for themselves and for us, and that was a sacrifice for many that was, in my view, worth it insofar as the freedoms that we enjoy. And I think that is really, really important not to forget in this report, that it wasn't for nothing. These people didn't give up their lives, whatever the circumstances were, for nothing. Certainly in the wars of the Second World War and others, the real threat to our freedoms was real. But I will continue, as I've said in earlier answers, to make sure that the Commission is supported by the Department, I as Chair, as well as Defence Secretary, and as the members on that Commission, to continue to work to always make sure that we commemorate our dead, commemorate people who made sacrifices, whether it was in the First World War, Second World War, all the other conflicts. We owe it to them. How we do it is changing sometimes. To visit the National Arboretum is also a sobering and very emotive place. To see each individual, often units or indeed regiments, or indeed conflicts celebrated slightly differently or commemorated is also very moving. And I think that is a good way and a future way to look at how we can unite people around our Commonwealth.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and we now... Were you raising a point of order? Point of order.
Point of order. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to be able to raise this point of order in relation to the operating of the quarantine exemptions process. An effective quarantine system is vital for protecting our borders, but there has to be some consideration and compassion for those who are vulnerable, who have disabilities or complex health conditions and medical evidence to prove it. There's been little opportunity to debate these exemptions, and this week guidance appeared on the Department for Health website. But the Commons Library confirmed there's been no written or verbal statement regarding this, which we need to support our constituents' cases. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite representation and medical evidence, one of my constituents with complex health conditions, forced to quarantine alone, ended up being rushed to hospital over Easter, and doctors there again said she shouldn't have been in the hotel at all. I now have a 16-year-old constituent, Ms Malik, who went urgently to visit her ill father in Dubai whilst her mother was at home with her sisters. She's now been stuck in Dubai for weeks, terrified to return. She's a minor. It's not safe for her to quarantine in a hotel on her own, nor would she be allowed to by law. Her father's in Dubai, her mother has 2 other children to look after, there's no one who can quarantine with her. She has a history of self-harming, and her GP has asked that she be allowed to self-isolate at home with protections. She's due to come back on Saturday. We have had first a rejection, and since then nothing but delays and lack of compassion and support from the Department for Health. So could I ask your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on what is the process the government is following? How experienced are those staff making those decisions? And I would be grateful to put this on record and seek advice so that we can scrutinise the government on what's going on, including those who are fasting due to Ramadan, not getting food at the right times, so that there can be some accountability and support for our constituents.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her courtesy in giving notice of her point of order. She's raised a number of issues about details that I am not in a position to answer. But I think she is an experienced member of the House and knows the various ways in which she can question ministers. If there's any doubt about that, she can consult the Table Office. But what she has done today, obviously, is to make her concerns known about the very important matters and cases. She's brought that to the attention of the House. She's put it on the record, and with regard to further information or statements that may be made, I'm sure the Treasury Bench will have heard her views that she would like that to happen. Thank you. We now come to the Select Committee statement. James Sunderland will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to put questions on the subject of the statement and will call James Sunderland to respond to these in turn. I call the Chair of the Committee on the Armed Forces Bill, James Sunderland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the Armed Forces Bill Select Committee publishes its special report on the new Armed Forces Bill, and it's my privilege to present it to the House. Getting to this point has taken significant effort right across Westminster, so it's my duty to express my gratitude to several key stakeholders. First of all, to the Backbench Business Committee for the opportunity to make this statement, to the Speaker's Office and to the Ministry of Defence for all of its staff support and advice, notably on the content and scope of the bill. I would also like to thank the 16 honourable and right honourable members of the committee for their contribution, humour and hard work. We broke new ground as the first committee of the House to conduct line-by-line scrutiny of a bill via virtual means and worked intensively in the build-up, both before Easter and during recess, to hear from many witnesses. I humbly thank them for putting their trust in me by electing a new MP as chair, and I'm proud to represent the 2019 intake at this statement. I also know that I speak for all members by expressing my gratitude to those who contributed to our inquiry. Their depth of knowledge and professionalism was inspiring. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the committee staff and wider technical teams for their support over the past few months. This has proven invaluable through both virtual and hybrid working. And I make no apology for mentioning Ms Johanna Solberg and in particular the presiding clerk, Mr Matthew Congreve, whose contribution and guidance at the age of 24 has been truly outstanding. This report, published earlier today, is the key output of the ad hoc Select Committee on the Armed Forces Bill. For those interested in history, the requirement to do so is a procedural anomaly harking back to the 1689 Bill of Rights. Every 5 years, the bill must pass through Parliament, thereby renewing the Armed Forces Act and Statute and enabling the maintenance of standing forces in peacetime. Since 1961, the bill has led to the creation of a unique hybrid committee, technically a select committee, with the power to summon witnesses and hear evidence, but also acting as a public bill committee by scrutinising the legislation line by line. Not only is the bill essential to retaining and resourcing our armed forces, but it has come to serve as a checkpoint for what works and for what is needed in statute. The committee was therefore appointed to scrutinise this important piece of legislation and has done so throughout the past few weeks and by reporting the bill unamended back to the House last week. We inquired into specific areas of the bill, focusing on the Armed Forces Covenant, the Service Justice System and the Service Complaint System. We also explored additional areas, including diversity in the Armed Forces, healthcare and housing. From the outset, the committee welcomed the requirement to incorporate the Armed Forces Covenant into law and noted that this change is important for service personnel, veterans and their families. We recognise some concerns on how the duty to have due regard to the Covenant will work in practice, the current lack of prescribed outcomes for those entrusted to deliver it, and how the provisions in the bill apply to some areas of the Covenant but not others. We also heard concerns about it only applying to some public bodies but not others. We therefore look forward to seeing the statutory guidance, which will be essential for informing public bodies of what is expected of them in applying the duty of due regard. We recommended that the Government conduct a review after 2 years on how this duty is operating in practice, and that the annual report for the Armed Forces Covenant should review its effectiveness and comment on future scope. We also recommended that the Defence Select Committee, chaired by my right honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East, should conduct post-legislative scrutiny. On the service justice system, the committee found that the bill demonstrates a commitment to improving the system. This, combined with non-statutory measures being implemented following the Lyons Review, should ensure that it has the confidence of those who are subject to it and also the wider public. We therefore welcomed efforts to reform the service justice system, but recognise that some concerns linger on concurrent jurisdiction. We recommended that the Ministry of Defence work quickly to introduce the Defence Serious Crime capability and ensure clear protocols are in place to allow effective cooperation with civilian police forces and agree jurisdiction. Turning to the service complaint system, we welcomed efforts to speed up the process, provided that the necessary safeguards remain in place to ensure fair and equal access to all. We found that current processes do attract criticism, particularly in tackling delays to resolve cases, and we remain cognizant of the heavy workload being placed on individual officers and staff. We also supported the findings of the Wigston Review and advised that the Ministry of Defence implement all of its policy implementations. Turning to our additional areas of scrutiny, the committee heard encouraging evidence that the experience of armed forces personnel with protected characteristics has vastly improved, but recognised that there is still more to be done. We welcomed the former Minister for Defence, People and Veterans committing to, quote, find a mechanism of restorative justice for veterans dismissed due to their actual or perceived sexuality, during the years of the ban on homosexuality in the armed forces. We asked that the Minister report back to the House on progress within 3 months. We also support the important work of the Defence Committee's subcommittee on women in the armed forces, led by my honourable friend, the member for Wrexham. Furthermore, the committee inquired into the provision of healthcare to veterans, particularly in mental health, and found it encouraging that the provision is getting better, but recommended improvements in a number of areas and services. We sought to build on the important work of the Public Accounts Committee in service accommodation and found that the level of satisfaction for personnel and families living in service housing is still low. Whilst work has been undertaken to improve this, we argued that better accommodation is an area that still needs prioritisation within the Ministry of Defence. Finally, on the appointment and remit of our committee, we found that the convention of committing the Armed Forces Bill to a select committee, in addition to its usual committee stage, grants the bill additional scrutiny. Our inquiry was, however, rather rushed due to compressed timelines, and we recommended that future select committees on armed forces bills be given more time to complete their work. Overall, it was a real pleasure to work with honourable and right honourable members from across both sides of the House to deliver this important report. Consensus was achieved in most areas, no easy feat, and we recommended that the appointment of a select committee continues to be the convention for future armed forces bills. I am grateful again to all of my colleagues from all parties. Consensus is always persuasive, and politics is far better for it. Before I finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to remind members of the underlying purpose of all this hard work. This House should aspire that Britain maintains the best armed forces in the world, and that this is the best place in the world to be a veteran. Whilst there is much more to do, I believe that we are getting there. We therefore pay tribute to our armed forces for their work, service and sacrifice, and this bill is a vital part in us meeting our obligations to them. I look forward to working with all members during later consideration of the bill in this chamber, and I commend this special report to the House. Thank you.
Kevin Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by congratulating the Honourable Member for Bracknell, who, although he said he's new, chaired this committee excellently, and pay tribute also, as he said, to the staff who supported the committee, and also could I pay tribute to the witnesses that came before us as well. Now, the Honourable Member has said that this is a unique committee. It meets every 5 years to look at it, and I think I've been on every single bill for the last 20 years. And I've got to say this was a difficult one because of COVID, but it wasn't helped also by the attitude of the Minister of Defence in terms of not providing the statutory guidance. And likewise, I'll put this on record, it was not helped by the attitude of the Minister, of the member for Plymouth Moorview. So would he agree with me that what perhaps does need to change is that in future, and it's in the report about the length of time the committee sits, that a time, say 6 months or so, should be put in to actually ensure that this detailed scrutiny, which I don't think we did this time, can be guaranteed in future.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I please thank my right honourable colleague from Durham North for his question. For me, achieving this outcome was about consensus. It was about all members of the committee coming together, and I pay tribute to him because I know that in the command paper of 2008, the Covenant was first mooted, and it's a combination of both Conservative, Labour, SNP and other MPs that have made it happen today, although of course it's a Conservative government that's brought it in. I'm pretty happy that the report as it currently stands provides some very solid recommendations for the future. And I agree that a more consensual approach to this bill in the future might pay dividends.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my good friend, Member for Bracknell, on the way he chaired it was a difficult committee to chair. Could I ask my honourable friend, though, why the committee didn't feel fit to look at with regard to Northern Ireland, health problems, care problems and vexatious claims made against Northern Ireland veterans? Thank you.
I thank my very good right honourable friend for his question. The simple answer relating to Northern Ireland is that the legacy issues, very much in the news at the moment, are subject to separate work being led by the Northern Ireland Office. And the MOD made it quite clear to me and the other members of the committee that that would not be within the scope of this particular bill. And we divided on that at the beginning of the session. For me personally, the wider issues relating to Northern Ireland and care and the provisions of the Covenant are catered for in this bill. And I'm very pleased that the implementation of the Armed Forces Covenant in statute is very much the core feature of this particular bill and will happen for the benefit of all those in Northern Ireland and elsewhere.
We now go to Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Armed Forces Bill is something of a whirlwind, and I think all on the Ad Hoc Bill Committee will have learned so much over the last couple of months as the Chair, the member for Bracknell, the clerks and the digital support staff, to whom we owe a debt of gratitude, will know for enabling the hybrid committee to function. I think it would be remiss of me also not to congratulate the member for Aldershot for their appointment to the front bench. It does seem, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Dohertys seem to get everywhere. It shouldn't come as a surprise to me, I suppose, after a good few years in the Defence Select Committee, but the Armed Forces has come on in so many ways in recent years and how it seeks to recruit and retain personnel, something for which they should be commended. It should also be said that all who were on the committee were resolved to ensuring the process continues. However, while there was much for us to be positive about and agree on, as the Chair of the Committee has stated, I cannot help but feel that we are at a crucial inflection point in the way that the Armed Forces in the state is perceived. And the more I think of those of us in the opposition who sought to bring amendments that sought to bring the Armed Forces closer to the society it seeks to protect, the more I feel the government favoured measures that keep them remote, discreet and unempowered. Myself and my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North West, tabled common sense amendments on a representative body, on gender neutral language and on bringing the age of recruitment in line with our NATO allies. We supported other amendments on housing and on terms and conditions and never really understood why the government could not. We use the language, Madam Deputy Speaker, of heroes so often to describe those in the armed forces that sometimes we forget that all of them mostly just want the simple pleasures of good pay, conditions and terms of service, or at least certainty, and certainly no worse than their fellow public servants in the NHS or police force. So let me thank my fellow committee members for their work, to the Chair as well, for over the last couple of months, and the clerks for writing this report, and here's to more scrutiny of the work of the MOD at third reading.
Just a quick reminder that the idea here is that we ask very brief questions of the honourable member rather than speeches. I don't know whether James Sunderland needs to respond.
Can I please thank the member for West Admartshire for his kind words and also the very positive way in which he and his colleague from the SNP have engaged in the whole process. My simple response to his observation is that, in a very objective way, the Armed Forces Bill is notable for what's not in it. And the reason I say that is because the report that we submit today makes it absolutely clear where we feel, where the committee feels further work is needed. I refer him back to the report. I think I'm with him in many of the areas that he describes, and no doubt over the next 5 years the MOD will do its best to implement those issues.
We now go to Sarah Brickley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I start by saying on behalf of the 2019 intake that we're all very proud that our honourable friend was selected as the chair of the Select Committee, and of him making a statement to the House today, as he is the first of our intake to do this. Madam Deputy Speaker, across Hyndburn and Haslingden we have tremendous respect and support for our armed forces, both past and present, not just because we're the home of the famous Accrington Pals. So can my honourable friend explain in what way the bill makes life fairer and better for our armed forces?
James Sunderland.
I thank my really good friend from Hyndburn and thank her for her very generous words. The simple answer is that the bill does two things. First of all, it increases and improves the offer to all service personnel and veterans through the Armed Forces Covenant. And it provides a statutory requirement on local councils, health authorities, education providers to improve those three areas, to make sure that there's no disadvantage by virtue of being in the armed forces, and also of course, that special regard to disadvantage, injury, death, bereavement may be necessary for families. And I think the second thing is that, that the less well-known part of the bill is the fact that it improves the offer for service personnel as well, in respect of the service justice system, court-martials. I believe that the bill makes life in the armed forces a lot fairer, a lot better in many ways. And again, I would urge you to read the report.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also congratulate the honourable gentleman for Brackwell for setting the scene so well, and thank you for all the hard work this committee did. I know that the Armed Forces Bill contains the usual provision to deal with posthumous pardons, and I'm looking to see if there is clarity to provide for posthumous awards, such as that of the legendary father of the SAS in my constituency of Strangford, Newton Ards' own Blair Main, whose courage, ability and leadership saw the award of the DSO on 4 separate occasions, and yet the Victoria Cross was withheld. Is there scope in this bill for the MOD, the Select Committee, or indeed the Minister himself, to revisit this travesty which should be rectified?
James Sunderland.
I thank my good friend from Strangford for his question. It's a good one, with no ready answer. My simple view is that the Honours and Awards Committee within the MOD provides that particular function. I think there is definitely a case for looking at posthumous awards, what we can do. Clearly, there may be a time limit for some awards. And of course, Rorke's Drift was famous many years ago for the fact that the awards were made in many cases posthumously due to public demand. It's an area that my good friend the Minister, I'm sure, will take note of, will take forward, and no doubt we may see something in 5 years' time with the next Armed Forces Bill or before.
Philip Holloway.
Could I commend my honourable and gallant friend for his statement, congratulate him for chairing the 10 meetings of the Special Committee, and congratulate him on the publication of the 102-page report. I was pleased to note on page 48 that the committee says that the level of satisfaction for personnel and families living in service housing is still too low, and congratulate him for including that as one of the main recommendations. But I was very disturbed to read on page 10 that the committee wanted to have a virtual visit with tri-service personnel to discuss single living and service family accommodation on the 18th of March, that this was cancelled on the evening before because the Secretary of State had refused authority for service personnel to speak to the committee. My honourable and gallant friend wrote to the Secretary of State the next day, but according to this report has yet to receive a satisfactory explanation. Could the Chairman of the committee update the House if he's received any further correspondence about this matter from the Secretary of State?
James Sunderland.
Again, I thank my good friend from Kettering for his question. Very briefly, the issue regarding service accommodation, first of all, it's recognised with continuous attitude surveys that members of the armed forces aren't fully satisfied with the accommodation. As a former commanding officer, I was very fortunate with what we had in Aldershot. And Aldershot is an exemplar. But there are other parts of the estate that need work and money, and I know that the Ministry of Defence has got that. In respect of the request for a visit, I cannot comment on behalf of the Secretary of State why permission was refused. I can surmise that it was not a good time because of COVID-19 and because it was Easter recess at the time, or just before Easter recess, and units may have been on leave. But we did write to the Minister. We've had a response that he would look at it again, and my indications are that the opportunity of visiting service accommodation for those members of the committee who would want to will be made available in due course.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Chair of the Committee and the Committee for their work. The Armed Forces Bill does not directly reference enforcement mechanisms for ensuring that public bodies are held to account if a member of the Armed Forces community feels they've not been treated correctly. So can I ask the Chair what thought he and the Committee gave, if any, to setting out in the legislation that existing ombudsmen or commissioners should have such a responsibility?
James Sunderland.
Again, without giving a glib answer, I would urge the member to look at the special report. I believe that there is an obligation on the Ombudsman to keep the pressure on the Ministry of Defence. What was discussed in great detail was the need for independent, impartial pressure being brought to bear on the Ministry of Defence. We discounted the need for a union of troops and other such measures, but no doubt in time the spotlight will fall even more on this particular area. We also had some very expert witnesses appear before the committee who made similar suggestions, and I've no doubt at all that the MOD has got it.
Number 9's withdrawn. So, Shadow Minister Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I take this opportunity to thank our Chair, the Honourable Member for Bracknell, as well as the clerks and fellow members of the committee for their dedication and hard work, and to those who gave evidence to the committee or responded to the survey. It was vital that the armed forces community had their say to make this bill better. Madam Deputy Speaker, service charities have pointed out that the narrow focus of the bill on healthcare, housing and education could create a two-tier armed forces covenant which reduces provision in those areas outside of the scope of the bill. Does the Chair agree with Labour that the bill must cover all areas of the covenant if it is truly to bring it into law and eliminate the postcode lottery many veterans face in accessing services?
James Sunderland.
Madam Speaker, again I thank my colleague and my good friend from Portsmouth South for his question, and also the very positive engagement in the way in which he and his party, and indeed the SNP, engaged throughout the whole process. He raises a valid point, and the implementation of the covenant in law is restricted at this point in time to the three areas that I mentioned earlier: health, education and accommodation. What the report makes clear, and it lists those areas in which we feel that more work is needed. My sense is that the Ministry of Defence over the next year or so and beyond will be required to report the effectiveness of implementation in those three areas mentioned, but also will be under increasing pressure to broaden the scope of the covenant in due course. And indeed, why shouldn't social care and why shouldn't other aspects of public service provision be included? So again, as a humble backbencher, I'm sympathetic to the arguments being put forward, and the future, I'm sure, rests with the Ministry of Defence taking it forward.
I thank the Chair of the Committee for his statement. Point of order, Stephen Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for taking this point of order. You will be aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, that yesterday the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office issued notice of a written statement confusingly titled FCDO Update, which quite frankly referred to anything, which was not released until 5 o'clock yesterday. The nature of it wasn't clear, but it turned out to be an announcement of some, but far from all of the detail, of the huge cuts in official development assistance, leaving a totally confusing and unacceptable situation for a range of international bodies, partner countries and humanitarian organisations. This was done, of course, at the end of the day, beyond the deadline for an urgent question to be submitted on this, Madam Deputy Speaker, which of course is 1 p.m. You'll be aware of the deep disquiet from across the House at the nature of this announcement, from all corners of the House, the way it's been done, the breach of the Manifesto 0.7% promise and the cross-party consensus at a time when we face a global pandemic, millions on the brink of famine, conflict and instability from Sahel to Yemen, including in regions where our armed forces are stationed, a climate crisis, it's Earth Day today, Madam Deputy Speaker, and when the UK is about to host the G7 summit, and of course seeking new trading and partnership opportunities around the world. And it's been resoundingly criticised today by the former National Security Advisor, the United Nations Humanitarian Chief, and 200 of our leading humanitarian organisations. Is this in order, Madam Deputy Speaker, on an announcement of this magnitude to put this out at the end of the day without the ability to scrutinise it in this chamber? And how might members from across the House, and there are many senior members from across the House who want to ask questions on this, how can they secure the presence of the Foreign Secretary in this chamber to answer questions at the most urgent and quick possible opportunity?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order and for his courtesy in giving me notice of it. It is for ministers to decide whether to provide information to the House in person or via a written ministerial statement, as he's set out. So that's not strictly a matter for the Chair. However, I know that the Honourable Gentleman is an experienced member of the House and has set out some of the ways in which he might seek to find further information. And he has also put on record his disquiet about this, and I know that the Treasury bench will have heard his comments and will, I'm sure feed it back. I also note that the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs appeared before the International Development Committee this morning, and suspect that the issue may have been raised there as well. Thank you. We'll have a short 3-minute suspension for cleaning for the next debate. Order, order. We now come to the backbench debate on government transparency and accountability during COVID-19, the data underpinning decisions. Mr William Ragg to move.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that the motion standing in my name on the order paper. And can I thank the Liaison Committee and the Backbench Business Committee for granting time this afternoon for us to debate this important report. And can I thank as well the members and staff of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee for their extensive service and efforts to bring about this report, and I note many of them in their place this afternoon. Now, of course, a report about statistics will bring up different quotations of the past, and I think particularly that of Disraeli, of lies, damned lies and statistics, and I think also it's slightly manipulating the Orwellian language that language is power, but in this circumstance data certainly is power. The last year have seen the government impose some of the greatest restrictions on the people of this country that we have ever seen. For those restrictions to have moral and democratic legitimacy, the government must be able to justify them. And at its core, this report asks whether the government has done that. The aim of this report is not to question the decisions themselves, but to ask rather whether the data was available for us to understand and indeed interrogate those decisions. The report finds that while there has been great progress in collecting data, and I wish to emphasise that point most strongly, Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been a number of shortcomings in how that data has been shared and how transparent those decisions have been, and indeed, sadly, how some ministers have made themselves available or not to face parliamentary scrutiny. Happily give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I was slightly disturbed in the report, in one of the conclusions, to note that ministers who appeared in front of the committee in place of the Chancellor weren't properly briefed to answer the committee's questions, and to note the committee's conclusions that the Chancellor of the Duchy refused to attend the committee and account for the decisions, and they drew the conclusion that was contemptuous of Parliament. Now, in my experience, that's not the Chancellor of the Duchy's usual course of action. He's normally very happy to appear in front of Parliament. So I wonder whether the Chair is able to furnish the House with any correspondence they've had with the Chancellor to see whether that lack of accountability may well be put right in the future.
Well, I refer my right honourable friend to the correspondence between myself and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, which we regularly publish on the PACAC website, and I would hope that a well-meant, generous invitation to such a senior minister will very promptly be put right, and that we will be assured of his attendance at our committee so that we can do the job that we're there to do, which is to scrutinise ministers and scrutinise the government, and indeed give those ministers the opportunity to place things on the record, which I think they do appreciate. Now, as we progress through these latter stages of the pandemic, data transparency becomes more crucial. The public must understand the justification for each decision on the roadmap. Now, I want to just dwell on the progress to date, because I'm a fair-minded person, Madam Deputy Speaker. I like to give as much praise as I do criticism, although that sometimes might not be too apparent. But on this occasion, I will dwell momentarily, at least, on the progress that has been made. The government has amassed enormous amounts of data from a standing start, making much of this available to the public, including the COVID-19 dashboard, and through surveys by the Office for National Statistics, including the infection survey. And the report pays warm tribute to the work of public servants, indeed echoing the words of Sir David Norgrove, who paid tribute to all involved in the work at a time of anxiety for them and their families, with all the disruption caused. Now, in terms of accountability, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of our key messages of the report is exactly that. The committee has reviewed the common themes across 3 of our recently published reports, and all 3 of those have highlighted that the governance arrangements have not always been clear. Emphasised in those reports was a lack of clarity over the role of the Cabinet Office, the various COVID committees, and indeed the Quad in decision making. In addition, as has been highlighted by my right honourable friend, we have had concerns as to the ministerial accountability. If I could briefly mention how data has been communicated with the public. The committee is very clear in its view that statistics should be used for the purpose of genuinely informing the public, and that open and honest communication builds trust, even when the government has perhaps on occasion fallen short of its promises. That openness and willingness to share uncertainty certainly builds trust. And we should avoid, as one of our esteemed witnesses said, the tendency towards number theatre, where big numbers are bandied around, perhaps without very clear context, perhaps seeking to impress rather than entirely explain. The UK Statistics Authority Code of Practice for Official Statistics promotes the production and dissemination of official statistics that inform decision making. The UKSA Code of Practice framework is based on 3 pillars, that of trustworthiness, quality and value. Trustworthiness is about having confidence in the people and organisations that produce statistics and data. And value is about the statistics that support society's need for information. And we have concerns as a committee that ministers have not always lived up to the expectations of that code of practice. As a result of the evidence presented to the committee, we have recommended that the Ministerial Code is strengthened, so it is clear that ministers are required to abide by that code of practice in their presentation of data. In terms of the publication of that data, the committee outlined clear recommendations. The progress around these recommendations has been varied to date, although I have been keen to emphasise areas of strong progress. And we recommend that the government should publish the data that underpins the restrictions that will remain in place for businesses at each step, and do that as a matter of urgency. Because it's all very well having the data in the public domain, but we need to know what are the benchmarks. I've likened it in the past to taking an examination and knowing what mark you've got in that examination, but not knowing quite what the grade thresholds are. And we also believe, in terms of internet publication, that hyperlinks to this data be included on those pages explaining those restrictions for maximum transparency. And I'll happily give way on that point.
So in my constituency at the moment, we have 16 per 100,000 cases. There are no COVID deaths in the last 50 days, yet all of my hospitality is still prevented from opening in any meaningful way, certainly those in the city. And notice it says in the report 191, the hospitality and entertainment sectors have not seen sufficient data to underpin decisions relating to their industry. This is a point I've repeatedly asked in the House. I know it's the subject of the other live case. Has my honourable friend and his committee seen any sufficient data to underpin decisions relating to the hospitality industry, which still remains closed in large part?
My honourable friend from Winchester hits the nail on the head, and the short answer is no. And I think if the government were to express the view that these are arbitrary decisions made because this is a difficult situation, that would be a more honest approach than vague references to following the science without bringing forward the evidence to underpin decisions. So I think he hits the nail exactly on the head. And indeed, and I try and say this without sarcasm, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is a great effort for me, but we are surely driven by the data and not dates. Now, the report also notes that local leaders did not always have access to the data that they needed to respond quickly at the height of the pandemic. And as such, we recommend that going forward, the government must share all available data with local areas in as much detail as possible, ideally indeed to patient level. Data which will be key to decision making on the roadmap should be shared immediately, and the roadmap indicators should be added to the dashboard with clear links for the data at lower local authority level, underpinning each one. Now, changing the topic slightly before I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the committee is now inquiring into the proposal, indeed the vexed proposal, for COVID vaccine certification, or indeed wider COVID status certification. And the evidence we've heard so far reinforces the importance of transparency and accountability of data highlighted in the report. Before the considerable ethical and legal issues about vaccine certification proposals are even taken into account, the purpose and effect of such certificates needs to be understood, and the data and evidence underlying such a proposal set out. This means that the data needs to be made clear on issues such as the transmissibility after vaccination. And this is especially the case when considering implementing what we heard would be creating a permanent solution for what may well be a temporary problem. Now, I should say that I am pro-vaccination, but believe it is for the individual to decide if they wish to take it. I would encourage them to do so. And indeed, when it is my turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, for I am younger than I look, although perhaps not how I act, I shall indeed take the vaccine. And I want to just leave the House with one statistic, which I saw on the pages of the Daily Telegraph yesterday. And it is that just 32 of some 74,000 hospitalised with COVID between September to March had been vaccinated at least 3 weeks before. And I think if we can get hold of more recent data than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be proving that we can have confidence in the vaccine to deal with the worst aspects of this horrendous pandemic, and that we can look forward to unlocking society, regaining our freedoms, and allowing this country to move forward. And I look forward to hearing the contributions of honourable, rightable friends and those across the House this afternoon.
The question is, as on the order paper, before I call the next speaker, just to emphasise that we have 2 debates this afternoon. A number of backbench colleagues are wishing to speak. To save me having to put a time limit on, it would be helpful if speeches were confined to around 5 minutes. That will enable everybody to get in. Karen Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member Hazelgrove and the committee chair, who I thank for his fair and inclusive way in which he has chaired this committee. The sense of shock and uncertainty and genuine confusion that the public at large felt as this crisis began was in truth mirrored by the government. This is in part, at least, understandable, and I will return to the issues of preparedness later, but the nature, the scale, the speed of that first wave was unlike anything our government has ever faced before, and it would have tested the boldest of leaders, the best prepared institutions and the most resilient of communities. My father-in-law died in those early few weeks. I was grateful to be able to attend his funeral, but my children could not. Since last April, tens of thousands of families have faced this trauma, and the loss of life, the destruction to our economy, is not understandable, and neither was it inevitable. The truth is, our leadership was woeful, our institutions cut to the bone previously by funding cuts, our communities fractured and frayed, health inequalities widening, and it is no surprise that the poorest have faced the greatest burden. Now, in a democracy as old as ours, this government rightly has less power to control us and force compliance than many others across the world. But this means transparency and accountability is more fundamental to securing our agreement for the common good. And when the very government that had eroded accountability and shirked transparency before asked us to make those sacrifices, there were bound to be tensions. And the starting point of distrust and dysfunction was made much worse by the unpreparedness with which he entered this emergency. Now, emergency preparedness, resilience and response is a term we use to make sure we are safe before, during and after an emergency and national disaster. And at our committee session on the 29th of April, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster did appear to talk about the work of the Cabinet Office, and we looked at preparedness. Now, this pre-2020 timeline to our report is really important. Public Health England's Pandemic Flu Strategic Framework in 2014 had as a key principle preparing for the worst. Now, that 2014 document built on work in 2011, which followed work in 2009 regarding the previous flu crisis. In 2016, Operation Cygnus, the exercise conducted to understand our preparedness and test our resilience and response, was shrouded in mystery, only released in October 2020, as even the Daily Telegraph reported, following legal action and the threat of the Information Commissioner. And that document really exposed how poorly prepared we were. Additionally, in our meeting with the Chancellor in April, we discussed the National Risk Register, which had not been published since 2017. It's basically published every 2 years. Now, I asked the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster then whether the Cabinet Office monitored whether various departments and agencies had completed the mitigations in previous risk registers. Now, he answered that it was the Cabinet Office responsibility to do so. He wrote to us later on the 21st of May with less clarity on the Cabinet Office's role, simply stating then that work on the risk register for 2019 was advanced, but would need to be recalibrated in light of the current pandemic. Also, we were running the NHS at over 90% capacity when the Royal Colleges of Emergency Medicine and many others had been warning that 85% was more in line with patient safety requirements, plus the additional year-on-year cuts to government, including public health, all meant that we were not prepared when we could have been, and any look back at this dreadful time in our history needs to expose that failure. But fundamentally and unforgivably, we were hamstrung by this government's ideological opposition to the very things that could have helped save
lives. An ideological opposition to experts, an ideological opposition to local government and local expertise, an ideological opposition to the principles of good public health. And what was it replaced with? This absurd reliance on mates and acquaintances approaching a pandemic in much the same way as most of us would look for someone to plaster our bathroom. Underpinning it, this idolatry of the private sector, trumping every time the institutions and people who actually understood the communities we were looking to protect. Crucially, the government was bereft of a strategy with no accountability, and that includes the legislation and our role as members of parliament in presented with that rush legislation and reliance on ancient public health acts rather than the Civil Contingencies Act and the scrutiny that had happened in this place before. A problem we are still trying to extricate ourselves from. Now, the key part of that Civil Contingencies Act was the reliance on local resilience for, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, none of us live in Whitehall. We live in our communities. And that's why local forums are so critical, and any response should have been driven bottom up and then supported by the national effort. And that's where so much damage has been done in that local response. Now, everything we learned in our committee, the transcripts are really quite shocking. I understood, as a previous local emergency planner myself, and someone who's worked closely with public health, I expected certain things to happen, and they didn't. The test and trace debacle is the most obvious case in point. So many lives lost, so much time lost. Why wouldn't the government trust local leaders and our colleagues in councils of all political colours to get the job done that they were trained to do? Over the border from me, only 20 miles in Wales, the Welsh Test and Trace Protect system is run as a public service and has delivered, by any measure, considerably better outcomes for vastly less public money. Now, things have got a bit better in terms of the local-national interface and response, but there are still some real issues that are hampering the public health response now and for the future. Firstly, don't reorganise the organisation that's doing this at national level in the middle of a pandemic and make people fearful for losing their jobs when they're trying to save our lives. Secondly, the consequence of the Lansley Act is that public health expertise in local government does not have the same access to NHS data that previously occurred. That has hampered the effort locally for public health. We need public health officials in local government to be able to access data for public benefit and recognise the difference between personal identifiable data and non-identifiable data. That is something the government can do something about. But we have to use this excellent report to look to the future. Does anyone here think everything's normal after the 21st of June? Again, after everything we've been through, the government is still not on the front foot. It's still too late, as demonstrated by the decision about India going on the red list this week. I don't think everything returns to normal after the 21st of June, and the Prime Minister has now started hinting about a third wave. That means he has to take some actions, because we're all so very weary. We're desperate to see our loved ones. We're desperate for everyone to get back to work, to go on holiday, to start planning our lives now. Our young people need radical change in our education system to be prepared for the future, and they need to make some decisions now. We all want to be able to visit care homes and have people to leave those care homes. It's an absolute disgrace, but the urgency is mission. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud to be part of this committee. I commend our Chair for the fair and inclusive way that he has conducted the committee. Our clerks and advisers have been superb in support and responsiveness to allow us to do some great work in difficult conditions. I really do like to thank the report that they produced and to thank our great witnesses. But the government has not learnt the lessons. I'm not confident they've taken on board these recommendations. And if we're to secure compliance for the next stage, that really needs to happen. Honesty and transparency about the data, honesty about the political choices that face us, honesty about the balance of risk, and frankly, more respect for Parliament and the people we represent.
I do need to reiterate that we need to keep to 5 minutes, otherwise I will put a time limit on. David Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The COVID pandemic, as we all know, has had the most devastating impact on the health and economy of our nation. It's also placed the most enormous strains upon the administration of government. The pandemic is a phenomenon unprecedented in the lifetimes of most of us who are alive today. There was no real precedent to work to, there was no playbook, and it was therefore inevitable that dealing with it would present huge challenges to medicine, science, and to government. Crucial to the response to the pandemic are the collation and analysis of data, and the committee's report rightly praises the work of those officials who have set up new data collection
and management systems. And I would like particularly to commend the work of the Office for National Statistics, a central part of which is the Community Infection Survey, which provides a clear picture of the prevalence of the virus across the whole of the UK. And over the period of the pandemic, that picture has improved significantly in clarity. The report rightly concentrates and highlights the importance of transparency of data. And indeed, in any democracy, whose citizens are being asked, indeed instructed, to give up a large number of their inherent freedoms in order to keep their fellow citizens safe, it must be essential that the rationale for such instructions is readily available and understandable. And that is only achievable through access to the data that underpin or are claimed to underpin the decisions of the government is making. Furthermore, citizens need to be assured that in making those decisions, the government is using the available data for the right reasons and in the right manner. In this context, the government has rightly been criticised for the way certain elements of data were used or indeed misused. And arguably the most egregious example of what I would categorise as the misuse of data was the press briefing on the 31st of October 2020, when the second lockdown was announced. Data projecting up to 4,000 deaths a day were cited, even though the data were never intended for public consumption, were based on extreme assumptions, and were out of date by the time they were used. Now, evidence to the inquiry suggested that on occasion such tinkering with the figures had seemingly been done for political purposes. The committee heard, for example, that the target of achieving 100,000 tests per day was met by adding tests that had been sent out to tests completed. In other words, double counting. Whether this was a genuine error or was politically motivated, it cannot be acceptable. The report points out that the first principles of the UK Statistics Authority Code of Practice for the use of statistics is trustworthiness. This requires that statistics, data and explanatory material should be presented impartially and objectively. However, the Ministerial Code requires only that ministers be mindful of the Code of Practice, almost inviting a bending of the rules. The report, therefore, rightly advises that the Ministerial Code needs to be strengthened so that it's clear that ministers are required to abide by the Code of Practice in presentation of data. There is, of course, frequently a temptation for politicians to try to give people the impression that they have all the answers. However, one of the most interesting pieces of evidence that the committee received was that admitting uncertainty was not likely to undermine the public response and might indeed have a positive impact. Furthermore, if people have less trust in government and the science behind the response to the pandemic, they are less likely to follow rules and guidance. The shocking, perhaps revolutionary lesson, therefore, is that in terms of transmitting most effectively the conclusions of data analysis, honesty is the best policy. Arguably, data has never been more important an element of the governance of this country than it has been over the past 15 months. And I have no doubt that when the pandemic is over, extensive lessons learned exercises will be undertaken by both the government and various committees of this House. And one of the issues I very much hope they will consider is not only the extent to which data should underpin decisions, I believe always, but also the way that that data should be communicated. The fundamental point of the committee's report is that absolute transparency in communicating information is essential in order to provide the best public response. When people are being asked to give up their liberties, they need to be told why, and regrettably, for a variety of reasons, which, to be clear, were not always disreputable. That hasn't always been the case over the last year and a quarter.
Owen Thompson.
Well, yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd thank the Honourable Member and his committee for the work that they've done in undertaking this report. To me, it's nothing short of damning, though, but those of us who've been paying attention to the government's record on transparency and accountability over the past year, it's not entirely unsurprising. We've seen the scandal of crony contracts and processes to ensure fairness and transparency are stripped away. It leaves politics open to exploitation. The Greensill and Dyson scandals have shown that this government oversees a culture of taxpayers' money being allocated to informal back channels such as texting and WhatsApp, channels protected from public scrutiny. Likewise, this report reveals another dimension to this culture of undermining transparency and accountability. The government has been misusing data to drive its own agendas rather than to reflect reality, sought to make the evidence behind decisions opaque and unobtainable to the public and members of this place. And every day it becomes clearer that the government has an aversion to transparency that goes right to its very core. In many cases, data has been used by the government not to inform the public, but to emphasise an argument and create a more favourable view of the government. UK ministers have quoted statistics without providing sources and acted in a manner that falls far short of the UK Statistics Code of practice, and it's clear that the government thinks it's the public heeds button up the back. If you're a minister or a friend of a donor or even a pub landlord, you can expect unfettered access through unofficial back channels. If you're anyone else, you can expect to be taken as a fool. The report also notes that data has been used by government to provoke anxiety rather than realistic understanding of risk. In an age where fake news and disinformation feeds off public anxiety and for nefarious political purposes, it is deeply irresponsible. It's also important to note that transparency isn't only desirable for its own sake. It's absolutely critical in maintaining public trust in our political institutions, especially at a time when we are facing such a national crisis. So the result of these failures has been a breakdown in public trust, the deterioration of intergovernmental relationships that ensure good decision-making. This is why transparency, openness and accountability should always exist, regardless of any crisis at hand. And while I do recognise the need for swiftness in decision-making during the pandemic, speed must not come at the cost of transparency or accountability. It doesn't have to. Better balancing speed and transparency simply require governments to start thinking more creatively about how that scrutiny is undertaken. One solution, and members will have heard me mention this on a number of occasions now, would be something like my Ministerial Interests Emergency Powers Bill. Now, I know that the time's run out for that bill to be given any sensible consideration at this stage in the Parliament. However, it would put in place a mechanism where, even after the effect of such contracts being awarded, the process for scrutiny can still take place to hold ministers to account for those decisions. When it comes to concerns about data raised in the report, transparency and scrutiny could be delivered by committing to a full public inquiry on the handling of the pandemic, as the Scottish Government has already done. This is a move supported by all parties, including the Scottish Tories in the Scottish Parliament, so I see no reason why colleagues in this place wouldn't also support one. After all, if the Government has nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's hard not to contrast this with the kind of approach we've seen from the Scottish Government, where clear and often very frank communication has been key. With my constituency, one government holding daily press conferences and outlining the data and answering questions in a full and frank manner, and another hiding from the facts and shielding from transparency, they can certainly make up their own minds.
Doyle Price.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Without a shadow of a doubt, this has been quite an unprecedented period that the nation has lived through, and it would have tested all governments of any colour. It's also the case that for a long time we didn't know exactly what we were dealing with, and as my honourable friend has outlined, from a standing start, the government had to move in a very fleet-of-foot manner without being entirely certain. And in that respect, I think the leadership and speed with which government acted deserves commendation. We heard from a number of witnesses who acknowledged that the speed with which the government were able to compile a bigger picture of data enabled us to understand what's happening was impressive from a very standing start. And I think the way in which the government illustrated how the data was informing their decision-making process was equally impressive. What has been lacking, and what our inquiry shows, is there's been rather less transparent data which actually illustrates the efficacy of the measures taken and whether they're actually genuinely delivering the stated outcomes, which were, of course, to save lives and to protect our NHS. And given that we have effectively, the government has taken incredible freedoms and liberties away from the public, we in this House are the guardians of the liberties of the people in this country, and it is our job to satisfy ourselves that the sacrifices we're asking people to make are proportionate and are delivering those outcomes. And I genuinely fear that over the last year we've come to a situation where actually, far from being liberties that the government is asking us to sacrifice for the greater good, we seem to have got to a culture where actually the government feels that those liberties are now in its gift to give back to us. And nothing could be more clear than the roadmap, because having heard the rhetoric from ministers that we will be driven by data, not dates, we are sticking to this timetable. Now, I got the figures from my borough this morning. We have 9.2 cases per 100,000. And my reaction to that is, let the blooming restaurants open, for heaven's sake. You know, we are doing unparalleled economic harm by not being so fleet of foot to actually enable our economy to reawaken again. And, you know, from the perspective of doing the best for the citizens of our country, we really should be, because with every day that goes by that we're not letting businesses reopen, we are making their long-term sustainability even more difficult. I had it was so exciting. I went out for dinner on Saturday night. I was sitting outside my local restaurant. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, so the sun was going down. It started to get very cold, and I was speaking to the owner, and bless him, he was very pleased to see us. But how can it be sustainable for people to be expected to eat outside in the current climate? You know, this is not July. And, you know, I have the utmost respect for everybody who is trying really hard at this moment to sustain a living, and we are going to be dependent on their taxes that they're going to pay to get us out of this. But for heaven's sake, I cannot believe just how out of touch I feel we've got, that we're just taking it for granted that these businesses can just, you know, resurrect themselves, you know, on an arbitrary date. And we know that these restrictions have not demonstrated any positive benefit in respect of COVID. You know, in the November lockdown, my local area went into that lockdown with one of the lowest case rates in the country and came out with the highest. There's a simple reason for that. What we did was restrict legitimate businesses from being able to engage in economic activity whilst keeping the schools open. So there was social transmission, because lockdowns are only effective if everything is locked down, and yet we seem to have locked down the most productive areas of our economy, which, you know, frankly, from a Conservative government, I find utterly bizarre. And just a final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, recognising your strictures. Again, we need to make sure that when we are asking the public to restrict their freedoms, they must deliver a positive outcome in terms of saving lives and reducing pressure on our hospitals. So I say this: why is it that in palliative care wards people are only allowed one visitor? What risk is there to the people in those wards of dying from COVID when they're already dying? What we're doing is actually being very cruel to people at the end of their lives because they can't get comfort from their loved ones. Equally, what positive outcome is there right now when residents in our care homes have all been vaccinated and, as my honourable friend has said, are protected now from this disease, still can't see their loved ones? And for those people, you know, my grandmother is 95 years old with dementia. She is in permanent distress because she thinks no one cares about her. She's been vaccinated. I would love to be able to go and see her. She thinks I don't care. I think what we are doing is cruel and delivers no positive benefit to public health.
We now go to Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Thurrock and her very passionate speech there. It was an honour to serve on the committee during this inquiry and to contribute to the production of such an excellent report, and I'd like to thank the committee staff for all their hard work too. The Nolan Principles of Public Life speak of objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership as being core to public office and good governance. However, given the report's conclusions, the government's stewardship of each of these principles has been brought into serious question. I want to speak specifically to recommendations which relate to the government needing to improve transparency by publishing data and information that underpins decision making. Throughout the pandemic, where people have died, freedoms have been curtailed, families have been separated and living standards have suffered, the government should have been more open and transparent about the data and information that has informed the decisions which have asked the public to make such huge sacrifices. There's a moral imperative to justify and evidence these decisions and to clearly show that they are working. And when necessary, it's about the government being honest about the uncertainties in the data, which would help to encourage trust rather than scepticism. And as the report states, transparency builds trust and trust aids compliance with the rules. But we know the communication has not always been transparent, which has damaged trust in sectors and communities across the UK. The committee heard from hospitality business organisations about the impact of the pandemic, and I've discussed this with hospitality businesses in Luton South. Employers and employees understand the need for public health restrictions, but are frustrated that they were left in the dark by not being provided the information that underpinned the restrictions that impacted their business operations. And pubs specifically required further information on the 10 p.m. curfew and the restrictions on the wet-let pubs. Lessons must be learned, as the government is still failing to communicate the restrictions effectively with businesses. I've spoken to a number of businesses in the aviation sector that are stuck in limbo. They fully recognise the critical importance of the health restrictions to prevent the importing of cases and variants, but throughout this last year they've consistently requested clarity on the information informing the restrictions in their sector in order to plan, particularly for the future and the opening up of our economy. The traffic light system is welcomed, but there are still so many questions left unanswered. What information informs the criteria that places countries in the green, the orange or the red category? What information underpins the operation of the green watch list? How FCDO travel advice will work alongside the new framework? It's still unclear when further information will be provided, possibly sometime in May, which means businesses and airports may have such limited time, a week or so, to prepare for the potential system's introduction on the 17th of May. The sector needs certainty. It's not just about people going on holiday. The aviation sector is critical to our economy, supporting local economies and thousands of jobs. So I fully support the report's recommendations that the government should publish, as a matter of urgency, the data that underpins the restrictions that will remain in place on businesses at each step of the roadmap, and data thresholds for the roadmap that would avoid confusion when decisions are made to move between the steps. I hope that the government will put these recommendations and others in the report into action to improve trust and compliance with the regulations. And while the focus on this report is on the data, its conclusions reaffirm the need for the committee's previous call for a public inquiry into the government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee worked collectively on this report, I emphasise. However, the Labour Party will continue calling for this inquiry to happen as soon as possible, so that crucial, likely, life-saving lessons can be learned.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a first-term Member of Parliament, I'm relatively new to the work of select committees, and when I joined the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, I expected to be undertaking important and valuable work scrutinising the heart of government, but I didn't quite expect to be considering matters that are so crucial to everyday life, and indeed matters of life and death. Data, the number of coronavirus cases, where they're occurring, the number of tests conducted, the number of vaccinations administered, have decided whether we can leave the house, go to work, see family, or go to the pub. Getting data right is at the heart of getting the government's response right, and I believe that this committee's inquiry was timely and necessary. I reiterate my thanks to the clerk of the committee and the staff who have done such sterling work in helping putting this committee's report together, and to the witnesses for providing their knowledge and insight, and also to my honourable friend, the Member for Hazel Grove, for his chairmanship. The committee rightly recognises the efforts government has made in pulling together data from a standing start 12 months ago. Governments do plan for catastrophes and emergencies, but I appreciate this period has been exceptionally difficult for those in Whitehall. The coronavirus dashboard, to give an obvious visible example of publicly available data, is very impressive. But there were, for me, two issues that arose from the inquiry where improvement can be made in terms of the accuracy and certainty of data. The committee found that graphics used by government to present data have not always met basic standards that would be expected, and I welcome the assistance of the UK Statistics Authority and the Royal Statistical Society to support the government in producing clearer graphics. There is a very understandable desire to present any information in the best possible light. It's a natural human instinct. But the news we've had over the last year hasn't been good. And in our evidence, we heard that there's been a much greater public appetite for data. People are willing to study it much more closely than they perhaps would have done in the past, particularly on this subject. So it's important that any information produced by government is accurate and well sourced. And I trust that the report's recommendation that statements on government websites that direct to detailed data underpinning any numbers will be taken forward. There is also a very human reluctance, I think particularly a reluctance amongst politicians, to answer a question with, "I don't know." But for periods in this pandemic, as we've been learning more about the virus and how it spreads, there have been questions to which we do not necessarily have readily available answers. And I found the evidence we heard from behavioural scientists to be very interesting. People do respond to open and honest information that is clear about the uncertainties within it. So it is important that government communication trusts the people and levels with them. Some thought is also required into how that information is communicated. I should expect that before this pandemic there were very few members of the public who had heard of the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, or SAGE. Members of SAGE now contribute to public debate frequently and are introduced as members of that group. While that is important and they play a very important role in helping to inform public understanding, there are differences of opinion within SAGE which is something that might be less appreciated, and the committee found that guidance for SAGE members would be helpful. I'll send you away.
Just on that point, I think it's one of the most interesting parts of the report, is that while these advisors probably enjoy the media requests that they get, although I can confirm that that wanes, they appear on there as members of SAGE, speaking in personal capacity, but what the public hear is a government advisor speaking about the subject of COVID, and the public draw conclusions from that, and no wonder they end up confused. Would he agree?
Yes, I think he makes a very good point. And the fact is, I think what the public perhaps don't appreciate is that there are sometimes a variety of opinions within a group like SAGE, and indeed within SAGE debate is encouraged as part of that decision-making process. Whereas I think sometimes people think there is a definitive scientific answer to something which is not always the case. We've also heard in the House earlier in this debate, the report's made further important points about sharing data, trusting bodies to make local decisions, and about the process of decision-making itself. This is, as I said, a timely report. I know that both the Chancellor, Duchess of Lancaster and Secretary of State for Health have responded to some of the key recommendations, but I do urge the Government to take on board all the recommendations in this report, so that as we enter what is hopefully the final stage of this pandemic, even better decisions will be made in the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Gedling, who spoke very eloquently about the limits of knowledge and about how much we know and don't know. And I thank the committee for its report, my honourable friend from Hazelgrove for his eloquence as ever, but also the honourable member for Bristol South for their leadership on this. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government has a duty to provide the public with fair and balanced information. And as the report says, at times the Government has presented data well, in very difficult circumstances, and the coronavirus.gov.uk site is an excellent example of that, and the vaccination daily updates are an excellent example of that. But at the same time, it's clear that government has used statistics sometimes without providing the full data, without providing context for the data, or explaining uncertainties in the data. And the critical thing, and I'm delighted that we have the Minister that we have listening to this debate because she knows I hold her in high regard. To keep public trust with the people, government needs to provide the country with full information, data sets, to allow the public to understand risk in the round. And the use of partial data, or data which is presented impartially, damages public confidence. And frankly, it's damaged my confidence in the government, which is why I've been less willing to vote for the last couple of lockdowns, because I sometimes don't know what the government's real agenda is. And I don't mean that in some silly conspiracy theory kind of way. The pandemic clearly exists. Clearly, there's a very strong case for a harder lockdown earlier, and I think a lot of us now see that case. But at the same time, there's been a lack of clarity. And I will draw a rough comparison with the Iraq War. mistruths or non-untruths finally catch up with governments. And we saw at the time Tony Blair, a highly popular leader, now seen to be a shallow populist. New Labour still hasn't recovered, in part because of the damage it did to its credibility by not telling the truth and not levelling with people. And I believe there is a strong case, as members from Forester Dean and High Wycombe and others have argued, for a fuller and franker data sets. Government can help people rationalise risk, as my honourable friend from Gedling explained, and better understand government policy and explain better what is happening, rather than a crude attempt at times to manipulate behaviour. And specifically, it is difficult for us, all of us, whether we're in this house or out working in the country, to contextualise some of the numbers. And COVID deaths were always released without a sense of proportion, without a sense of explaining, well, over 1,000 people die in aborting the country every day. Or, 20,000, between 7 and 25,000 people die of seasonal flu every year. And in the last decade, that's included both my parents, for example. There's been so little contextualisation of the information. I saw not one government spokesman, be it a minister, be it a health advisor, say that the median age of COVID death was 83. Why not?
Yeah, right.
Why not? Because we know perfectly well that the government feared a lack of compliance. Now, for sure, that's a risk. But there is a greater risk by not being honest. And there was a strong argument for saying why we should all cooperate anyway. But we didn't need to have the information manipulated for us by a government which, no doubt for the best of intentions, was trying to get us to do certain things. And as the my honourable friend from Gedling says, honesty is the best policy, even when we are unclear about that policy. And I've read with some media stories, Madam Deputy Speaker, which clearly I take with a pinch of salt, to suggest that some government scientists were happy to go along with this soft manipulation of data. And if so, shame on them. Next point, if I may, I need not too much longer, I promise you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not once was there a realistic attempt to offset the COVID data with other data to show the cost of lockdown. Now, that may not have changed our opinions, because clearly the saving of life was the significant factor here. But in saving life, people have died. And it is right for us to be able to understand and see the data sets which explain honestly the true cost, which frankly we still haven't got a year in. And I don't know what the government's aims in COVID are. We understand, we are told repeatedly by the experts and ministers, well, we can't get rid of COVID. Well, okay, so as my honourable friend from Thurrock says, if we can't get rid of it, why aren't our restaurants open? Because frankly, so few people are dying of it. More people are now dying on the roads than COVID. More people will be dying of winter flu than COVID. So why are we still in a situation where we are encouraging long-term poverty, which will have a far greater effect on people's lives than a pandemic, which, thank God, is no longer killing people in anything other than tiny, tiny numbers? There is a lack of logic and a lack of consistency. And I wish if the government had been clearer with data, more honest, more open, saying, here's the data, this is what we make of it, we would have been able to do a better job. And as I say in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to accept that the hard lockdown was probably the best option at the time. Now, after that, we could have gone down a Swedish model and live with it and accept that there were different prices to pay, or we could have continued to have a hard and aggressive lockdown every time COVID raised its head. They were both variant options, and we sort of muddled through in a slightly uncomfortable way in the middle. Not great advice initially from public health, but we are understanding that everybody in the beginning made mistakes, and I don't think any government may have done this any differently. The pandemic created a unique set of circumstances, but I do believe that more data and more context would have fundamentally created more trust, both here, but frankly, more importantly, out in the rest of the country. And I know my right honourable friend from Portsmouth North is a diligent minister and a diligent member of this House. And I would urge her to advise the government that more data, more context equals more trust. And we still need that for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow my honourable friend, and that theme of trust is one I will return to. But I do just want to thank the members of the committee who are present, ably led by their chair, for producing such an excellent report for the House, and I can certainly endorse all of its conclusions and recommendations, and I think it would be welcome if the government accepted all of them and put them all into practice. One of the points they make is that the policy based on evidence and data is important, but that's obviously been very difficult in these challenging circumstances where we've learnt over time and government hasn't had all the data to hand, particularly at the beginning, and I recognise that in the remarks that I go on to make. But several members have made the point about being open and transparent about communication and to keep high levels of trust, and I think that's incredibly important. My right honourable friend, the member for Clwyd West, referenced that back in October, and he referenced the press conference that the Prime Minister had on the Saturday. Actually, for me, one of the most important and damaging episodes was the day before, when we saw information about projected hospital capacity leaked to the media. It wasn't consistent with what I was being told by my local NHS trust. It turned out not to be true, and it also turned out to be so insubstantial that it wasn't used at the press conference the day afterwards in setting out the government's decision-making. Now, for me, hospital capacity and the pressure on the NHS would have been incredibly important in my decision-making, and I'm afraid that episode did significantly damage the trust that I had in ministers, which has subsequently informed the trust I'm willing to put in them afterwards, which has informed the decisions I have taken, my honourable friend.
Claimed 4,000 deaths, which was bogus data, which was already out of date, or was that another example?
No, my right honourable friend referred to that. This was about a slide which was leaked, I think, to Laura Keemsberg, the BBC's political editor, which referred to hospital capacity and how quickly we may find the NHS being overwhelmed. That information was not published by the Prime Minister the following day and turned out not to be correct. And I just felt that was very damaging. It was intended to set up a debate, but it was data which actually didn't stand up at all. And the reason why I reference that, yes, of course.
The logic of that, and the opposition had criticism for not asking enough questions. Does my right honourable friend think that the media asked the right stroke enough questions when incidences like that he's just mentioned came to light?
No, I don't think that they did entirely, but also it also highlights the danger of important decisions being announced at press conferences, not in this House. Now, at that particular time, the House wasn't sitting, but frankly, for a decision of that magnitude, it should have been recalled, and the decision should have been announced in this House to allow us to ask questions, not on our own account, but on account of our constituents, given the impact of those decisions. And I'm pleased that subsequently, in January, when proposals for a third lockdown were made, that actually the government learned from that episode, recalled the House, and the decision was announced here, and we were able to ask ministers questions, albeit rather a limited amount of time available to do so. The reason why I mentioned the point about trust is because there have been stories in the media, the most recent yesterday in The Spectator by Isabel Hardman, about the decision my honourable friend, the chair of the committee, referenced about vaccine passports, and about some suggestion, which I'm sure can't be true, that the government might attempt to win a vote in the House by linking the case for international vaccine passports, which I think command a large degree of consensus, and that for domestic vaccine passports. Now, I think the case for those are actually very different and should be set out very clearly. And I just say gently to the government, if that were to turn out to be true, I don't know how different members would vote, but if they were to win a vote on that basis, I think it would fracture the trust that many members have in the government, and that fracture may not be repairable, which I think would be very dangerous on a public health matter, where it's so important for the government to command the trust of the public, particularly where decisions have to be taken quickly with a limited amount of data. And it would be helpful, of course, if the Minister was able to confirm that any decisions on international vaccine passports and domestic ones will be set out separately for the House to take that decision. And obviously, if she were able to say that today, that would of course get rid of any of that, what may turn out to be completely idle speculation by members of the media. Just on the core point about data, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House will remember that myself and 62 other colleagues wrote to the Prime Minister on the 13th of February setting out what we thought was a sensible roadmap. And we said once the top 4 groups vulnerable to COVID had been vaccinated and their vaccinations were effective by March the 8th, we should be able to start unlocking the country. And I'm pleased the government listened to that, kicked that process off on March the 8th. But we also said once the top 9 groups had been vaccinated and those vaccinations were effective, and they will be by the end of this month, we could relax all restrictions. And I'll conclude my remarks just by setting out where the data sits at the moment and why I think I agree with the government when it said data, not date, and I reflect the disappointment of the chair of the committee that we seem to be stuck on dates, not data. We're now in a position where the number of people dying from COVID has fallen to around 24 per day. That accounts for around 4% of deaths in England and Wales. That's down from a peak in January of 1,361 per day, which accounted for 45% of deaths. Dramatic reduction. And the number of people in hospital has fallen to 2,000 from nearly 40,000. And of course the important thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is vaccination, which has gone extraordinarily well, with a fantastically high uptake, is breaking the link between cases, deaths and hospitalisations. And even if we were to see, which actually we haven't, since schools have gone back, cases have continued to fall, even if we were to see cases rising, that wouldn't lead to an increase in deaths and hospitalisations. So I think the government could safely go faster. That would have massive economic benefits. And as my honourable friend, the member for Thurrock, said, a big impact's been on hospitality, and the reason why that's important is the job losses have been largely borne by younger people who are not vulnerable to COVID largely, but have undergone tremendous sacrifices to their future prospects for the benefit of others. And the sooner we can safely reopen the economy, the sooner we improve the prospects for the younger generation who suffered so dramatically from the steps that have been necessary to deal with the impact of COVID.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Select Committee, I would like to acknowledge the hard work done by our chair, my fellow members and the committee staff. While committees can quite rightly attempt to hold the UK government to account, and this report does just that, we have a wider issue. As we've already heard, the Duchy of Lancaster refused to attend. The UK government's attitude was built on the premise that good enough will do. Attending press conferences and reading out data which, as the report states, is to emphasise an argument, rather than as it should be to inform the public, is not good enough. The chair quoted Disraeli. I shall quote Rudyard Kipling. I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and why and when and how and where and who. Too often UK government briefings fail to consider those basics of curiosity. They fail to understand that people would be curious as to why they've been asked to stay at home or wear a mask or not meet friends and family. Maybe the UK government, like Kipling, thought it was prudent to let those serving men rest from 9 to 5. Well, I don't. When the population of the UK faced up to a virus unlike anything we've ever encountered, they deserved better. If the UK government is going to close down businesses, people need explanations. They need to understand the rationale. They need to be shown the figures. The phrase, "Trust me, I'm a politician," doesn't hold much cachet with the public, and an aversion to the truth and a lack of transparency as displayed by the UK government only adds to people's mistrust. At times of national crisis, we need the people to trust government. Big decisions are made that will come into effect very quickly, and normal levels of scrutiny may not be appropriate in the time allowed. Therefore, it is crucial that the evidence on which decisions, often life-changing decisions, are made is timely, accurate and transparent. There is no place for blind trust in our society. It has to be earned. And throughout the COVID crisis, the UK government has failed to do that. The UK government demanded trust, it expected trust, but it failed to earn it. From the dubious contact tendering, as covered by my honourable friend, member for Midlothian, to the changing the definition of coronavirus deaths to a narrower criteria, the UK government has played fast and loose with data while displaying an arrogant devil-may-care attitude. This is reflected in the comments of the Good Law Practice, the Good Law Project, which condemned the UK government as being contemptuous of transparency and allergic to accountability. And as the report highlights, UK ministers have quoted statistics without providing sources and acted in a manner that falls short of the UK Statistics Authority, UKSA's Code of Practice. The report found that there were not enough explanations of where ministerial responsibility for data lay, and it changed several times throughout the pandemic, that UK government delays in sharing data hampered local COVID-19 responses. When the UK government failed to be open and transparent, it fed the conspiracy theories, it tested the resolve of responsible citizens, and it undermined the colossal work being undertaken by frontline workers. The Prime Minister's former housemaster once wrote, "Boris sometimes seems affronted when criticised for what amounts to a gross failure of responsibility. I think he honestly believes that it is churlish of us not to regard him as an exception, one who should be free of the network of obligation which binds everyone else. Most of us would be affronted by the naivety of our teenage self, but it appears that the Prime Minister has not just embraced these attitudes, he has encouraged those close to him to do the same and rewarded them for their efforts. As we once again attempt to emerge from COVID restrictions, we can't allow the UK government to walk away from this. I shall close with a quote from the conclusions of the report. The Ministerial Code needs to be strengthened, so it is clear that ministers are required to abide by the UKSA Code of Practice in their presentation of data. The UKSA Code includes the principles of trustworthiness that builds confidence in the people and organisations that produce statistics and data. Abiding by the UKSA Code of Practice is a statutory requirement for government departments. It is simply not enough to ask ministers to be mindful of the UKSA course. Unfortunately, principles, conventions, expectations are not enough. Ministers can't be held to account by a raised eyebrow or a stern letter. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why it is only right and proper that PACAC holds an inquiry into the propriety of governance in light of Greensill. Thank you very much.
Listen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank all the honourable and right honourable members from across the House who have taken part in this hugely important debate. I thank the committee for its report and to the chair of the committee, the honourable member for Hazelgrove, for the report and for securing this debate today. I'd like to declare that I have been involved in the data collection as a volunteer in the ONS COVID survey, which comes to my house regularly, and I can see the data being collected. I stood at this dispatch box over a month ago when the honourable member for Hazelgrove first introduced this to the House, and my alarm at its contents has not subsided. So much has been asked of the British public as a result of the decisions made and being scrutinised in this report. The huge implications for staying at home, for closing businesses, for not attending births, marriages, deaths, funerals. We need to know that we can trust these decisions. The Nolan principles of public life speak of objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership as being absolutely core to public office and good governance. But this report brings the government's stewardship of every one of those principles into serious question. On both sides of this House, we should be deeply concerned. The member for Bristol South, with her expertise as a former local emergency planner, talked correctly about preparedness. Are we prepared for what is to come within the COVID? Are we prepared for future emergencies? What can we learn from the decision-making? And about the ideological barriers to good decision-making which have been displayed. And the member for Luton North talked about the impact of the lack of transparency, and that is still having an impact on decisions now. For example, about the data behind the traffic lights for travel restrictions, and that we still need to see data. It's still not being good enough. So I want to focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, on three core themes: accountability, clear decision-making and transparency. On accountability, I share the committee's indignation that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster did not appear before the committee during its inquiry. What has he got to hide? Has he decided that parliamentary scrutiny, the bedrock of our democracy, is just not for him? As the report says, this was contemptuous of Parliament. I would like to know if the Minister knows why he did not appear. And continuing on the theme of accountability and openness of information, one area the report does not highlight but is very relevant is the issue of private contractors. How can Parliament scrutinise the government's pandemic response when so many essential components of the response have been given to unaccountable private firms? We even recently learnt that, as well as the government paying Deloitte £323 million for its role in the test and trace system, it's even being paid to draft ministers' parliamentary answers, which is ludicrous. The report states in paragraph 96 that lines of accountability must be clear. I absolutely agree. But it would seem at the moment that if we need answers, we'd be better off contacting the CEO of a large consultancy firm rather than the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. This brings me to the second key theme of the report, decision-making, how decisions are made. I wholeheartedly agree with the report's analysis that it's been very unclear who's responsible for ensuring decisions are underpinned by data, especially when so much is at stake. This is absolutely right. There's been buck passing between different departments, which is totally unacceptable. One wonders if this would have been avoided and we could have found out more if the Chancellor had bothered to turn up to the committee in the first place. I'm very pleased as well that the committee highlighted the issue of local contact tracing data, which has been raised by members in this debate. It's a crucially important point and it's absolutely correct. Vital information which would have helped local leaders to respond quickly to outbreaks simply didn't move quickly enough. I met up last month with local councillors and local authority contact tracers up and down the country, and they all felt completely bypassed by the government. They had the capacity, the tools, the local knowledge to run a highly effective contact tracing system, and many went on to do so, but they were not given the data that they needed fast enough despite pressing for it. I heard stories of 5 days, people having to wait for 5 days or longer for the information which was needed immediately. It's so clear that there is an ideological reluctance to work with local authorities, which drives this decision-making. I would like to take the opportunity to ask the Minister today, what were the reasons behind the government's unwillingness to share data with local authorities and local contacts? Does she agree with the report and with my opposition colleagues that this seriously hindered the ability of local government and local authorities to control the virus at a vital time? Contact tracing will likely play an important role for as long as we have new cases of COVID-19 around the country, so this is important to know for now and for the future. It's integral to breaking the chains of transmission. Labour has long been asking this government to put contact tracing in England into the hands of local councils and trusted local public health teams who know their own communities better than anyone, rather than more and more unaccountable firms. And it's not too late to do this. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, transparency. Again, I am so glad that the committee highlighted this crucially important issue. A lack of transparency has plagued the government's response to the pandemic from the off. In particular, I share the committee's concerns over the obfuscation over the data we saw during the tier system. This report shows that there were no data thresholds aligned to the indicators for tiering decisions. We simply cannot see a repeat of the shambolic and unfair chaos and confusion we saw towards the end of last year, as we now move towards the end of the roadmap and beyond. The government's aversion to transparency extends beyond lockdown data, however. Not mentioned in the committee's report is procurement,
and the information available on government contracts that it is outsourced, which is also very relevant. At the latest count, nearly 100 COVID contracts awarded to private suppliers last year have still not been published. We simply have no idea how much the contracts were worth, who they were awarded to, and what they were for. This is extremely important that should be in the public domain to build public trust. The recent twist in this worrying tale came recently when the High Court found that the government had acted unlawfully when it came to transparency in contract publishing. In fact, only this week, the Good Law Project have uncovered that a £100 million PPE contract was brokered by a Conservative Party donor and a good friend of the government. This information only entered the public domain thanks to an administrative error, which appears to be the only way to get reliable information from the government these days. Then we have the murky subcontracting of the government's contractors. Take Test and Trace, for example. My honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, highlighted in this House last October that Serco has subcontracted its work on contact tracing to 29 other companies other than Serco. The government has refused to say who these businesses are. We simply do not have the transparency we need. This information about data and taxpayers' money simply should not be hidden from the public. And so to close, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to offer my sympathy to the Paymaster General. She certainly has a lot of questions to answer this afternoon. This report says it is vital that lessons are learned and changes are made. This is a government that seems to refuse to learn. It refuses to change. When the chips are down and the stakes could not be higher, this report has shown that many, many times the government threw openness, transparency and best use of data out of the window. And this has undermined public trust in government decision-making. The committee has recently recommended a public inquiry, and we on the opposition benches are also calling for this. It needs to happen urgently to rebuild that essential trust of the public, and it cannot wait until the next Parliament. I hope, and I'm sure that when it does arrive, it will address the many questions posed by this report that have still gone unanswered. The government simply cannot run from scrutiny forever. Thank you.
Minister Penny Mordaunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall certainly do my best to answer as many of the questions I can that honourable members have raised, and I would like to thank all honourable and right honourable members who have contributed to this debate for those contributions and the interest they have shown in this critical issue and how data has helped shape our response to the pandemic. I also want to put on record my thanks to PACAC for its work and its report and the very helpful recommendations that it has made. The report makes clear that the government has overseen a remarkable effort in pulling together data on COVID-19 and that much of this data and analysis has been available to the public. The report repeatedly makes reference to the government's openness with data, noting that the government has responded to requests for new data and improved access to evidence. And I also want to put on my record my thanks to the civil servants, the scientists and partner organisations who have done incredible work over the last 12 months. I think this is something that the authors of the report and all members of this House would agree with. They have had to bring together very complex data sets from very different types of science and fuse them together in a way that enables us to be informed and ministers to make decisions. And that has been incredibly difficult, and they have done it very well. I will give way.
But does she, I'm so grateful for the Deputy Minister, for the Minister for giving way, and I know that she does her best to listen. Does she accept that a lot of it was presented without context? And looking back, it could have been done, it's very complicated, but it could have been done giving much greater context and greater openness to the debate.
Well, certainly, and I shall acknowledge some of the things that honourable members have raised in this debate. And I do think that we need to learn from the last 12 months and really look at how, in future, God forbid we're ever in this particular situation again, but really how we can do this better. And I, as a minister, and I know my colleagues feel the same, are always looking to continually improve and build on what we know works. I also just want to put on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, my thanks to the House of Commons, because actually when I prepared to come before the committee, I looked at what the House of Commons had done with the data that government produces, and it has also done a fantastic job, I think, in trying to really help colleagues be informed about what is going on in the hub that is on our intranet. So I just want to thank the staff of the House as well. My right honourable friend and the chairman of the PACAC committee raised a number of points, and I'm not going to relive my evidence session to the committee. I would just like to say in the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster's defence, as several colleagues have raised his attendance, that he has a huge in-tray to deal with. This week we know he has been overseas as part of his responsibilities with regard to the passports issue. I'm also developing a complex that every time I come before a committee or appear in this House, people are always keen to tell me that they're very disappointed to see me. But I know that he is very alive to the issues that have been raised. I think he is coming before the committee soon, and he also has had considerable correspondence with the committee. Yes, I'll give way.
I'm grateful to it. Just on that point about ministerial accountability, I accept that the Chancellor of the Duchy is incredibly busy, but it is the central responsibility of ministers, however busy they are, and this includes the Prime Minister, who spends hours in front of the Liaison Committee, to be accountable to this House. Nothing is more important than their accountability to this House and the responsibility we have on behalf of the public. And since she mentions the Chancellor of the Duchy's trip to Israel, where he's no doubt discussing vaccine passports, is she able to answer the question that I asked about the government's proposal to the decision it's going to put in front of this House, and that it can rule out any of that shenanigans that we've read about in the newspapers?
I'm fairly confident that I can flatten any suggestion of shenanigans with that regard. Not only these very distinct issues, but also what they are conditional on is also very distinct. Clearly, what we will be doing on international travel over and above our own border controls is contingent on work with international partners. The World Health Organization will be developing and thinking about schemes that it might put in place for a sort of yellow fever card equivalent on COVID. And those are clearly very different issues than the domestic issues he refers to. So I know that people would not want to conflate those, and it would be unhelpful to do so. So I think I can confidently say that. Many members in this House have also touched on the complex balance between fighting the virus and also trying to mitigate the impact that has on people's livelihoods, on their mental and physical health, and on our freedoms. And that is why this is obviously such a complex situation. The Honourable Lady for Bristol South raised many issues, but two in particular. One on our preparedness, and she will know that I published the latest iteration of the National Risk Register on the 18th of December last year, and external bodies have welcomed that and said it is an improvement on its predecessors. She also raised the issue about local information, and she will remember from my evidence to the committee that I was very robust in agreeing with her. The people who have been in the front line of this response are the LRFs, are the local authorities, are our local health and care services, and giving them the data they need to make decisions is absolutely critical. And as the crisis has gone on, we have got better and better about giving them information, sharing information, because this is obviously a two-way process. And I think it is vitally important that members of the public also can go on to the Public Health website and look up numbers of positive cases in there, right down to ward level, virus tests conducted, hospitalisations, death rates, admission figures, both for ordinary bed occupancy but also mechanical ventilator bed occupancy. They can see all that data. And that's not just good for transparency's sake, it is also a hugely motivating factor in getting people to follow the advice of the Chief Medical Officer. Our actions are not just helping the nation, they are helping their neighbours, they are helping the nurses looking after people in their local hospital, they're helping their friends and neighbours. Can I just make a little progress, and I will try and let people come in. I will let the Honourable come in.
About the issue I raised with regard to public health clinicians in local authorities access to NHS data, that she may liaise with her colleagues in the Department of Health. It is an important issue, and if she can give me that assurance that perhaps she will look at that if I write to her, I'll be grateful.
Certainly, and I hope that some of the questions that I've already raised with colleagues may preempt that, because I know that there are requests from local authorities, certainly on issues like encouraging people to take up the vaccine, where they want to ensure that they're able to get to good data and able to work together to encourage people who've yet to come forward to do that. I think these issues are very important. I'd be very happy to take up her suggestions. I shall make some progress. The honourable members for Clwyd West, for Luton South, and also the honourable member for the Isle of Wight, and I thank him for his kind words, raised issues about quality control and how we present data, which I agree with, and I think people have learnt all sorts of things about how to really present data and how to present slides and ensure that they're suitable for television, and a whole raft of other issues. And also the Honourable Member for Clwyd West reminds us that our audience is a sophisticated one. They can accept that there will be gaps and that we will learn things as we go through this pandemic, and we should bear that in mind as well. A couple of honourable members also raised the issue of lagging data, and there will be pieces of information which do, by their very nature, have a lag, for example, between people being infected and people being admitted to hospital. And I think we have to, again, set the context for that and really ensure that we are explaining what particular information is demonstrating, and that we're making the best judgments on that, and that ministers are informed when they are given data. The honourable member for the Isle of Wight raised issues about and framed an argument about COVID and being a cause of death versus other causes of death. And just very conscious, before this debate I was reading an incredibly sad story of a double suicide of a young woman without access to postnatal care that she needed, taking her own life, and her mother then taking her own life. We are all aware of incredibly sad stories and devastating things that have happened to families during this time. But also, the actions we have taken to control the virus are about keeping health services going, as well as COVID being a cause of death. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that. I just want to turn to some of the issues that the Honourable Member for Thurrock has raised. Absolutely, it is at the forefront of our mind, the impact this is having on businesses. And as well as the data, we are looking at what more we can do to help businesses and help keep them going. Just this week, I have been asked to support BEIS ministers on the issue of the weddings sector, as we go into this critical period to keep that sector strong and making sure they have a good summer season. And so it's not just the guidance that we put together and the rules, it's also the lead-in times people need to make those decisions, and those issues are not lost on us. She also very movingly spoke about, can I just make a little progress? The Honourable Lady also spoke about the issues of care homes, and obviously since the 12th of April we've been able to have 2 visitors into care homes. But she is right. For palliative care, for people with a learning disability or behavioural disabilities, this has been a really difficult time, and we're in happier times now with regard to care, but the restrictions on care services has been very difficult for many, many people. The Honourable Member for Gedling, again, rightly raised issues around presentation that I agree with. The Honourable Member for Winchester also made points about SAGE spokesmen, and I will certainly feed that back and take his intervention if he wishes to make that.
Minister, my point was around helping supporting the hospitality sector, the weddings industry, for instance, is that At the end of the day, the best way we can help them is to let them trade. They haven't been able to because of the pandemic. Either we believe in the vaccine or we don't. And after June the 21st, when we passed freedom from the regulations, Boomtown Festival in my constituency has had to be cancelled this summer. It's due to take place in August. There's no reason whatsoever that that should happen, except that the messages they're getting are mixed, and no one's sure whether ministers actually believe in the vaccine. Does the minister at the box?
Well, I certainly believe in the vaccine. I'm a volunteer on the vaccine programme, and I think that it has been a huge effort by from science to manufacturers to our healthcare services to an army of volunteers who are not just helping put the vaccine into people's arms, but directing traffic and a whole raft of things. It is absolutely critical to us being able to have the confidence to unlock, and I would encourage everyone to come forward and get a vaccine. And he is right. It is not just the inability for people to trade. It's the inability, it's the chilling factor, particularly on sectors like the wedding sector, where we have not just to get people back trading, we've got to get people confidence that they are going to be able to have those events. And I can just reassure him that that is very much our focus, and we hope to be able to say some more on that as we progress through the roadmap. I'll take one more intervention because I know we are short on time.
For breaking up, but there is a very, very specific reason why many of these outside events will not take place this summer, because they cannot get commercial insurance, because the insurers simply do not believe they can take the government's word on trust. There has to be a sharing of risk on this, but the government has dragged its feet for weeks over this. Unless they make a decision now, we will lose July. If they don't make a decision before May, we will lose August, and so on. This has to happen now. It's worth at least $2 billion a month.
Well, I'm glad I took the Right Honourable Gentleman's intervention on this. I think if government has a role in this, it is to create a situation where the sector, the insurance sector, it becomes possible to provide products. I'm not going to take any more interventions, I'm sorry. And I'm very aware of that. Certainly I'm helping with regard to weddings, but I can just reassure him that this is well understood, and we hope that we can come forward and say a bit more. Certainly I hope I'll be able to come forward and say a bit more about weddings sectors, and I will feed back to my colleagues on the wider insurance point, which I know many colleagues have raised before. I'm going to end it there. Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I wanted to respond to all the points that I could. And again, just thank colleagues for their interest in this area, the sensible recommendations that have been made. We have acted already on some of them, and we will be bringing forward a response to the full report, and I will hand back to the Chairman. Thank you.
William Ragg.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say that we always enjoy my right honourable friend's appearances before our committee, and I would not wish to reduce those in number or diminish them in quality. But just to say in her defence that we are tired of ministers being sent to us who have been set up to fail because they haven't been part of the decision-making process, and it is not they who are accountable, but rather those who are in more senior positions in those departments, and that to continue to treat committees in such a way is, I'm afraid to say, and I've resisted saying it so far, although it says it in the report, it is contemptuous of this House. Now, this debate has been filled with the usual suspects, and many of us are regarded as, if not slightly eccentric, but certainly on the boundaries of madness as well. And we have made these points many times, and I know, fortunately, that repetition is not a cardinal sin in this chamber, otherwise there will be very few of us left. Can I thank all members of the committee for their contribution to this important report, and all those of my right honourable and honourable friends, and indeed right honourable and honourable members who've spoken in the course of this afternoon. And I will say, indeed, again in defence of my right honourable friend, the Minister, reminded of the words of Teddy Roosevelt in the arena, and I replaced the word man with woman in this context, to say it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. I just wish that we were given fewer opportunities to point out those stumblings and to give those criticisms. And it is a challenge to us all, whether it's government members or the opposition, each of us as a member of this House, to provide that legitimate challenge. And the restrictions, I've understood, have been necessary in terms of how we conducted our business. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first rule of the game is to show up. And now that we can do safely, I should urge all members of this House to start turning up again to this place, to urge the House authorities to get a move on so that we can move in such a way so that we can conduct our affairs properly and hold the government rightfully to account.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, there's that opinion to say aye. On the contrary, no, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now briefly suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order! We now come to the Backbench motion on mass human rights abuses and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. And I call Nusrat Ghani to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg formally to move the motion in my name on the order paper, that this House believes that Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minorities in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region are suffering crimes against humanity and genocide, and calls upon the government to act to fulfil their obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide and all relevant instruments of international law to bring it to an end. It's a privilege to open this important debate and historic motion. I want to put on record my thanks to IPAC and in particular Luke de Pulford for coordinating MPs around the world in keeping the Uyghur high in national parliaments. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's historic debate wouldn't be possible without a key ally to the Uyghurs and the one sponsor of the debate that would have been so proud of us all here today for doing the right thing, I hope, at 5 o'clock. And that's my mentor and dear friend, the late Dame Cheryl Gillan. Dame Cheryl was a phenomenal woman, a woman who kept men in this place in their place. And I wish the records to note that this debate is in her honour, and this House today, I hope, will do her proud. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am one of the 5 MPs sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party. These sanctions were an attempt to silence and intimidate us, to prevent us from raising the growing evidence of the abuse faced by the Uyghur.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
Oh, indeed.
Does my honourable friend not agree with me that when a national government sanctions one member of parliament in this place, that government, that national government, is actually sanctioning all members of parliament in this place, and it is incumbent on all of us, all 650 of us, to stand as one at this moment?
My honourable friend could not have put it more perfectly. Sanctioning of 5 MPs for raising human rights abuses, I believe, is sanctioning this House and asking it to stop raising human rights abuses in Xinjiang, and the whole House needs to act as one. But as I mentioned, the fact that we're here today and having this debate shows that the sanctions just haven't worked. My sanctions, I can only assume, followed my campaigning on the Genocide Amendment to the Trade Bill and my base Select Committee report that exposed that Xinjiang is a Uyghur slave state and recommends we blacklist UK firms putting slave-made products on our shelves. As we all know, basic checks and transparency standards can't be guaranteed in Xinjiang, so businesses find it difficult to guarantee that they are slave labour free. So let's just cut to the chase and blacklist firms who are linked to Xinjiang unless they are uniquely able to offer adequate proof that they are slave labour free. The British customer doesn't want to be duped into putting money in the pockets of firms profiting from slave labour. I hope the Minister can wholeheartedly support the rest of the recommendations in this Select Committee report. I also want to put on record my thanks and offer solidarity to the Professor Jo Smith-Finlay, a senior academic who was also sanctioned for sharing what she witnessed in Xinjiang, along with a legal firm and research group. When the CCP tries to control UK groups and individuals from speaking freely about their research and legal opinions, it is our responsibility and duty to speak truth to power in this place, where we are afforded protection that others may not have. These sanctions, as mentioned earlier, is not only an attack on us as individuals, but an attempt to stifle the free and open debate that is the heart of our hard-won parliamentary democracy. And if the CCP are still in doubt what our leadership thinks of these sanctions, let me quote our very own Prime Minister, who said, "Freedom to speak out in opposition to abuse is fundamental, and I stand firmly with them." Today, I'm asking the House to consider whether the grounds for genocide are met. I know colleagues are reluctant to use the word genocide. For many, the word will be forever associated with the horrors of the Nazi concentration camps, and I agree with colleagues that we should never diminish the unique meaning and power of this term by applying it incorrectly. But there is a misunderstanding that genocide is just one act, mass killing. That is false. Article 2 of the United Nations Genocide Convention defines genocide as any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group as such. There are 3 points I want colleagues to note. Genocide is measured against intent. Number 2, intent to commit any one of the 5 acts of genocide is sufficient. And number 3, and fundamentally, all 5 criteria of genocide are evidence as taking place in Xinjiang. So, while we must never misuse the term genocide, we must not fail to use it when it's warranted. I'll return to the horrific examples to support my motion shortly. Let me first remind the House why we are stuck in the trenches and why I'm asking us today to help dig us out and free the Uyghur people. Government states genocide can only be determined by a competent court. Every route to a court is blocked by China. This means that despite the Foreign Secretary stating the human rights violations being perpetrated in Xinjiang against the Uyghur Muslims is far-reaching and it paints a harrowing picture, our government is handcuffed, paralysed by the UN. We need to take back control, and our route to declaring genocide cannot be controlled by China. Let me briefly present the evidence to support my motion. The 5 acts of genocide. Act 1, killing members of a group. As Dr. Finley notes, the massacre of 2014, up to 3,000 Uyghurs were allegedly killed by security forces, according to exiles. Separately, in its landmark legal case, coming up to 100 pages, Essex court chambers noted there are reports that an unknown number of detainees have died in the camps due to poor living conditions and a lack of medical treatment. Following the publishing of this opinion, the CCP were also sanctioned. The CCP sanctioned the chambers. Act 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. 50 legal experts of international law have determined every marker of genocide is met. The New Lines Institute found Uyghurs are suffering serious bodily and mental harm from systematic torture and cruel treatment, including rape, sexual abuse, exploitation and public humiliation at the hands of camp officials and Han cadres assigned to Uyghur homes under government-mandated programmes. Internment camps contain designated interrogation rooms where Uyghur detainees are subjected to consistent and brutal torture methods, including beatings with metal prods, electric shocks and whips. The mass internment and related government programmes are designed to indoctrinate and, quote, wash clean, unquote, brains. 50 global experts, Madam Deputy Speaker. Act 3 of genocide, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. President Xi has said in so many words, including, I quote, show absolutely no mercy. And how is he doing this? Credible reports indicate that up to 2 million people are extrajudicially detained in prison factories and re-education centres, and I dread to think of the impact of the lack of proper medical care in a pandemic. Act 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Unless the Minister can evidence otherwise, I do not believe that there is any other place on earth where women are being violated on this scale. The Handmaid's Tale is a fairy tale compared to the reproductive rights of Uyghur women. This abuse is evidenced by the Chinese government's own data. 2014, over 200,000 birth control devices were inserted in women in Xinjiang. By 2018, this had increased by 60%. So despite the region accounting for just 1.8% of China's population, 80% of all birth control device insertions in China were performed in the Uyghur region. No wonder it explains that in one of the regions, birth rates are down by 84%. If it could get more chilling, China no longer shares the data by ethnicity, trying to scrub away the evidence. Time is running out for the Uyghur, especially the women. And finally, Act 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. This unique barbarism of the CCP is a slow-motion genocide. It's really hard to believe that they're doing this as their final act of horror. New York Times reported on public CCP data that nearly 500,000 children have been separated from their families. This is key as it shows the CCP's intent to strip children from their parents, basically disrupting intergenerational linguistic, cultural and faith transmission. And let me quote the CCP again. Break their lineage, break their roots. I don't expect the Minister to have any arguments to dispute any of the evidence I've put forward today. I do expect to hear from the dispatch box, considering the crimes, how the Foreign Office will fully cooperate with Sir Geoffrey Nice QC's independent Uyghur tribunal. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're not alone. Countries around the world are declaring genocide and parliaments in Europe are watching us today and will take our lead. At a previous genocide debate, when we were shamefully denied a vote, I quoted the late Rabbi Sachs when he was asked, "Where was God during your Holocaust?" And the late Rabbi Sachs responded, "The question isn't where was God, the question is where was man?" We are here, Madam Deputy Speaker, men and women in this House, the mother of all parliaments, and we will do all we can to ensure that atrocities like the Holocaust could never again take place. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, and we go by video link to Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Wealdon. And may I say that I want to congratulate her for obtaining this debate and the excellent work that she has been doing with the BIS Select Committee and her work on the trade bill. As co-chair of the APP June Uyghurs, I also want to pay tribute to many colleagues who have been working with us for the last few years to raise awareness of the seriousness of the situation in Xinjiang. This House has heard repeatedly evidence of sterilisation, of mass extrajudicial internment, of organ harvesting and modern-day slavery. Indeed, the Foreign Secretary himself has described them as abuses on an industrial scale and as a mass torture. I'm not going to repeat the stories here because I know colleagues will be talking about them in details. But we should not have to tell them again and again to get an action. But I wish to use my time to put a few questions to the Minister. Firstly, it has become clear to all of us that the government policy on genocide is untenable. We cannot continue to insist that genocide determination is for courts, knowing that there is no court which can actually hear these cases. The current policy far predates the current government. So we should be honest about this and look beyond the party politics. It has become an embarrassment to ministers. It is patently absurd to insist on a court which will be blocked from acting. Can the Minister tell us what plans does this government have to review and reform this policy? Secondly, the Minister will know that Sir Geoffrey Nice QC has convened a tribunal to come to an independent and a credible interrogation of the evidence. Will he confirm that the government will do everything possible to cooperate with the Uyghur tribunal, including providing evidence and agreeing to take seriously what will be a rigorous and an impartial judgment when the process is completed? Indeed, our All Parties Parliamentary Group has written to the Minister about this twice and so far have received no response. Thirdly, we know that in 2016, Xinjiang installed Chen Quango as Secretary of the Xinjiang. Within a year, he had turned it into probably the world's most heavily policed region. When the government finally announced the Magnitsky sanctions, why did they leave out the organ grinder Chen Quango? He is believed to be the architect of the Xinjiang atrocities, and indeed before those in Tibet. So now we're in a position of having sanctioned the entity he runs and helped to turn into an instrument of oppression, the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, but not Xinjiang himself. Surely the minister must see that this is not rational. The United States has sanctioned him. Will this government today commit to sanctioning him as well? When I set up the APPG on Uyghurs in 2019, I was contacted by officials from the Chinese embassy, who I agreed to meet with in order to discuss the then recently built internment camps. The Chinese official was quickly to remind me that the West has no moral high ground to lecture them, given our own interventions in history. And indeed, he sent me several emails to that effect. But you know, to engage in whataboutery is to deny and to distract from the point. Since 1948, we have witnessed genocide in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia, Darfur, northern Iraq, and now in China and Myanmar. This is not an exhaustive list. Indeed, some grave crimes against humanity go unreported in the mainstream media and are never classified as genocide. And the response to these atrocities has always been inadequate. Whenever a genocide has taken place, there is a collective wringing of hands. But the promise to break the relentless and the devastating cycles of genocide has never materialized. How many times have we heard the term never again? Madam Deputy Speaker, this has gone on long enough. The Minister will be aware that the United States has recognized this as genocide. The Canadian House of Commons, the Dutch Parliament, and others have declared it to be genocide. A 25,000-page report by over 50 international lawyers says that what is happening in Xinjiang is genocide, with every single one of the criteria in the 1948 United Nations Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide has been breached. The UK's policy on genocide risks us defaulting on our obligation under the Genocide Convention. Today in this House, let's pass this motion, and I urge the government to act on this.
Thank you. Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I first of all start by congratulating my right honourable friend on securing this debate and also for chairing the committee and for the committee's excellent report on which this debate is based. I think it's been a remarkable feat to have done both. I concur also with her tribute to our right honourable friend Dame Cheryl Gillan. I came into Parliament at the same time as her, and she was just simply a remarkable woman. It was right to raise her in this debate because she stood with us on every one of the votes that we had on the genocide debates recently. She didn't, even though she was ill and housebound, she stayed with us throughout that, and that shows some courage and some bravery, and I salute her for that. I must say that I want to raise one thing before I go on to the other points that have been made. It is that I worry now, and I'm listening in the last week, over the environment. Now, it may seem a peculiar issue to raise first, but I would like my right honourable friend to take note of this. I've noticed a number of people saying how important and vital, of course, it is for China to be involved and to sign up to all these pledges. My slight worry here is that China will use this process to be able to leverage any action that we may wish to take. I just want to make sure that when we talk about China and the environment, we no longer try and use this as a balancing point for why we should not take action against China on areas such as the genocide of Uyghur women, the treatment of Tibetans, the appalling treatment now of Inner Mongolians, the treatment of Christians, the organ harvesting of the Falun Gong, and other groups too. These are all abuses which must be called out, whether or not we need China to cooperate on other matters, we cannot simply say that one matter is worth some sacrifice over the other. It is not, and I, for one, will continue to call that out. I do want to come back then to the main points that we make in this particular debate, and that is the ones raised really by this particular committee. I think the points that they have made are really important, and my right honourable friend touched on a number of those, and I just want to highlight a couple. One is Sir Geoffrey Nice, QC, with his inquiry going on, has said, and I quote him here, on organ harvesting, he says, unanimously and sure beyond reasonable doubt that in China forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience has been practiced for a substantial period of time, involving a very substantial number of victims. Organ harvesting of victims in the power of the state. I thought we collectively, as nations, decided never, ever to see this happen again. In the 1940s, Nazi Germany practiced organ harvesting and strange science on people in their captivity, the Jewish people mostly, but others too. How is it that we hear that and lock it away in a box? This is astonishing that we should even be thinking that it is just an item for debate. It is not. It is redolent of the terrible times that we went through and others went through, and we decided never again. But it is again, and it is on an industrial scale. And the Conservative Party Human Rights Report shows 4 years of human rights deterioration in China between 2016 and 2020. And this report here clearly identifies how the Uyghur slave labour operate now in these supply chains. 84%, as my right honourable friend said, drop in birth rates, significant, and shows categorically that there is forced sterilisation taking place. But there are others out there who have been brave enough to call this out. BBC journalists covering mass rape and Uyghur abuse have been driven out of China. I see even Sky faced up the other day and produced a report about the slave labour and the fact that these people, these men particularly, are thousands of miles away from their homes in factories which are hidden from view and denied, but there they are, slave labour, forced labour. And the Cotton Initiative has withdrawn from the region in October 2020, citing, and I quote, sustained allegations of forced labour and other human rights abuses leading to an increasingly untenable operating environment. That is the reality of a wealthy, powerful country intending to be wealthier and more powerful. Perhaps the dominant economy, the dominant military power, believes that it can get away with anything. And so far, too often, they have. And that is the point, I think, of this debate. That is the point of what my right honourable friend's speech was all about. She made it very clear, I thought, about the definition of genocide, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of that group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destructions of the whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. My honourable friend laid those out. These are the definitions of genocide, and on every one of those counts we have evidence to show that genocide is taking place, specifically to the Uyghur people, but it is highly likely that to others, as I said earlier on, like the Tibetans as well. We know that they have been killing members of the group and serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group as well. All of these are what is going on. So in calling it out, if we believe that there is evidence for every one of those, the question I ask is, why haven't we declared this a genocide? I do urge my right honourable friend again and the government to rethink their position on this. We will not gain any particular friendship by not calling out genocide from the Chinese. It is simply not a tradable item. The UK government has said endlessly, and I understand this, that only a competent court can declare genocide. That is absolutely the original plan. But the problem is that getting to a competent court is impossible. At the United Nations, it is impossible to get through to the International Court of Justice. It is impossible to get through to the International Criminal Court, because China is not a signatory to that, and therefore will not obey that. And anyway, you won't be able to do this because they'll be blocked in the debates of the UN. The whole purpose, it seems to me, of the Belt and Road Project is to protect China from any action taken at the UN. It has now collected a coalition of nations who are being given huge sums of money by them. They vote with them in many cases in the UN regardless on matters like these. And therefore, we have a problem. How is it that we can get there? And the only way really is what other countries have taken to doing now. The United States has made it clear that they think that this is, or believe that this is genocide. I see that Holland has followed suit, and so has Canada. And I hope, therefore, today that we will do so too. And if we are in any doubt that this is genocide, and that the American administration that has just come in is going to somehow walk away from the previous administration, it's worth quoting here again what they have been saying in the United States. The new Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said, and I quote, "But my judgment remains," and he's referring to Mike Pompeo, his predecessor's statement, "my judgment remains that genocide was committed against the Uyghurs, and that hasn't changed." So now America still lines up between administrations and stands up for it. Canada, on the 22nd of February in 2021, their parliament voted unanimously on a motion to declare the situation in Xinjiang a genocide. In the Netherlands, on the 25th of February 2021, the Dutch Parliament, called the States General, as it is in the Netherlands, passed a non-binding motion declaring the treatment of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang amounts to genocide. What do we have to know? Well, we have to have significant reports, witness testaments, satellite imagery, Chinese local governmental data, and we have all of that. It is out there in the public domain now, and more is being collated. So, the victims. Let's think a little bit about the victims for a second. The victims that their relatives are out on the square today protesting about their treatment, but the victims that are left behind speak terribly of, and I want to quote the former detainee Tusane Zawiden, and I want to quote her here. She said, "Every night they were removed from their cells and raped by one or more masked Chinese men." She went on to say that she was tortured and later gang-raped on 3 occasions, each time by 2 or 3 men. Evidenced. That is the evidence that we need as part of our statement that this is a genocide. And that evidence exists. That is but one of a whole series that have given such evidence. So we have to hold them to account. And I want to say to my right honourable friend, because others want to speak, and I'm going to conclude here. Today, this Parliament has a historic chance to together, regardless of party difference in most other matters, to hold its head up, to stand tall and stand for those who have no voice. We, the mother of all parliaments, today should take pride in the fact that if this motion goes through unopposed, it is the voice of the United Kingdom Parliament, the Parliament of a free people who believe in human rights and believe in freedom and human rights for others around the world. Let us make that statement today loud and clear, that the UK has not forgotten the Uyghurs and others, and that we will stand for them, and we will insist that our government does exactly the same by calling this genocide.
We now go by video link to Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first congratulate Member for Wealdon for securing this debate and all the work that she has been doing on this matter. The most distressing and horrific persecution taking place today is that of the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, China. I like to remind the House that Muslims are currently observing the holy month of Ramadan, a month of fasting, reflection, charity, and prayer. It pains me that millions of Uyghur Muslims are facing some of the harshest abuses one can imagine during this holy period. As the Vice Chair of the APPG on Uyghurs, I have been highlighting the plight of Uyghur Muslims for several years and have heard firsthand harrowing testimonies from survivors, the family members, and those who have witnessed what I can only call inhumane and chilling human rights abuses. The Chinese government appears to be engaged in what some experts are calling a campaign of demographic genocide. I do fear that the gravity of my words and efforts are simply not being matched by the world's reaction, and more worryingly, this very government. But members know already that the persecution of the Uyghurs is not new. For decades, they have faced repression at the hands of the Chinese government, but it has escalated to an entirely new scale. Report after report has highlighted the mounting evidence of human rights abuses and shows that the Beijing has violated each and every act banned by the United Nations Convention Against Genocide. The action that the Chinese authorities are taking in Xinjiang contravenes China's own constitutional provisions on freedom of religion and its obligation under the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Foreign Secretary said in January that we shouldn't be doing trade deals with countries committing human rights abuses well below the level of genocide. Yet, by rejecting the genocide amendments to the trade bill, the government has done everything it can to protect the UK's right to do trade deals with potentially genocidal state. Global Britain, it seems, is just empty rhetoric with no substance. Madam Deputy Speaker, because the words never again are utterly meaningless if we fail to act. History will remember us, and we have a moral duty to step in and stop these heinous crimes. Powerful interventions from faith communities, including the Board of Deputies of British Jews, have passionately called on the government to support the Genocide Amendment. And the Jewish community has even drawn parallel between the horrors in Xinjiang to the Holocaust. Despite this, the government continues to drag its feet on holding China to account and instead puts trade above human rights. The government must continue to press the Chinese government to close detention camps, cease indiscriminate surveillance and restrictions on religion and culture, and to allow independent experts and UN officials proper access to Xinjiang. After the genocides in Rwanda, Srebrenica, and Darfur, we said never again. I hope we can all agree here that we cannot add Xinjiang to that list. I urge the government to not turn a blind eye to millions of innocent lives because of economic interest. Thank you.
Tim Lawson.
So another day, another debate on the industrial scale human rights abuses by the Chinese regime. Here we are again, and I'm delighted we are, and I congratulate my honourable friend for Wealdon, who has so championed this cause, and I wholeheartedly endorse everything she has said. And she, together with my right honourable friend for Chingford and the rest of the magnificent 7 parliamentarians who wear our sanctuary with a badge of honour, I hope the message has now got through that the productivity of We 7 has increased sharply since that inept act by the Chinese regime to put us on that arbitrary and ridiculous sanctions list.
And let me tell them, they ain't seen nothing yet. Because this will go on every day, every week, that we can possibly raise it in this place and on the platforms afforded to us as parliamentarians. And the Chinese government have really fired us up in making sure that that is a promise that we will deliver. So I wholeheartedly support this motion, to which I've added my signature. And although Tibet is not within the strict scope of the motion, everything that has been said so far applies to Tibet and the people of Tibet, who have been oppressed with similar tactics for the last 62 years since the occupation of that peace-loving people in the Tibetan region of China back in 1959. And I absolutely take up the point made by my right honourable friend Ford Chingford about the environment. China is guilty of not just abusing its own people, but of abusing the planet more than any other nation on this earth. Neither is acceptable. One is not a trade-off against the other, if that's the attitude they want to take when it comes to COP26. Both need to be called out, and both they need to mend their ways. They go hand in hand. And it's a shocking reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, that genocides have never properly been called out and thwarted at the time of their happening. Be it against the Jews, be it against the Muslims in Srebrenica, be it in Rwanda, be it in Cambodia, be it in Darfur, and, as the Honourable Leighton Bolton mentioned, the many other genocides that go unnamed and not properly detected. And I include in that the Armenian genocide from 1915-16, when 1 to 1.5 million Armenian men, women and children died at the hands of the Ottomans. And on Saturday in Yerevan and around the world, tributes will be made and flowers laid, and I will be doing so on behalf of the All-Party Armenian group at the Cenotaph tomorrow in commemoration of that terrible genocide, which needs to be recognised by this country over 100 years on as well. Now, we've talked about debating this subject, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, under Article 11 of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, it is the obligation of the United Kingdom, along with all other UN members, to prevent and to punish genocide under that article's terms. Not just to talk about it, and it's good we are, but actually to do something about it. We've heard all the clear evidence that what is going on in Xinjiang province, and I'm not going to repeat all of that from my honourable friend. We know that China formally recognised the Uyghurs as an ethnic minority amongst its exhaustive list of no fewer than 56 ethnic groups comprising its population, along with the Tibetan people. Under China's own constitution, those minorities and the cultures and the identities of those minorities should be protected. But here they're being obliterated. They're trying to be assimilated within the main population. So China is going against its own constitution. Whatever we may think in the terms of international law, it is falling foul of its own constitution. And as my honourable friend from Broxbourne said earlier, the Chinese regime, in doing what it's tried to do to try to suppress free speech, that is an act against this Parliament and the privileges that we have in this Parliament. A naked and aggression act against free speech. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is quite clear that what is happening is genocide. My honourable friend for Wilden put it very starkly. If a state-orchestrated and race-targeted birth rate plunge of 2/3 in 2 years is not genocide, what is? If mass internment, slave labour, systematic rape, torture and live organ harvesting, mass sterilisation, womb removal, forced abortions, secretly located orphan camps, brainwashing camps, psychological trauma of these combined atrocities, if they don't amount to genocide under any of those definitions, then what does? There's a saying that if it looks like a duck, it sounds like a duck, and it walks like a duck, it's a duck. This sounds and looks and is genocide, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it absolutely needs to be called out loud and clear for what it is. And I do urge the Minister again, who has been very supportive, and we are very grateful for the
Very supportive words of the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and the Minister I'm glad to see here again today, as well as by the Speaker and the Lord Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, in support of the Magnificent Seven. But why, oh why, are we not going further in the sanctions against people who are clearly guilty of waging genocide on other Chinese citizens? And Shen Zhuangzhou absolutely needs to be on that list. Yeah. Committing genocide against the Uyghurs since 2016, having learnt and plied his trade in Tibet against the Tibetans before that as well. We need to do more to support those businesses who are being thrown out of Xinjiang and who are, in some cases, taking a stand. We need to have that proper audit of our universities, of our schools. I now hear that the Chichester Prebendal School in my own diocese is now under threat of being taken over by the Chinese, on top of 17, no fewer than 17 senior schools around the UK, which are now under the control of senior Chinese figures in the Chinese Communist Party. This is happening in our country on our watch. We need to flash it out. We need to put the spotlight on it. The contacts that they have within our military research, the activities within our infrastructure projects. We really have got to have a full and thorough audit of Chinese tentacles, the tentacles of the Chinese regime in UK society up and down this country. There are still artificial intelligence firms with links to persecution of Uyghurs funding research at British universities, funding places at PhDs and postdoctoral research positions at Surrey University, for example, despite having been placed on a US blacklist back in 2019. And I do pay tribute to Manchester University, which did cancel an agreement with the Chinese electronic company CETC after warnings that it supplied the tech platforms and apps used by Beijing security forces in the mass surveillance of the Uyghurs. So we need to do more to make sure that we are not aiding and abetting these parts of the Chinese regime. Now, last month, the Foreign Office admitted that the Uyghurs were being harassed and abused in the UK itself. So it's not just within China. And as I think the Foreign Secretary said, to intimidate them into silence and urging them to report on other Uyghurs to the police. Now, Rahimi Mahmut, who was in Parliament Square earlier, the UK Director for the World Uyghur Congress, who has bravely stood up and is one of the mouthpieces for the Uyghur population here, in an article in The Telegraph, she gave some chilling examples of the Uyghur exiles in this country being intimidated by the long tentacles of the Chinese regime whilst in the safety, supposedly, of this country. Those exiles ominously reminded that they had relatives back in China. A Uyghur woman received text every day from the Chinese police urging her to spy on other Uyghurs in the UK, saying, "Remember your mother and your sisters are with us." This regime does not stop at its own borders. And we need to stand shoulder to shoulder and offer whatever support we can to protect those Uyghur refugees and Tibetan refugees and other victims of oppression by China who find themselves in this country. They deserve our safety and our succour, and we need to give them more to protect them from the dangers that they are going through. So can I end, Madam Deputy Speaker, also to urge the Minister that we should be encouraging our diplomats to speak out. I cited last week the example of the new British ambassador in Beijing who'd been hauled in over the coals for just mentioning the free press to the Chinese government. There's, of course, John Sudworth, the BBC correspondent in Beijing, who's had to flee from Beijing, trying to report on human rights abuses because of fears for his own safety and that of his family. We must encourage them to continue to speak out. Very briefly,
I just wondered, given that list of people and organisations that have called things out, does he not find it strange that no UK university that is receiving funds from them has actually condemned any of this action that's going on publicly, or, for that matter, condemned the action of the Confucius Institute, who spy on Chinese students in universities?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I have for long been calling out Confucius Institutes as well, not only on the campuses of UK universities, stuffing gold into the mouths of vice chancellors, but increasingly within our schools as well. I was alarmed when I went to visit a secondary school in my own constituency, which teaches Mandarin, and now has a Confucius Institute classroom sponsored by by the Chinese. They are not doing it because they just like to be nice to our schools. They are doing it because they have an agenda and they are trying to control people around the world and suppress people who want to speak out against them. So I echo the closing words of my right honourable friend for Chingford. Today we stand up in this place for those without a voice. That is an advantage of being a parliamentarian, that we use our voice to stand up for and speak out for and protect those without a voice and those who are in danger. So let us, with that voice, and loud and clear, make sure that this motion goes through today to show China once and for all it has been called out. There will be consequences, and there are being consequences, for their industrial scale abuse of human rights. And in this country, at least, freedom and the freedom of speech and faith and worship count for something, and they better acknowledge that.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate the Honourable Lady for Wealden for bringing this debate today and for continuing to stand up for what's right here. China's modernisation and rise to being a global power has been the defining phenomenon of the last 40 years. But not all communities and peoples under the control of Beijing have benefited from that rise. The Chinese Communist Party have been ruthless in response to any perceived threats to their ideology and control. The tanks in Tiananmen Square were symbolic of a process that's continued largely unnoticed until the very public crushing of Hong Kong's defence of democracy. And today's debate's about the persecution of the traditionally Muslim Uyghurs of Xinjiang province. It is about a genocide taking place right now. But as we've heard, many members also share concerns about Chinese actions in Tibet, and there are close links between the two communities in the UK. I'd like today to highlight the work of Yet Again, a new campaign group co-founded by my constituent Kirsty Robson that challenges us to learn lessons from the Holocaust and to break the cycle of impunity for perpetrators that allows atrocities to continue. Their work is very much needed just now. I also want to acknowledge BBC journalist John Sudworth, who was driven out of China last month by harassment following BBC coverage of China's persecution of the Uyghurs. Thanks to John and his work and the bravery of others speaking out, we know that 1 million or more Uyghurs are interned in detention and re-education camps in Xinjiang province. Camps that are dedicated to achieving transformation through education, where Uyghur traditions and beliefs and language are intensively undermined, and the Uyghur community as a whole is treated like a terrorist network to be squashed. Now, the existence of these camps is admitted by the Chinese government, which describes them as voluntary. That is completely lacking in credibility, and we've heard today already the horrific reality of the vast numbers of deaths and the terrible treatment in these camps. And alongside the camps, there's widespread slave labour, with hundreds and thousands of Uyghurs and other minorities forced to work in vast cotton fields and factories, the produce of which is undoubtedly and mostly unchecked feeding through into major UK stores. I'm confident that consumers would be appalled if they realised that. And when bureaucracies and armies are given free rein and there's no accountability, women and children are very often on the receiving end of atrocities. That's what's happened in Xinjiang following a visit by Xi Jinping in 2014, when he urged tough action against the Uyghur population in response to a terrorist attack. And since then, there have been more reports of forced sterilisation as a means of population control, reports of systemic rape, torture of women in camps, children being taken from their families and sent to state orphanages and boarding schools to break family and cultural ties. Thanks to the work of Yet Again, I was able to hear the personal story of Uyghur activist Rahimi Mahmood, who's lived in the UK since the year 2000. What she expressed was chilling, and she also tells of the crushing of peaceful demonstrations in her hometown of Gulja in the 1990s, and of the pressure on families of those who've sought refuge abroad. So her account shows that while Chinese authorities claim to target religious extremists, they really see any practicing Muslim as an enemy there. Their actions make a real mockery of China's constitutional protection of religious belief. Madam Deputy Speaker, East Renfrewshire is home to Scotland's largest Jewish community. And every year I join events on and around Holocaust Memorial Day, which is a privilege and always gives me significant pause for thought. And that's when we reflect on that dreadful event and say never again. But here we are, knowing that a genocide is unfolding, and let's be clear, that's what it is. And yet the UK government seems unwilling to do anything about it beyond ritual diplomacy. We must recognise and act on the atrocities facing the Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minorities in China. They cannot be ignored as the UK scrambles for trade deals. To help achieve that, yet again are partnering with the Scottish Council for Jewish Communities to hold an event for the Jewish community to allow them to find out more about what is happening to the Uyghurs. We should all, including the Chinese Communist Party, take a lead from that determination to learn the lessons from history. This must stop, and it's our responsibility to stand up and be counted to make that happen now.
Thank you very much. Whilst I'm not introducing a time limit at this moment in time, can I just ask everybody to look at around about 5 minutes, please? Please don't exceed that, and then we can try and get everybody in. Andrew Lua.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In 1948, the UK, along with other countries right around the world, signed the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It was a commitment this country made towards ensuring the atrocities perpetuated during the Second World War would never happen again. And yet 73 years later, we found ourselves hearing of the horrors facing the Uyghur in the autonomous region of Xinjiang. Removing the thin guise of tackling terrorism and separatism, we've heard the truth of what's really happening in this region's re-education camps. Numerous, robust and independent reports over a number of years lay bare the overwhelming evidence the Chinese government is interning the Uyghur people on a mass scale, subjecting them to brutal forced labour and physically and psychologically abusing them. And I want to pay tribute to my colleagues who, despite intense intimidation, have worked tirelessly to raise the plight of the Uyghurs in this House, and have already spoken both movingly and with great knowledge and skill in asking the government to honour its commitments under the Geneva Convention. We're all aware, with the veto China has at the UN Security Council, of the challenge the International Court of Justice faces to be able to pronounce genocide as occurring in Xinjiang. And in light of this, like all Western countries, we need to think very carefully and critically about our current and future relationship with China. And this is particularly so on issues of trade, investment in domestic infrastructure, and the relationship between our universities and the Chinese government. I'm not blind to the fact that China is a major player on the world stage, and we've been told this is an ever-increasingly globalised world, though I think that's no longer an assertion that is beyond challenge. However, as British politicians, it's our duty to stand up and speak for those who've been silenced, and my honourable friend's motion today is an attempt at just that, but it also serves as a wider awareness-raising purpose. It ought to prompt FCDO and the Department of International Trade to reflect upon the role our embassy teams in China have in terms of the promoting trade, and particularly doing so in sensitive areas. Digital and energy security are the most obvious of these, and clear moves to reassessing the wisdom of links and reliance of our country in these fields is already visible. But another area quite rightly coming under the spotlight is education. It's a mistake to allow action over what's going on in Xinjiang to be restricted to that area alone. It's about China, its economy, its communist leadership as a whole, and about our government, but also wider British societal responses to these abuses. My right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, wrote powerfully and convincingly in the Telegraph recently about the need for the UK university sector to change its approach to China. and my honourable friend for East Worthing and Shorehams added to that here today. The independent education sector also needs to give the matter serious consideration. I wrote about this for the Independent School magazine, Independent School Management Plus magazine, as chairman of the all-party group for independent education some months ago, and at the weekend the Times quoted me and others in warning of the dangers, moral and financial, of our independent schools setting up satellite schools in China, given the human rights abuses in Xinjiang most starkly of all, but also in Tibet and Hong Kong, and of the increasing menace towards Taiwan. And it's highly relevant today in terms of what ought to be done. Although I have some sympathy for schools that set up there 10, 15, 20 years ago, when envisaging a different direction of travel in China and seeking to be part of it was entirely plausible, it's now much harder to have any for those seeking to do so afresh now, because we know so clearly what's going on in Xinjiang and beyond in China. We know that it's no longer possible in anything more than a merely superficial way to impart the values of British education and those of the schools and their long and worthy traditions, freedom of thought, racial equality, questioning, liberalism in the best sense of that word, looking at the truth. They're just not possible in China, including nowadays in Hong Kong. It's akin to seeking to set up a British school in South Africa in 1975 and not worrying about the reputational damage and saying that local rules and customs must be respected and adhered to. Elsewhere in the world, of course, there are accommodations and compromises to be made in having satellite schools. I'm not one of those people who believes we can morally trade or share educational practice only in exemplar nations like those in Scandinavia, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. But when the line between authoritarian government and totalitarian government is not only crossed, but via genocide left way behind as it has been in China, it's time to think again. It's time for the FCDO to reflect upon the Embassy's attitude in the educational space in line with this. I conclude with thanks to my honourable friend for Wealden for all her work in this area, and in particular for getting this debate to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wind-ups will start at 4:36 with Chris Law with 6 minutes, and then the Shadow Minister and Minister 8 minutes each, and at 4:58, Nasrat Ghani has the final 2 minutes. Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Wealden on securing this incredibly important debate, and for all those members across the House for their moving contributions. What is happening to the Uyghur people in Xinjiang amounts to genocide, as defined under the Geneva Convention. We are all used to assuming that genocide happens quickly. Mass graves come to mind. But genocide can also happen more gradually. One baby not born, one identity forever altered by intimidation or indoctrination, and on a mass scale, it all leads to one end, the erasure of a people. So whatever its pace, it must be stopped. Now we have limited time, so in my remarks, I want to focus in on women and children. Recent evidence has come to light of how Uyghur children are being taken from their relatives and placed in state orphanages while their parents are detained. There are stories of children being taken while in school. Imagine that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 1 minute you're learning your times tables, and the next you're being bundled into a car with a stranger and taken to a boarding school. And once they're there, they are forced to undergo political indoctrination. They suffer neglect, and they're denied contact with their families, who are often taken to camps at the same time. According to Human Rights Watch, some of these children get warned that their behaviour could affect their relatives' prospects of release. And there's been a 76% increase in the number of children in Xinjiang state boarding school facilities since 2017. That correlates with the expansion of detention camps over the same period. Now, as I'm sure the House is aware, a prohibited act under the Geneva Convention, a definition of genocide, is, quote, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. But that's not all. Sexual violence is systematically perpetrated on women and girls, as was so powerfully exposed by the BBC. And an AP investigation in 2020 found that Uyghur women were subjected to forced, regular pregnancy checks, IUDs, sterilisation and abortions. Even while the use of IUDs and sterilisation has fallen nationwide, it is rising sharply in Xinjiang, it said. And some women have reported being threatened with internment if they refuse to undergo the procedures. In some Uyghur regions in recent years, birth rates have fallen by more than 60%. Now, Chinese state media, of course, dismiss this and argue that the Uyghur population growth is actually higher than that of the Han population. But that comparison itself is nonsensical. The correct comparison is between the Uyghur population before and after those interventions. And critically, it's in the most recent time, within the last 5 years, not over the many decades that are often cited. Birth rates depend on many factors, including social structure, religious beliefs, economic prosperity. And while we all appreciate the positive effect that family planning can have in empowering women and promoting development, the key thing is that that woman should have full agency over what happens to her body, not coerced and even forced, as many Uyghur women report. This isn't benign sounding family planning, oh no. This is state-sponsored policy designed to suppress the population of a minority group for political, not public health reasons. And it's clear to me that the evidence that we have does meet the criteria of genocide in demonstrating a clear intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. They take away their children, indoctrinating boys and girls by making them orphans after kidnapping their parents. They erase their ethnicity through forced marriages. They coerce women to undergo procedures that they feel they have no choice in. Now, of course, a full determination and prosecution of genocide should be pursued through the United Nations and the international courts. We all agree with that. But while we know that this is going on, how can we ignore it? How can we watch our words and wait until a UN-led investigation is allowed in by a defensive and uncooperative Chinese state? It's not going to happen. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past, as we did with the Yazidis. In 2016, this place voted to recognize a genocide was occurring, but then nothing happened, and thousands died. Now, the UK has issued sanctions on some officials, which is welcome, but the Liberal Democrats want to see that extended. And I also want to hear whether the Minister supports a diplomatic boycott of next year's Beijing Winter Olympics. Now, that would send a clear message to the Chinese government. We have to do more. Enough with the hand-wringing, enough prevarication. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we end up being proved to be wrong, because an independent UN inspector goes in and is allowed to do their work, and it's shown that we all got the wrong end of the stick, then I would welcome that. But I would rather be wrong now than be on the wrong side of history later. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Seeley. Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend for securing this debate, and it is a really important one, and I pay tribute to the wonderful and important work that she's been doing on this. Human rights abuses, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Xinjiang are abhorrent, and I listen really quite painfully to what my honourable friend from Wealdon was talking about with the disgusting forced sterilisation, the equally repugnant organ harvesting mentioned by my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford-Woodford Green, and indeed the perpetual eloquence on Tibet and other issues related to China from my honourable friend from East Worthing and Shoreham. In the time available, I'd like to speak to three brief points. Firstly, the importance of actually just recognising what is happening. Secondly, specifically for the Minister, the importance of developing a policy that, in an inconsistent world, is morally and practically defensible. And thirdly, what the UK is very often very good at, which is building alliances around the world to protect what one might call ethical sustainability for the 21st century. So on the first point, and I'll be wary of timing, sir, we need to recognise systematic suffering of other human beings whose lives are being damaged because they're being targeted en masse. And this is important in itself. And as certain people here have already said, we do this for the same reason that we did it in the Balkans, that we did it in Syria in recent years, and in past decades we've done in the Holocaust, and now have started to do with the Ukrainian Holodomor, the mass starvation of the Ukrainians in the 1930s by Stalin. The painstaking recording of death, of lives cruelly ended, of human suffering, speaks to a shared ethical core of humanity and our need to record what has happened to other human beings. And we do this in memory of the dead, but we also do it in recognition of the living as well. And so in relation to Syria, for example, recently, a lot of work done by good people tracing the deaths and the murders and the mass slaughters has been funded by the FCDO, and I congratulate the FCDO for its foresight in that. But it does then beg the question, will it be doing the same in Xinjiang? Might it actually start doing the same in Tibet as well? So that is the first point. We record this because it needs to be recorded. Secondly, we need a practical policy towards China, which in an inconsistent world is defensible. Many improvements have been made to our policy in China in recent years by this government, and I give it credit. We have moved on from the just embarrassment of George Osborne turning up in Xinjiang about 10 years ago. It's just awful. Really, it's nice to have politicians with an ethical strain running through them. But Janus-like, we still have two conflicting policies. One, from the Foreign Office, pledges to put human rights at the heart of everything we do, but our trade policy seeks to trade without asking too many questions. We have foreign ministers eloquently, including the Secretary of State, criticising China, whilst trade ministers in the other house ingratiate themselves and dismiss human rights. This is not consistent. We pontificate on Africa, but are strangely silent in Central Asia and China. This makes us look foolish, and it makes us look like our values are somewhat tradable. We need policy, domestic, and we've heard of the Confucius Institutes with the problem, the endless issues that we have with the universities, the plying for covert influence that China and indeed Russia does in this country. We need policy, domestically and in foreign affairs, which is practical and morally defensible. No one can unilaterally change the world, not even the United States, not even China, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not the UK. But we do have influence, and we need to understand the importance of developing a consistency. Okay, we trade with China, but we need to limit our dependency. I did a report with the Henry Jackson Society. A quarter of our British supply chain is dominated by China. And the problem with that, if we go further down that route, we end up like New Zealand, in a hell of an ethical mess, of a Prime Minister who virtue signals whilst crudely sucking up to China, whilst backing out of the Five Eyes Agreement, which I think is an appallingly short-sighted thing to be doing. So, on that point, we need to be standing shoulder to shoulder with Australia. I think it's a bit of a tired cliche being shoulder to shoulder with people, but the Australians are calling out China, and they're doing it at trade risk. We need to make sure they do not pay an ethical price. And that brings me to the third point. The one thing in our strategic culture, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we are probably unique at, apart from being an island which shapes our geography and our outlook on the world clearly, is that we have probably been better than any other nation on the planet at building alliances. Genuinely. Be it from colonial days or in the days of Europe and Protestants versus Catholics and all that. And we need, again, to build alliances for the 21st century. In the 21st century, there are two visions of humanity. And I'll just wrap up in the last 15 seconds. There is a vision of humanity of open societies and free societies, where political leaders are answerable to the people. And there are closed societies which, with the use of AI and big data, are becoming ever more dominant and threatening over their people. And we have to make sure that our universal values survive, not only here, but also globally, so they continue to be, despite Russia, despite China, despite other regimes, the go-to values for humanity for this century. So I will leave it on that point, but thank you.
We've got 10 speakers left, and there's about 45 minutes, so it's 4.5 minutes. If people could, particularly if they're remotely, please keep an eye on any timing device, and please bring it in below 5 minutes. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I stand by the motion before Parliament today and all who are supporting it. Today's debate has grown importance with each contribution made. On our watch, a nation on this earth is persecuting its people for their culture and their faith, for the hope they carry, for the peace they want to extend. Their rights are being replaced by systematic brutality. In this holy period of Ramadan, Uyghur Muslims in the Xinjiang province in China are being enslaved, tortured and persecuted away from the public gaze. Technology and testimonies have now exposed the zeal of Chinese officials to commit the darkest of atrocities against mankind. This genocidal state can no longer sweet-talk the world into it being a reformed nation, as it has now unmasked its true identity, whether it's encroachments in Tibet, Taiwan, Myanmar, and now Hong Kong. Its true character is being witnessed for all to see. We are being tested as to how we respond. So we here in the UK cannot be bystanders, nor let any nation be so. We cannot be content with a few actions taken, since the growing number of horrific testimonies demand our focus and our determination. The Secretary of State says he needs a legal opinion to call China a genocidal state. So without judgment or court case, where is his alternative? With all the evidence to determine this genocide, this Parliament must not delay, nor should this government. There is no time, because each day another truck pulls up, someone else disappears, then stripped, then beaten, then electrocuted, then raped. Then the stories are too distressing, but women are reporting that through sterilisation and abortion, their future is being denied. Their children are being taken, their lives are sucked from them. So we have sanctioned a few, but what about the other actors? What about those complicit with Xinjiang? Where is the curbing of their actions and inactions? We must talk trade too. I know the Minister said it is difficult. Of course it is difficult. They have drawn us into the web of their trading landscape and extended their tentacles across the globe, anchoring infrastructure, energy, communications, education, tourism, tech, and so much more. It is all part of the plan. And while this government and the coalition before were blindsided by it, it is time to withdraw, to insert our commitment to human rights above trade expediency and take the unity of nations with us. To put the responsibility on companies to declare the source of their cotton is a woeful response. We cannot let China off the hook if one of its regions is prosecuting such violence. As the BIS report has demonstrated, these are heinous crimes against humanity. But it isn't just a Uyghur. Christians have been disappearing for decades across China, churches closed and pastors jailed, now rapidly rising up the Open Door World Watch list as one of the most dangerous places to profess your faith. Those who observe Falun Gong are having their organs harvested, and we now understand Uyghur Muslims are too. This June, China seeks to stand on the world stage at the G7 as a superpower state. However, unless human rights is advanced, and it must be, the summit here in the UK will only mock us all for being part of their pageantry. This isn't about companies checking their supply chains. It is about the government checking its values. It is about a government holding others to account. It is ultimately about government refusing to walk with a regime set on genocide. The chilling, dark history of all genocides resounds in the Uyghur story. How many? None of us know, but far too many. This is not re-education, as abhorrent though that is. It is enslavement and persecution. It is the role of this Parliament to amplify this, to extend our warmth to the people of China who live under the sufferance of this regime and support the diaspora communities world over. But it is also the purpose of this Parliament to stop crimes against humanity. And I trust that the cry of this debate will move government to do everything within its power to stop these atrocities being committed against the Uyghur.
Sally Ann Hart.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I firstly congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Wealdon, on securing this debate on what is one of the most pressing and grave human rights issues of our time. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. These words, often misquoted and misattributed, can be most accurately traced back to the philosopher George Santayana, and now appear on tablets and plaques in museums, memorials and historical sites across the world. Most pertinently, they can be observed today in the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, the place where over 1 million innocent men, women and children tragically lost their lives as a result of state-sponsored wholesale slaughter on an industrial scale. This concentration camp and the words that can be found in it should be taken by all of us who value human rights, including by myself and members across this House, as a warning of what horror humans are capable of when we're driven by our most base instincts. Instead of shying away from historical atrocities like the Holocaust, we must all strive to acknowledge and understand how they came to be, so that both now and in the future such tragedy can be actively prevented. This lesson, however, is something which recent history teaches us as humanity is yet to learn. Since the Holocaust, from Rwanda and Cambodia to Bosnia and Syria, tyrannical and totalitarian regimes have too often been able to discriminate, persecute and murder segments of their population with impunity, based on nothing more than somebody's ethnicity or faith. Such actions too easily and too often culminate in mass slaughter and genocide. Looking at the world in which we live today, we really need to examine evidence of human rights abuses taking place at this very moment, and as is being increasingly and commendably recognised by fellow parliamentarians and foreign officials in democracies around the world like America, Canada and the Netherlands. The persecution of Xinjiang's Uyghur people is being thrust centre of the global stage. Despite the best efforts of Chinese Communist Party officials and their affiliates via aggressive diplomacy, blatant disinformation or threats and coercion, evidence is mounting that means such widespread persecution requires condemnation. From reports of organ harvesting and the forcible sterilisation of women, which are both heinous in equal measure, to the mass detention of at least 2 million Uyghurs across Xinjiang, which has long been the region of the world this people called home, evidence points towards the fact that these officials and affiliates are engaged, and have been for several years, in verifiable and serious human rights abuses, which not only constitute crimes against humanity, but also contravene Article 4 of the People's Republic of China's Constitution itself. This article, which supposedly guarantees the equality of all nationalities in China and prohibits any related discrimination or oppression, is undermined by the reported actions of the Chinese government. Instead of helping preserve the Uyghur way of life, culture, traditions and language as enshrined in their constitution, the Chinese Communist Party is reportedly actively seeking to destroy it and all those who claim it as their own. Whilst today's debate rightly focuses on the plight of the Uyghurs, we must not forget, however, the numerous other groups in China also facing persecution, like the Mongols, Tibetans, or indeed the brave Hong Kongers. If we as members of this House wish to demonstrate that we have learnt from the horrors of recent history and show that we understand the meaning of the words never again, it is imperative that where evidence exists of mass human rights abuses and crimes against humanity, like in Xinjiang against the Uyghurs, this is highlighted, called out, confronted and condemned. This is why this debate, mirroring those being had in other democratic countries, is so important, as well as why I offer my unwavering and wholehearted support for this motion and to my friend, the Honourable Member for Wealden, and all those other members of this House and the Lords, academics, individuals and organisations who have been unscrupulously sanctioned by the Chinese government.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye, and in fact all of the speeches so far in this debate, which have been moving and powerful. I'd like to thank the Backbench Business Committee for enabling this debate, and particularly congratulate the Honourable Member for Wealden for the passion and determination on this issue that she has shown over many months, along with the members of the APPG on the Uyghurs. I know that this is an issue of great importance for many of my constituents, and one where they want to see MPs and this government stand up for human rights across the world. As one constituent who wrote to me said, we need to, and I quote, demonstrate Parliament's commitment to upholding basic human rights. Mr Deputy Speaker, every year on Holocaust Memorial Day, we confirm that we have shared responsibility to fight the evils of genocide. Today's debate is about showing our fundamental commitment to human rights, and specifically today making clear our opposition to the horrific treatment of the Uyghur people and the other ethnic groups in the Chinese province of Xinjiang. The speeches today have described the state-sponsored arbitrary detention, displacement and forced labour of the Uyghur Muslims and others in the Xinjiang province. I only have time to address two issues today. Firstly, the impact of Chinese state policy on women. As foreignpolicy.com said, I quote, Uyghur women are the most vulnerable. Their bodily autonomy has been violated through sexual, medical means and by forced labour, unquote. The evidence is available in numerous reports from many sources, which have found that the Uyghur women are raped, sterilised and forced to have abortions. Just reading these reports makes my blood run cold. Feelings that I'm sure are shared across this House. Secondly, I want to touch briefly on trade and the recent report by the Bayes Select Committee, which looked into the supply chain, particularly the concerns that companies across the world were profiting of forced labour in the province of Xinjiang. The link between global consumption and atrocities such as these is sadly not new and has been going on for centuries. Just one example, at the turn of the 19th century, we saw forced slavery in the Belgian Congo, along with forced displacement, arbitrary arrests and many other horrific crimes, while at the same time goods such as rubber flowed out of the Congo and to Europe. Back then, campaigners from the Congo and activists across civil society, including, I'm proud to say, one of the members of my family, William Cadbury, they stood up in opposition to these atrocities and urged Parliament to act. It is therefore right that today Parliament considers our duty and our role on the world stage in standing up to these horrors. Yet our government fails to address these serious concerns. On the one hand, the Foreign Secretary describes what's happening in Xinjiang as, quote, barbarism we had hoped lost to another era. And we shouldn't be doing trade deals with countries committing human rights abuses well below the level of genocide. Yet, the government whipped their MPs to vote against the genocide amendment in the trade bill. Furthermore, there's the legislation around the Modern Slavery Act, such as Section 54. It needs to be amended to ensure that all companies have a responsibility to prove their supply chains are free of forced labour, while also strengthening the sanctions for non-compliance. I was pleased my right honourable friends, the members for Wigan and for Aberavon, from the opposition front bench, called on the government to impose Majinsky-style sanctions on officials responsible last year, and the government finally listened and acted just last month. So I welcomed the government acting then, even if it did take rather long. But the government needs to do more. The Biden administration has described what's happening in Xinjiang as acts of genocide, yet the UK government struggles to engage constructively in this debate and has to be forced to respond. If the UK is going to be a serious player in the world, then our government needs to show leadership and demonstrate our British values, and no longer see the issue merely through the prism of protecting the UK's trade. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will not stand aside. Members here today will not stand aside. Our government must no longer stand aside in the face of these appalling crimes.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I add my congratulations to the Honourable Member for Wealden for securing this debate today. There are clearly human rights violations taking place in Xinjiang province in China. They're taking place in an otherwise peaceful nation by a cold, calculating state. We have seen in Xinjiang the dehumanisation of the Uyghurs. They're subject to mass surveillance with information collected from and about them, including by teams that visit their homes. Religious activity has been suppressed. They have died in police custody. Women have been forcibly sterilised. Children have been forcibly transferred to what are euphemistically called child welfare guidance centres. Over 1 million have been detained without trial. We have seen Uyghurs being herded onto trains to be used as forced labour, and there are widespread claims of torture and rape in labour camps. And the Chinese state has all the while used its advanced propaganda techniques to play down events, to attempt to present a false picture of a happy and contented native population. These features of Chinese government action have been compared to the events of in Europe of the 1940s. And while I sort of hesitate to use words like fascist, as they are so often liberally used and misleadingly in public discourse, I do not think that those sort of comparisons are too wide of the mark. Events in Xinjiang have been condemned by all right-thinking people, and I certainly join that condemnation. There is the question, though, does it amount to genocide? And I agree, it probably does. And my honourable friend, the member for Wilden, and my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, set out in detail the criteria for, under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the 1948 Convention, and they set out very well how those criteria might be fulfilled by what has been done there. I do sort of slightly hesitate, and this might appear pedantic, but this is a technical question and it does require a technical answer, that genocide is a crime. It's been described as the crime of all crimes. It is the most heinous act that man can do to man. And there are limits to what a Member of Parliament can answer that question with authority. It is a legal question. And the genocides of the 1940s and the genocides in Bosnia and Rwanda were all adjudicated by courts. And this House is not a court. And as a Member of Parliament, I can express a view on something, but I cannot adjudicate on a matter of genocide in the same way that I cannot adjudicate on a case of murder, for example. But I do accept that passing a resolution in this House is a very important symbolic move, and I add my congratulations to my honourable friend for bringing this debate today. We have seen action taken by this government, along with international allies, to designate individuals responsible for violations and impose sanctions on them, including freezing their assets and travel bans. I do appreciate that China's role in the world makes action through the United Nations very difficult, but I would urge the government to view the measures taken so far as the beginning, not the end, of the actions in this matter, to continue to put the maximum pressure on the Chinese government and to ensure that we do everything that we can to ensure that those who perpetrate these awful actions will never get away with it.
Video link. Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I absolutely support this motion, and I thank and congratulate the Honourable Member for Wilden for securing this debate. The way China has treated the Uyghur community and other minority groups is abhorrent. That is why I and other members have repeatedly spoken in this chamber again and again to call on this government to stand up to China and to stand with the Uyghurs. It is long overdue for the government to face the fact that this is genocide. CCP treat Uyghurs as though they are not human, have no rights. They enslave them, they strip them of their dignity. Their dealings of intimidation and force means that their worth to the Chinese government is only as much as picking cotton. This is a human rights abuse and must be called out. It is fundamentally wrong. Children continue to be kidnapped, stolen from their parents, and women made victim to the most unspeakable and horrific sexual and violent emotional crimes. This is what we need to do. But what more is happening that we actually don't know about? This afternoon, from honourable and right honourable members, we are hearing about organ harvesting and rape and so much more. And our country and our government cannot and must not ignore this. But again and again, our country has denied the scale of the atrocities in China. They whip their MPs to keep the door open to trading and have resisted strengthening our anti-slavery laws. After the miserable outcome of the trade bills debates, I wondered if our moral credibility could sink any lower. Then yesterday, news broke that the Foreign Office planned to cut foreign aid to China by 95%. Does the Foreign Secretary realise that this is just another blow to the oppressed people already struggling to survive in China? With one hand, we're giving our money through trade to the CCP, and with the other hand, we're taking it away from the victims of their regime. A report published last month by the New Lines Institute for Policy and Strategy found that the Chinese government had violated every act in the second article of the Geneva Convention. Over 30 global experts contributed to this report, finding China guilty of genocide. We've already heard that in this chamber. And in February, a survivor of a Uyghur prison camp said their goal is to destroy us. But yet our UK government thinks they know best and they know better. The government must take a stronger stand on this. Nothing we've said or done so far has made an impact on China's programme of abuse. We must finally have the courage to condemn it as genocide and to take action to show China we will not tolerate it.
Very much. Siobhan McDonough.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I begin by congratulating the Honourable Member for Wealdon for her tireless and unwavering voice in support of the Uyghur and her courageous refusal to be silenced, a sentiment that is of course extended to all those who have spoken out, even at their own personal cost. But how could we stay silent when the world is presented with such overwhelming evidence of gross human rights abuses? Nobody can turn a blind eye. There are accusations of torture, the forced abortion of babies, the sterilisation of women and the removal of their wombs. This must be stated for what it is. A genocide of the Uyghurs is happening before our eyes. Recent reports revealed that inhuman actions by Chinese government officials visiting family members of those who had fled the region and then videoing calling them from their relatives' phone, threatening punishment for their family. It's persecution, it's manipulation, it's a horrifying 21st century oppression. And if we look on, history will condemn our unforgivable cowardice and ask why those in power did not act. Mr Deputy Speaker, last year, over 130 members across the House joined me in expressing our horror in a letter directly to the Chinese ambassador. The embassy's reply is truly chilling, stating that we have been misled by lies of the century, cooked up by anti-China forces. We are even warned, and I quote, "It is hoped that UK parliamentarians will see Xinjiang's development achievement from a comprehensive and objective manner. Do not spread or believe lies, and do not take Xinjiang issues as an excuse to interfere in Chinese internal affairs." Interfere? The flagrant denial of oppression in Xinjiang is almost as terrifying as the rare image or video that filters out. The Chinese government's action must be stated for what they are: an apparatus of control, a systematic and calculated programme of ethnic cleansing against the Uyghur people. So outraged was I at the embassy's reply that I shared it directly with the Minister. But his response was just astonishing. The Minister said that they recognised internment camps with over 1 million Uyghurs. He acknowledged reports of forced labour. He noted human rights violations, and so he proposed more research. I say to the Minister that condemning the world's next superpower is easy. Taking action is much harder. The Foreign Secretary said in January that we shouldn't be doing trade deals with countries committing human rights abuses well below the level of genocide. Yet by rejecting the genocide amendment to the trade bill, the government has done everything it can to protect the UK right to do deals with potentially genocidal states. Can the Minister explain this rank hypocrisy? Why have only 4 Chinese officials been sanctioned? Why hasn't the Modern Slavery Act been strengthened to ensure that UK business supply chains do not include workers subject to forced labour in Xinjiang? And why aren't we calling this for what it is, a genocide? Is it because he knows the international ramifications of arriving at that definition? A cowardly country could hide behind the linguistic excuse. Shame on us if we choose that path, because this time no one can say that we didn't know.
Thank you. Video link. Imran Ahmed Khan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we discuss genocide, we must understand the horrific ordeal that those who are persecuted suffer. Mr. Deputy Speaker, imagine having your family and loved ones torn away from you, imprisoned, tortured, raped, sterilized and murdered, all for the crime of being who they were or being different. Imagine being discriminated against for your belief or being subject to political or ideological indoctrination. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for millions alive today, this shared nightmare is their reality, and these horrors are just some of the sickening crimes being inflicted upon the Uyghur people, with knowledge, approval and consent from Beijing and the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a genocide. More than 1 million Muslims, most of whom are Uyghurs, have been detained, indoctrinated, sterilized and tortured. We have not seen the systematic detention of an ethnic minority group on this industrial scale since the Holocaust. This is not only an evil program designed to eradicate an entire culture, but an effort to profit off the back of human slavery, suffering and misery. At least 80,000 Uyghur were transferred from Xinjiang camps to work in factories across China between 2017 and 2019. The report, titled Uyghurs for Sale, from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, provides a damning insight into these slave factories. One factory in eastern China that manufactures shoes for Nike is equipped with, and I quote, watchtowers, barbed wire fences, and police guard boxes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these crimes must cease. We, who live free, possess a moral duty to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party and uphold the values of pluralism, decency, and human rights. Doing nothing in the face of overwhelming evidence would render us complicit in this most monstrous crime. Enough of words alone. If the United Kingdom is to be regarded as a true defender of liberty, freedom and justice, we must act. The International Court of Justice's position on genocide could not be clearer. The obligation to prevent arises the instant that a state party believes there is a risk of genocide. The case law states you are obliged to do all you can to protect the very moment you reasonably suspect genocide is a serious risk. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as parliamentarians, we must do all we can to stop these atrocities. The time to act is now.
Very much. Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Wealdon for securing this very important debate today. It cannot come soon enough. As Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Prevention of Genocide and Crimes Against Humanity, I'm pleased to be able to speak in this debate. And I know I have the full support of hundreds, if not thousands, of residents in Putney and across the country in hearing about the issue today and seeking action. Really, I've had enough of speaking in debates and hearing words and saying never again about genocide. Talk is cheap and is of little consequence to those who are suffering in Xinjiang right now. It's time to step up our action, and we've heard that from every speaker in this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was therefore glad that the government heeded the opposition's call to apply sanctions to Chinese officials who have played a role in the persecution. However, while I welcome this, I still cannot understand why the government whipped their MPs to oppose the genocide amendment to the trade bill and are refusing to engage constructively in this debate today. But I may hear otherwise from the Minister later. It's just not good enough. By rejecting the genocide amendment to the trade bill, the government has protected the UK's right to do trade deals with genocidal states, which I don't think any member of the British public wants to do. Now, language is a powerful tool, and we need to start calling the situation what it is, a genocide. Genocide is the intent to destroy a national, ethnic or religious group. That is what's happening in Xinjiang. Hundreds of thousands of women had birth control forcibly inserted. There's mass organ harvesting, slavery, gang rape and torture of a whole peoples. Two major independent analyses have investigated reports of alleged genocide in the Xinjiang region, and one of these with a formal legal opinion. Both reports conclude that there is sufficient evidence that the prohibited acts specified within the Genocide Convention and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court have been breached with respect to the Uyghurs. How much more evidence do we have to keep on seeking before we declare the situation a genocide? Of these reports, a report from the New Lines Institute for Strategy and Policy, conducted by over 30 independent global experts, found that the Chinese state is in breach of every act prohibited in Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. As has been mentioned several times in this debate, investigation by the United Nations and international courts are being blocked by China. This system simply isn't working. We need another route to legitimately declare the systematic acts by the Chinese authorities as genocide. People's tribunals, such as the Uyghur Tribunal, led by Sir Geoffrey Nice, QC, are one of the few remaining routes to establish an independent, impartial and informed legal investigation into the suspected crimes taking place right now, and to gather evidence for future prosecution so there can be justice. For this reason, I'm very pleased that the Uyghur Tribunal has been established, and I would like assurance from the Minister today that the government will commit to cooperating with and examining and acting on the findings of the tribunal. Between now and then, though, there are still concrete actions we can take, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to outline 4. First is to declare this a genocide. We could do that now in the motion today, and I will be supporting it. And if not, to make government time for a further debate in which we can make this declaration. In America, in the Netherlands, in Canada, they have done this. Second, the Foreign Secretary has described what's happening in Xinjiang as barbarism we had hoped was lost to another era. So when will this House be presented with legislation strengthening Section 54 of the Modern Slavery Act, so that all companies have a responsibility to prove that their supply chains are free of forced labour, and also strengthening sanctions for non-compliance? Number 3, in light of Beijing's decision to sanction British members of Parliament, including the Honourable Member for Wealden, for raising legitimate concerns around genocide in Xinjiang, does the Foreign Secretary intend to defend our democracy by conducting an audit of every aspect of the UK's relationship with China in the light of this? And fourth and finally, what steps is he therefore taking to ensure that the UK leads international efforts to ensure that the United Nations is given full and unfettered access to conduct investigations in the Xinjiang region? Enough talk. It's time for the government to stop tiptoeing around this issue and make a proper stand against the abuses taking place in Xinjiang. This is what the British public want. History will not look kindly on those who look the other way. Thank you.
Jim Shannon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak in this debate. I want to first of all congratulate the Honourable Lady for Wealden for setting the scene, and to all our colleagues, the Magnificent Seven, who were prepared to take a stand in this House and the other House and outside of it as well. Despite the Chinese Communist Party's attempts to conceal the unconscionable human rights abuses being carried out in Xinjiang, we hold, and the honourable members have referred to it, clear and irrefutable evidence of the atrocities being perpetrated against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. At this point, I'd also like to register my interest as chair of the APPG for International Freedom of Religion and Belief, because in that role that I have, I'm also aware of a systematic campaign against freedom of religious belief in China. The religious activities of the country's more than 70 million Christians, 10 million Falun Gong, and 8 million Tibetan Buddhists are also severely restricted, with widespread state surveillance, harassment and detention of religious leaders. Chinese government has created a stifling and intimidating environment for Tibetan Buddhists who wish to practice their religion, with the surveillance, travel restrictions and re-education programmes. The independent London-based China Tribunal also found that it's beyond reasonable doubt that forced organ harvesting on a commercial level, Mr Deputy Speaker, from these prisoners of conscience has been practiced in China for a substantial period of time by state-organised or approved organisations or individuals. And I believe it is time at this House, that they have in the past, let's do it again, call for that to be ended as soon as possible. I want to ask three things of government. First of all, can I just say, when I welcome the sanctions of Her Majesty's government in introducing targeted sanctions, much more needs to be done to hold the Chinese Communist Party to account. The government's integrated review states that the FORB is a priority, and that Her Majesty's government will not hesitate to stand up for our values. I know the government is committed to that and will do that. So when we prepare to host the G7 summit, the UK government has a perfect opportunity to defend our values on a global stage. Therefore, I call on the Minister and government to lead his foreign counterparts at the G7 to not only demand access to Xinjiang with a collective voice, but to also unequivocally condemn all human rights abuses in China. It is time to show the CCP that its substantial economic might can no longer buy silence from the West. Our values are not for sale. And I'd like to echo the comment and request by the Honourable Lady for Oxford West and Abington, where she referred to lead calls for the 2022 Winter Olympics to be moved from China. Allowing the genocide games to go ahead as planned is tantamount to the international community condoning the CCP's actions. Moreover, if the Chinese government plans to welcome thousands of people to China for the Olympics, perhaps it can first welcome UN human rights observers. The CCP has already shown complete disregard for media freedoms. BBC is banned from the country for a supposed crime of reporting on the abuses in Xinjiang province, while the UK government is committed to protecting our journalists who are sent to cover these games. Can they ensure that our standards of press freedom are not compromised to spare China's brushes? And can also call upon Her Majesty's government also to give public assurances to Britain's world-class athletes that they will be protected if they choose to champion the cause of those oppressed by the very officials charged with their protection. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just make this comment. I'd like to stress that, of course, this would not be the first time the Olympic Games were played in the shadows of concentration camps. In 1935, there was a request for a boycott for the Berlin Games because its minority and religious groups fell on deaf ears as well. So then, as we knew of a genocidal action that an authoritarian regime was taking against its religious minorities. So 80 years later, Mr Deputy Speaker, we see people with shaved heads, stripped of their belongings, lined up at gunpoint, loaded onto trains to distant camps for no reason other than their peacefully held beliefs. So these stark images should just serve as a warning. Let us never again be forced to ask how the world could let this happen.
Contributions, video link. Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Throughout this debate, we've all heard the harrowing stories of the mass human rights abuses against Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang. We've heard about the mass detention camps, forced labour, systematic campaigns of rape, sexual abuse and torture, forced sterilisation, separation of children from their parents, destruction of mosques and the erasure of Uyghur culture. The Chinese Communist Party has a shambolic record on human rights, with long-established repression of Christians, Tibetans and Falun Gong. Indeed, the lessons learned in the oppression of Tibetans has been applied in Xinjiang. The New Alliance Institute for Strategy and Policy have concluded that the Chinese government has breached every article of the UN Genocide Convention in its treatment of Uyghurs and bears responsibility for committing genocide. This UK government cannot continue to appease China given these crimes against humanity. It is imperative that the UK government goes beyond words of condemnation and uses every possible avenue to end this persecution and punish those who have instigated and participated in it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, given this overwhelming evidence of genocide, international authorities must be given the unfettered access they need to establish if this is the case. We welcome the talks underway between China and the UN to allow the Human Rights Commissioner to visit Xinjiang. But given China's intransigence and crackdown on critical voices from the international community, can we really have any other point but be sceptical of their commitment to transparency? China's delegate to the UN Human Rights Council panel has said, and I quote, "The door to Xinjiang is always open, and we welcome the High Commissioner to visit Xinjiang. But we know that the Communist Party's attitude is far from welcoming." Mr. Deputy Speaker, in recent months, numerous accredited international journalists have been expelled from China. BBC World News has been banned, and last month, as we've heard earlier, the BBC's John Sudworth has left Beijing at short notice after 9 years reporting from China, amid concerns for his family's safety, having reported on the persecution of Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities. Shamefully, the Chinese government imposed sanctions on 5 elected members of parliament for simply doing their jobs and speaking out against the horrific human rights abuses currently taking place. Who knows, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of us speaking today could be added to that list. Well, I say this, feel free. We stand together and we will not be silenced. Given this behaviour, what faith does the Minister have that China will allow full access to Human Rights Commissioner to visit Xinjiang and for a full and robust investigation into the genocide that appears to be taking place? Indeed, what access have officials in the UK embassies in China been given to Xinjiang? And will the government support groups of MPs, such as the APPG on Uyghurs and the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, to visit and see the reality for themselves? Moreover, if China continues to be obstructive, what legislative action will the UK government now take? And what can we learn from our allies seeking to uphold international rules-based order? To give one example, the USA enacted the Reciprocal Access to Tibet Act, which denies Chinese government officials access to the US if they are responsible for implementing restrictions on Americans seeking access to Tibet. The member for East Worthing and Shoreham who has spoken today has introduced a similar bill of which I'm a signatory, and I urge the UK government to give its full support and extend it to other areas of China, including Xinjiang. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the time for appeasement is over. We cannot ignore the reality that the evidence of genocide is overwhelming. We have a moral duty to condemn this and support the strongest possible action accordingly. The UK government ought to be clear that regards the situation as genocide. Genocide, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister do that today? The government seems terrified of living up to its moral responsibilities, and despite lobbying from its own backbenches, they whipped their members to defeat the anti-genocide amendment to the trade bill last month. It is inexplicable that the government wanted to resist this, though as we know from the Foreign Secretary's leaked remarks, this government appears to be more concerned with trade deals with the growth markets of the future than the protection of human rights. The UK must follow others and introduce specific legislation to make clear its support for the Uyghurs as a persecuted community. For example, with it estimated as much as 20% of the world's cotton is gathered in Xinjiang, much gathered by prisoners in camps, the government should legislate to sanction any produce that originates from the province to ensure supply chains do not tacitly support slave labour. Furthermore, we need to offer asylum to those escaping persecution in China. If we can do it for those wishing to leave Hong Kong, we can do it for those fleeing genocide in Xinjiang. We need to protect Uyghur communities based here in the UK to ensure that they do not suffer intimidation by Chinese officials for bringing these abuses to light. Can the Minister commit to these measures? Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, although China has emerged as a global superpower, we cannot cower in fear as it systematically attempts to destroy the culture and lives of millions of people. We cannot be picked off nation by nation in turning a blind eye to genocide for the sake of trade deals. As we know from history, the true scale and horrific details of genocide rarely become fully known until much later. For all the statistics we know of, for all the tormenting stories we have heard, for all the secret images smuggled out of China illustrating what is happening, the likelihood is that the situation is much, much worse. Therefore, we must be on the right side of history and take action now. This isn't just a moral obligation, but a legal one too. As a signatory to the UN Genocide Convention, the UK has an obligation, and I quote, to prevent and to punish the crime of genocide. As we in the SNP wholly support this motion today, it is time for the UK government to uphold that commitment, to do everything in its power to prevent further atrocities from taking place, and in alliance with our international partners, ensure that the Chinese government is held to account for their horrifying crimes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I first want to pay tribute to the member for Wealden for securing this vitally important debate and for her willingness to work across this House to ensure that today Parliament will speak with one voice. May I also pay tribute to the courage that she has shown in standing up to the bullying and the intimidation of the Chinese government. The fact that she and other honourable members who are also present in this House and elsewhere have been sanctioned by Beijing for simply doing their jobs is an affront to our democracy and to this House. And we on these benches stand in solidarity with all those who have been targeted. Indeed, as the Honourable Lady and others have so rightly put it, an attack on one of us in this House is an attack on us all, and authoritarian regimes the world over should take careful note. I also want to thank contributors to the debate from these benches, including the honourable members for Bolton North East, Manchester Gordon, Grantham and Stanford, York Central, Brentford and Isleworth, Lewisham East, Mitcham and Morden and Putney, each of whom made powerful speeches. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Labour Party stands in solidarity with the Uyghur population and the other Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang who have been suffering oppression at the hands of the Chinese government. The accounts are harrowing and the evidence is clear. The mass surveillance and arbitrary detention of over 1 million Uyghur and other minority groups, the torture and the brutality, the rape, the abuse, the forced sterilisation of women, the enforced separation of children from their parents, the denial of the Uyghurs' right to practice their religion or to speak their language. We've seen the first-hand footage of shaven-headed, bound Uyghur men being led into trains at gunpoint. We've seen the video bravely recorded by Mehran Gapar from inside the forced labour camps. We've heard the first-hand accounts from Uyghur women of their treatment. And we've read the reports by Adrian Zentz and others which are based on the Chinese government's own data and directives. Ideally, a competent international court would examine this evidence, but there is no prospect that either the ICC or the ICJ will be able to do so, as this would require the consent of China. Beijing will also, of course, continue to prevent the United Nations from conducting a proper investigation in Xinjiang. Through amendments to the trade bill, we sought, with others from the party on the other benches, to create a route to genocide determination through the UK's courts or through a panel of senior law lords. But these cross-party efforts were shamefully defeated by the government. With the international routes to legal determination of genocide blocked by China and the domestic routes to legal determination blocked by the government, it falls to Parliament to take action. In February this year, an opinion by barristers at Essex Court Chambers led by Alison MacDonald QC provided a detailed legal assessment of all the available evidence. It concluded that there is a very credible case that the Chinese government's actions constitute genocide. In response, the Chambers was sanctioned by China. In March of this year, the New Lines Institute in Washington also published a legal analysis that concluded that a genocide is taking place in Xinjiang. Importantly, given that the crime of genocide requires proof of intent, both opinions concluded that the atrocities that are being perpetrated against the Uyghur are not the random acts of rogue individuals. They are the result of a conscious and carefully orchestrated campaign of oppression and persecution that is being conducted by the Chinese government. As a signatory to the 1948 Genocide Convention, the United Kingdom is legally bound to take all reasonable steps to both punish and prevent genocide. And by passing this motion today, the House would be instructing the British government to carry out these legal duties in relation to events in Xinjiang. So it is time for us in this House to take a stand and to support this motion. Today, we can speak with one voice. Today, we move forward with our eyes open and our shoulders broad. Today, we send a clear and unambiguous message that genocide can never be met with indifference or inaction, and that attempts to bully us into silence will only strengthen our resolve. And today, we shall offer the Uyghur people our unequivocal support. The question, then, is what should be done? Unfortunately, the government's actions thus far fall far short, not just of the strength of feeling in this House, but also of its own rhetoric about the situation in Xinjiang. It has shamelessly prioritised its ability to enter into trade negotiations with China over a process to assess genocide. It was too slow in bringing forward the Magnitsky sanctions, and it continues to skirt around the edges of reforming supply chain legislation and human rights due diligence. This dither and delay must now end, and the government must take the following steps. First, it should widen the Magnitsky sanctions so that they cover a broader range of senior Chinese Communist Party officials and entities responsible for serious human rights violations in Xinjiang, including Chen Quanguo, already sanctioned by our allies in the United States. Second, it must support the work of the Uyghur People's Tribunal, which is hearing evidence from those affected. Third, it must engage diplomatically to build wider support for UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to gain access to Xinjiang, in particular working to engage countries, many of which are friends and partners of the UK, which have, regrettably to date, been sheltering China from international scrutiny. Fourth, it must continue to explore legal routes to justice through international courts and mechanisms. The Foreign Secretary should seek to introduce a General Assembly resolution requesting an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the question of genocide. We should also explore legal avenues via other international treaties and conventions, such as the Convention Against Torture, to which China is a signatory. We must do what we can to seek justice and accountability. Fifth, there must be consequences for the bilateral economic relationship. Will the Minister make this commitment today by confirming the continued suspension of JETCO and the EFD? Sixth, we all recognise that British businesses should not be supporting slave labour in Xinjiang. When will this House be presented with legislation strengthening the Modern Slavery Act so that companies have a responsibility to demonstrate that their supply chains are free of forced labour and that there would be meaningful sanctions for non-compliance? Mr. Deputy Speaker, successive Conservative governments since 2010 have been profoundly naive and complacent in their dealings with China. The so-called Golden Era policy was the very definition of a sellout, with Conservative leaders turning a blind eye to human rights abuses and sacrificing our national security on the altar of narrow commercial interests. A more coherent and clear strategy is urgently required, and yet we do, unfortunately, see division on the government benches, with a caucus of Conservative members taking a principled stance, whilst the Foreign Secretary says one thing in public and something entirely different in private, and Number 10 appears to be desperate to do a trade deal with China at literally any price. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need to lead by example when it comes to international law, not undermine our country's authority and credibility by breaking international law ourselves. And we need to be building bridges with our partners and allies in Europe and elsewhere who face the same challenges in their relationship with China, rather than constantly losing friends and alienating people. Because the Chinese Communist Party respects strength, consistency, and unity, and it is contemptuous of weakness and division. Democracy around the world, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is in retreat. Authoritarian regimes are in the ascendancy, and the rules-based international order is under threat. So it is all the more important that we in this House stand united today. I therefore call on the Minister to support this motion, to implement the actions that I have set out, and to urge the Government to do all it can to prevent and to punish those who are committing genocide against the Uyghur in Xinjiang. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm incredibly grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Wealdon, for securing this debate. And I pay tribute to her and to all honourable and right honourable colleagues who were the recipients of those ill-thought-out and ludicrous sanctions announced by China recently for their continued work on this important issue. And of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the strength of feeling across the House on this critically important issue, and we've heard some very powerful speeches right across the House today. Parliament and individual parliamentarians rightly play a pivotal role in drawing global attention to human rights violations wherever they occur. And I'm very grateful for all the contributions, and I'll try and answer the points raised within the context of my speech. I'm conscious that I do need to give the Honourable Lady some time at the end to wind up the debate. And as we've heard from across the floor, the situation faced by Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang is truly harrowing. We've repeatedly underlined our grave concern at the serious and widespread human rights violations occurring in the region. There are credible reports of the extrajudicial detention of over 1 million Uyghur people and other minorities in political re-education camps since 2017, extensive and invasive surveillance targeting minorities, forced separation of children from their parents, forced sterilisation of women, systematic restriction on Uyghur culture, education and the practice of Islam, and also the widespread use of forced labour. The evidence of the scale and the severity of the violations in Xinjiang is extensive. This includes, as a whole House will know, satellite imagery, testimony by survivors, credible open source reporting by journalists and academic researchers, visits by British diplomats to the region that have corroborated reports about the targeting of specific ethnic groups. United Nations special rapporteurs and other international experts have also expressed their very serious concerns. Meanwhile, leaked and publicly available documents from the Chinese government themselves verify many of the reports we have seen. These documents, Mr Deputy Speaker, show guidance on how to run internment camps and lists showing how and why people have been detained. They contain extensive references to coercive social measures and show statistical data on birth control and on security spending and recruitment in Xinjiang. In the face of this evidence, Mr Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom has acted decisively. In March, this government took the significant step of sanctioning 4 senior individuals responsible for the violations that have taken place and which persist against the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. We also designated the organisation responsible for enforcing the repressive security policies across many areas of Xinjiang. These sanctions involve travel bans and asset freezes against the individuals and an asset freeze against the entity we are designating. These individuals are barred from entering the UK, and any assets that they hold in the UK are frozen. Acting alongside our partners, the United States, Canada and the European Union, on an agreed set of designations, we've sent a clear and powerful message to the Chinese government that the international community will not turn a blind eye to serious and systematic violations of basic human rights. Mr Deputy Speaker, these countries amount to 1/3 of global GDP. On the 12th of January, we announced robust domestic measures to help ensure UK businesses and the public sector avoid complicity in human rights violations in Xinjiang through their supply chains. These measures, including a review of export controls as they apply to Xinjiang, the introduction of financial penalties for organisations that fail to comply with their transparency obligations under the Modern Slavery Act, and robust and detailed guidance for UK businesses and that target those who profit from forced labour and those who would financially support it, whether deliberately or otherwise. We have also acted internationally to hold China to account for its policies in Xinjiang. In February, in the first personal address to the UN Human Rights Council by a UK Foreign Secretary in more than a decade, my Right Honourable friend underlined his call for China to allow the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights or another independent expert urgent and unfettered access to Xinjiang. This was a point, Mr Deputy Speaker, made powerfully by the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon. It was also reinforced by the member for Dundee West and also just reiterated by the opposition spokesman, the Honourable Member for Aberavon. And working with our partners, we've built an international caucus of countries calling China out for its gross human rights violations and also increasing the diplomatic pressure for Beijing to change course. On the 6th of October 2020, alongside Germany, we brought together a total of 39 countries to express grave concern at the situation in Xinjiang in a joint statement at the UN General Assembly Third Committee. This was an increase from 23 countries supporting a UK-led joint statement a year earlier. We also continue to raise the human rights violations in Xinjiang directly with Chinese authorities. That includes the Foreign Secretary directly with his counterpart. I've had direct conversations with recently when I summoned the Charge to the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. My Right Honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has raised his serious concerns on a number of occasions with his counterpart, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and State Councillor Wang Yi. The motion, Mr Deputy Speaker, before the House today is that the situation in Xinjiang amounts to genocide and crimes against humanity. Of course, the UK treats all allegations of genocide and crimes against humanity with the gravity they demand. As a nation, we have a strong history of protecting global human rights. But as this House is no doubt aware, the UK's long-standing position, like many countries around the world, is that determining whether a situation amounts to genocide or crimes against humanity is an issue for competent national and international courts after consideration of all the available evidence. I would on that point. I'm conscious I do need to give a few minutes.
Very short and brief. I just wonder whether my honourable friend will now commit the Foreign Office and the government to, therefore, given that they don't want to say genocide, will they now commit to giving full evidence and cooperating with the Uyghur Tribunal led by Sir Geoffrey Nice? Could he now give that commitment that they will cooperate and give that evidence? This will define genocide, and then the government could sign up to it.
Well, as I've made clear, and incidentally, I have met with Sir Geoffrey Nice. I met with him yesterday, and Lord Anderson. We had a very constructive dialogue. We will continue to have dialogue with Sir Geoffrey. But it's absolutely the case, notwithstanding our policy is that a competent court should be determining genocide. Of course, the tribunal that Sir Geoffrey, who is an eminent lawyer, has done fantastic work in this area, is not a criminal court, which is our policy. What I will say to my right honourable friend is that competent courts include international courts such as the ICC and the International Court of Justice, and national criminal courts that meet international standards of due process. Genocide and crimes against humanity are among the most egregious of all international crimes, as my honourable friend, the member for Gedling, concurred in his powerful speech. We believe the question of whether they have been committed is for a competent court of law to decide. Genocide and crimes against humanity are subject to restrictive legal framework under international law. In particular, a finding of genocide requires proof that relevant acts were carried out with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. Proving such intent to the required legal standard can be incredibly difficult to achieve in practice. For these reasons, we do not believe it's right for the government to make a determination in this or any other case where genocide or crimes against humanity are alleged. Parliaments in Canada and the Netherlands have passed motions saying it's a genocide. But the Dutch Prime Minister's party voted against the motions and Prime Minister Trudeau's government abstained. The United Kingdom is committed to seeking an end to serious violations of international human rights law wherever they occur, preventing the escalation of any such violations and alleviating the suffering of those who are affected. Our approach has not prevented us from taking robust action to address serious human rights violations, as we've done and will continue to do so in the case of Xinjiang. We're also committed to ensuring that where allegations are made, they're investigated thoroughly, including where appropriate, independent international investigation by relevant bodies and experts. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has been clear that we wish to see the UN Commissioner for Human Rights or another independent observer have full and unrestricted access to Xinjiang to investigate the situation on the ground. And today, I call on China again to grant this without further delay. A number of colleagues mentioned the issue of the Winter Olympics. The Prime Minister has made clear that we are not normally in favour of sporting boycotts, and of course the participation of the national team at the Olympics is a matter for the British Olympic Association. This is required to operate independently of the government under IOC regulations. The Honourable Lady, the member for Lewisham East, mentioned the recent announcement of the oda cuts in China, but I will point out that every single penny of the remaining budget for China, we have cut the budget by 95% to China, but this will be spent solely on open societies work and human rights work. The government understands the strength of feeling on this issue and shares the grave concerns expressed by members of this House. I commend the efforts of honourable and right honourable members to draw attention to the deeply troubling situation in Xinjiang. We have taken robust action. We've introduced sanctions. We're tackling Uyghur forced labour in UK supply chains, and we are ramping up pressure on Beijing through the UN human rights bodies. We will continue to work with international partners to hold China to account for its gross violations of human rights against Uyghurs and other minorities in the region.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank honourable and right honourable members across this House for speaking with one voice and with the appropriate tone when it comes to considering the crime of all crimes, genocide. I think there's absolute recognition that all five markers of genocide have been met. The House, I hope, will speak with one voice in a few moments and unanimously support my motion. Unfortunately, that does put the government in a very difficult position because they will, at some point, have to undertake the UN obligations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, China sanctioned us for opposing their crimes against the Uyghur. Parliament now must prove that it will not be cowed and back my motion unanimously. We will continue to stand up for the Uyghur people.
Well done. The question is that this House has considered the motion on mass human rights abuses and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. If those members now leaving, please do so in a COVID-friendly way. And we're going to move on to the next business. And my suggestion is that whilst Mr. Fletcher is speaking, that we sanitise the government dispatch box only. Nigel, do you want to? No, Nigel. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn. The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would like to start by placing on record my thanks to the Speaker for granting this adjournment debate, and it is an honour to lead this adjournment debate into the future of British wrestling, and much to the disappointment of several of the doorkeepers and the whip on duty, and to the relief of the Deputy Sergeant at Arms who is sanitising at the moment, there will be no practical demonstrations during the debate. But it does follow a report that we released as the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the same subject only less than a month ago. And I must say at the start that I am tremendously sad to be doing this debate without my tag team partner, who is the honourable member and my friend for Pontypridd, who is unfortunately detained with her other duties today. I hope that I can do her justice in the remarks that I give. But I think with some minor exceptions, I'm the first MP to be addressing professional wrestling in the House, at least in a significant way, for some 8 decades. So it is slightly surprising to me, given that wrestling is perhaps the only industry that can rival politics for bravado, faux indignation and partisan crowds. But I think wrestling may have the edge when it comes to physiques and fake tans, where only an episode of Towie may rival us. This is an opportunity for me to be able to marry my duty as a Member of Parliament and my joy as a wrestling fan. And my love of professional wrestling started when I got a DVD when I was a very young man, and it had The Undertaker on it, and he captured my imagination. And then I had got a VHS of the 1992 Royal Rumble with the amazing commentary of Bobby the Brain Heenan and Ric Flair's historic victory. And it was also the same year that some 80,000 people went to Wembley Stadium for that year's SummerSlam, in which the British Bulldog won the Intercontinental Championship. And around that time, my dad and my stepmum took me to a wrestling show at Adwick Leisure Centre in Doncaster, which was an amazing occasion for me, and I was hooked. And I spent the day after my birthday, it was a birthday present a few years ago, at Wembley Arena for a progress show amongst 5,000 wrestling fans, seeing some of the very best wrestlers in the world in our capital, and many of them were British. And nowadays, to switch off from the day job, I'll often go home and watch a New Japan show or an AEW show, and wrestling is booming. And it's, you know, I think this work from the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Wrestling has unleashed several closet wrestling fans, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think you will find amongst many MPs, amongst many of the staff of this House, and indeed many journalists, you will find many closeted wrestling fans. Now, as Jim Smallman wrote in his book about British wrestling, the origins of wrestling are actually in the modern wrestling has its origins in the carnival. And in the 1800s, travelling carnivals went around attracting the public, often using wrestling. And indeed, I'm told that Abraham Lincoln was actually renowned for his wrestling prowess, to give a bit of political crossover. And although it was originally a sport, it became predetermined in its outcome, largely because, and some members of this House could learn this, actual fighting is quite dull. And for the crowds to be entertained, they rather preferred a prolonged and entertaining contest. I give way.
I always knew that Jim Shannon harboured a secret passion for wrestling. And we're just going to hear it now. Jim Shannon.
I want to first of all congratulate them. I did speak to them beforehand. My 3 boys, by the way, were all keen on wrestling, and they used to imitate or try to imitate those wrestling shows that the Honourable Gentleman's referred to. I'm afraid their dad wasn't just quite as keen, but the three boys were. And I just want to ask the Honourable Gentleman this. Does he share my disappointment that the one major wrestling body in the UK, the WWE, did not engage in the tremendous piece of work carried out by the APPG and by the Honourable Member in particular, and which I would commend? And would the Honourable Member agree with me that engagement is just not too late, and that the aim of the report to provide a safe and enjoyable, successful sport is more than worthy of their time, as it was for my young boys when they were small.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his contribution, and this is my second adjournment debate, and I'm delighted that I've been intervened on both occasions by the honourable gentleman. And I do absolutely share his sentiments, because the WWE are the most well-known name in global wrestling, and in particular they have a UK base, which I was literally about to talk about, and a UK performance centre and a UK brand. And actually, the WWE share, I think, many of the requirements that we've reached in our report, and I think they are an important stakeholder in the future of the industry. There are some issues around WWE working practices, but I think that is part of the wider engagement that we need to have as an industry. So if I could return to where I was, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was about to say, and I'm sure this will pique your interest, that for many people in this country, wrestling is synonymous with the world of sport and the likes of Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks on a Saturday afternoon, and I've been amazed at how many people have made reference to that. But those fans may have missed some of the developments that I have just alluded to in recent years, including a thriving British independent wrestling scene that's developed some of the best talents in the world. And indeed, in the month that the APPG released its report, a British wrestler became the New Japan IWGP champion. A British wrestler was in the opening match at WrestleMania for the WWE title, a show headlined, incidentally, by two brilliant female wrestlers, which is an incredibly important part of the report and what we examined. And indeed, the British Bulldog was honoured following his death by being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Wrestling is a wonderful bubble. You can escape the real world and see the contest of people in front of you as purely good or bad, a luxury that we are rarely afforded in real life. It is escapism and a brilliant art form. But unfortunately, that bubble that the industry operates in has been burst somewhat, and that is the focus of my following remarks. Last year, two separate forces happened on British wrestling that will have a profound and long-lasting impact. The first was, of course, COVID-19 and the inability to be able to put on shows, and the second one was the speaking out movement, in which many in the industry spoke of allegations of abuse, abuses of power, including sexual abuse. We started the APPG inquiry in September 2020, and I don't think any of us that were involved realised what an undertaking it would be. We struggled to pull together simple facts and statistics. We discovered a largely unregulated industry operating outside of the rules that most businesses operate in. And in our numerous evidence sessions and written evidence, we found an industry in which leadership, unity and collaboration was sorely lacking. We put to many of these individuals and organisations incredibly difficult allegations, and in turn we heard of some extremely harrowing experiences. But we also heard of some brilliant things that British wrestling does, from fundraising for charity through to turning the lives around, particularly Aspire Wrestling in Derby, which is working with young kids and giving them transformational skills. As well as entertaining hundreds of thousands of people, wrestling does an awful lot of good. The report that we produced was a labour of love, an unprecedented pulling together of the background of the industry alongside the modern challenges that it faces. And I wish to place on record, on behalf of the member for Pontypridd and myself, our thanks to the honourable members for Gower, Newport West, Aberdeen North and my honourable friend for Peterborough. And in addition, I wish to mention the brilliant Danny Stone, the wonderful Robert Rams, and the Freddie Cook, who is a staffer in the member for Pontypridd's office and who somehow managed to keep us all on track. But I would also like to thank all of those who submitted evidence and came to the oral evidence sessions. We found, on the whole, two major issues. One is a culture within British wrestling that has become toxic and that requires tremendous improvement, and the second is a total lack of governance. In my remaining time, I would like to cover some of the key conclusions and ask the Minister, who has been incredibly helpful in his engagement over the last few months, along with his officials, to give the government's response on some of these issues. Now, wrestling falls between two different worlds. Is it an art or is it a sport? The question, we think, we have answered. We have separated out in the report, our idea is that those that are training to be wrestlers, those who are in wrestling schools, are undertaking a sporting exercise. Because we believe that without those foundations, which are largely physical and which require teaching, we believe that is a sporting aspect. And we believe that when you attend a wrestling show, you are watching a performance. And we think that this is a helpful distinction because it helps to give a clear pathway for the different aspects of the industry to move forward. So I would ask the Minister, has he considered our recommendation that schools be considered sporting and shows be considered theatrical? And does he agree that this is the first step to unlocking the industry's potential? And will he write, as we recommended, to Sports England, Arts Council England, and work with devolved counterparts to do the same so that we can get things moving? In regards to wrestling schools, we have a particularly serious issue because we're often talking about children and minors. Those people who go to wrestling schools are often not of an age in which they are fully aware of their surroundings, and they are not in adulthood yet. And we have, as I've outlined, recommended that we separate them out from promotions. But as we have discussed in other legislation in this house, there are issues around whether those who teach wrestling are in positions of trust. They are certainly in positions of power, but we need to know whether they are in positions of trust legally for the purposes of child sexual offences. In regards to health and safety, we found an industry that is sorely lacking. We found everything from unfit rings in which people operate in to basic first aid requirements being lacking. Some of our wrestlers are being let down, and in turn our fans are being let down. Now, I would like to place on record my thanks to Dr. David Bevan for his expert input into the report, and to praise www.wrestlingsafely.co.uk, which we think outlines an excellent way forward. But will the Minister raise with ministerial colleagues the recommendation that rings produced in the UK and used here be required to have a designated standard and adopted by the British Standards Institution? The report also referenced the online safety bill, and can the Minister outline in any way what the plans are for pre-legislative scrutiny? And in the absence of any standard, will he encourage promoters to read and follow the recommendations around health and safety, specifically in regards to concussion protocols in the APPG report? Unfortunately, wrestling is a long way behind other sports that also suffer from concussions, particularly rugby, and there is a serious need to make progress so that some of these wrestlers are not left in terrible states in later life. And will the Minister also raise with Home Office colleagues the recommendations for strengthened licensing requirements for the 10 scheme, and work with the devolved administrations on equal standards across the regions? Now, we spoke to many wrestling promoters during this report, and unfortunately we didn't speak to all of them, and it wasn't for lack of trying. And we would encourage any of the wrestling promotions that felt that they didn't get to have their say to come forward and have a discussion, because they are going to be central to the future of the wrestling industry. And I think that there is a clear requirement to make sure that they are brought on board and understand the rationale behind the things that we set out in the report. But there were specific problems that arise from the current situation in regards to Brexit and the ability for talents to be able to come into this country for wrestling shows. And so I will ask the Minister if he will raise with colleagues at the SCDO and DIT the points in the report around ensuring that there is a point of contact for UK talent overseas and the Home Office about visiting talent. Now, I alluded to the Speaking Out movement earlier, and I would like to thank everybody who gave testimony in regards to the Speaking Out movement. It was the inspiration for the member for Pontypridd's passion to get involved in the APPG, and undoubtedly it was a low mark in British wrestling's history. We have tried to give a voice to those who may have felt that they haven't had one in this House before, and we hope that we did justice to those victims in a meaningful way. The toxic culture around wrestling will have to end if it is to rise again. And within our report, we did highlight a pledge that we hope promotions will abide by, and I will ask the Minister if he has any comments on that pledge. Finally, in regards to governance, one of the strange things about writing this report was the discovery that we knew so little about British wrestling's history, or indeed in a modern context. And the Minister will almost certainly say in his remarks that one of the difficulties he has in engaging with British wrestling is that there is no governing body. There is nobody to put forward the industry's argument at a government level. And indeed, there is nobody to disseminate advice back down through the pyramid. And there is a clear consensus that a governing body was needed to help bring about some of the things and to help professionalise the industry and put it on a sustainable footing. But the APPG is not a body that is well placed to bring in a governing body. We can be a part of that conversation, but all that we can do is make recommendations. And I very much hope that the industry saw within our debate, within our report, the arguments that we have set out, because there are so many ways in which wrestling organisations are treated poorly because they aren't properly represented. From venue hiring rules to Arts Council grants, from obtaining visas to getting insurance, the economies of scale through cooperation will pay for that governing body back to these groups and promotions tenfold. But it will also give legitimacy to the industry and help to raise the standards that performers and fans need to see. So I would ask if the Minister agrees with the argument that industries with governing bodies have been better placed to weather the COVID storm that we have seen over the past few months, and if he has any additional comments on our recommendations around a governing body. In conclusion, in our report, we said that we wanted to begin a conversation. That conversation has to take in many stakeholders, from fans and those in the industry through to those in government, but it has to be industry-led. We, as two backbenchers, are not in a position to take that forward, but we hope that this has started the conversation, and this adjournment debate is part of that. But what I fear is that British wrestling will bury its head in the sand again, and unfortunately wrestling usually makes the front page on two occasions. One is when we have a nostalgic moment when somebody who used to be famous has passed away, and the second is when there is a tragedy, and I think of something like Chris Benoit and the actions he undertook, and that is not something that I want to happen. I am desperate to try and help British wrestling overcome these barriers and become better. It doesn't have to be this way. It's an industry with hundreds of thousands of fans. It's got some of the most creative minds around. It can be better. But British wrestling needs to respect itself if others are to respect it as well. The industry needs to rise together, to work together, and to be better.
Thrilled that you mentioned Robert Rams earlier on. As you may or may not know, he was my Chief of Staff for several years. And if I let him, he would turn the conversation to wrestling. And there were no limits to what he wouldn't do to go and see a wrestling match. So I know he'll be thrilled by that reference today. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Bolsover, on securing this debate and for raising both the issues and the opportunities of wrestling. Indeed, he and his colleague, the honourable member for Pontypridd, the co-chair in the APPG, have done a fantastic job at raising the profile of wrestling in this place and outside. I thank the honourable member for Strangford for his comments as well today. And perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, with your leave, we could make an exception and maybe allow a physical demonstration in this chamber today between the honourable member for Strangford and the honourable member for Bolsover. I think that could be quite an entertaining end to the day, but perhaps we have to wait for another day for that. But now we know your personal interest, and maybe we can find some way to do so. But indeed, professional wrestling brings incredible joy, as the honourable member said, to people right across the country. It's got a proud and rich history in this country. If you ask anybody in the UK who grew up between the 1960s and 1980s, as a few of us did, what they think when somebody mentions wrestling, they will probably talk about Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and watching World of Sport on ITV, those fantastic Saturday afternoons watching wrestling. And of course, World of Sport did finish in the 1980s, and the WWF, or now WWE, took over, and we saw quite an Americanization of wrestling for quite a long period of time. But despite the American dominance, British wrestlers did manage to infiltrate the very top echelons of wrestling, including Davy Boy Smith, better known as the British Bulldog. As the honourable member mentioned, he was there for Wembley Stadium in 1992 with 80,000 people who attended the SummerSlam. But in the last few years, I am aware that British wrestling has seen a resurgence as well, with high-calibre talent and impressive promotions, and this has allowed the UK scene to rival the larger promotions across the world. Not only has there been an increase in the number of shows booked, but over the last few years we've seen a steady rise in attendances, with many shows now selling to record numbers. We've seen British promotions such as Progress, ICW and Revolution Pro Wrestling hosting major shows, attracting international audiences and adding to our international tourism offer. And recently there's also been the creation of the UK's own specific WWE brand in NXT UK. Across the country, training facilities have also become more important for the British pro wrestling scene, and they are being run by some of the biggest names in the industry. This includes the creation of the first WWE Performance Centre outside of the United States in London in 2019. And we've seen some of this British trained talent cross the Atlantic and become successful in major established promotions such as WWE and All Elite Wrestling. Drew McIntyre became the first ever British WWE World Champion in 2020, and Scottish-born Kaylee Ray is currently the NXT UK Women's Champion. And with the current pandemic impacting the sports and entertainment industries so severely over the last year, I really do appreciate the efforts of the APPG on wrestling to ensure that the last few years of hard work raising the profile of UK pro wrestling doesn't go to waste. And I particularly applaud him, as he said, without a governing body, the sector does face some challenges. And of course, I warmly welcome the work of the APPG and their recent inquiry into the future of professional wrestling in Britain, which we have heard about this afternoon. The inquiry's report makes many recommendations across a broad range of issues relating to the sector. I'm not in a position to answer every single one of his questions at the moment, but will carefully consider the report, and I'll happily engage with the honourable member and the APPG as we consider the report more thoroughly. But he covers such a wide range: health and safety standards, safeguarding, promotion of wrestling, and addressing the gender pay gap, all important issues. And a lot of these areas are things that are in the gift of the wrestling industry itself to address, and I do urge those, as he did, in the sector to consider the APPG's report very carefully and what actions the sector can take, including coming together more clearly. I agree with the need for wrestling to place safety and well-being at the forefront of its priorities. There's no need for the industry to start with a blank sheet of paper here. As the report sets out, there's a wealth of information from other sectors that can be used as a starting point. That includes safeguarding standards in sport and in the arts. In sport, the Child Protection in Sport unit provides a clear framework of standards that organisations working with children and young people should meet, along with supporting resources. And in the arts and entertainment sector, the NSPCC has also produced guidance, including advice on creating clear safeguarding and child protection policies and procedures. And the Department for Education has provided advice for local authorities and individuals working with children in all types of professional or amateur performances, paid sport and paid modelling. And all of these resources are available for wrestling right now, and I urge the industry to take use of them. Now, the report also addresses the question of how wrestling should be categorised. We spoke about this on several occasions. It is a challenge. The report recommends that training should be considered as sport and the performance element as an entertainment. Now, personally, I can see the logic in this distinction, but the precise decisions on that would be a matter for Sport England, and I do understand there is engagement with Sport England, and I suggest that that continue.
Fletcher. He's doing a brilliant job, but can I just say, I asked if he would write to Sports England in support of our recommendation. Would he be willing to do so?
I thank the honourable member. I will definitely write Sport England and ask them to seriously consider. He'll understand, because it is at the discretion of Sport England, I think me being involved and strongly suggesting one way or the other might be considered inappropriate. But what I will ask them to do is consider the application very seriously and get back to the honourable gentleman. As I said, look, personally I understand it, but this is not for me to decide, and I think I need to respect the appropriate decision-making bodies. But this is, as well, and the report made out, this is a complex area. It is not clear, but it's a perfectly valid point to raise. And the report did highlight that support from the two most relevant government arm's-length bodies, Sport England and Arts Council England, has been provided to many projects in the past where the projects have met the relevant funding criteria. So where that's clearly sport or clearly entertainment, that's been quite straightforward. Where it's not the case, there are obviously challenges. But the door is open for discussions about what support can be provided to wrestling. And I would urge the industry, as well as the APPG, but it's the industry that would benefit here, to be very clear about the exact nature of the support they're looking for and therefore pursue that help. It's therefore for wrestling itself to make the case for support and how it fits with those organisations' strategic aims, just as it is for any other organisation looking for publicly funded support. We all want to see wrestling prosper, but the industry itself does need to be clear about what it wants to achieve. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the report and this afternoon's debates has highlighted the effect the current pandemic has had on the industry. I appreciate that pro wrestling and entertainment sector has been hit particularly hard by the pandemic. We've been working with sectors right across the economy to enable entertainment, such as pro wrestling, to be able to restart in a safe manner, and rightly our focus remains on public safety. And with falling infection rates and the vaccination of more than 33 million people, we have cause for optimism. As you will know, in February the Prime Minister set out a roadmap out of the current lockdown for England. We also announced the Events Research Programme, which is an integral part of the roadmap, and that will help explore how larger events across the cultural and entertainment sectors can reopen safely. And currently participants have been able to resume training. Again, I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Bolsover, for securing this debate. As I've promised, we will happily continue the conversations, and I will endeavour to give him answers to the many other questions he raised today. I'd like to reiterate my thanks for the APPG for wrestling and their work to look to the future of wrestling in this country. We will carefully consider the report and what factors are relevant to government and indeed potentially other government departments outside of DCMS. And I urge the wrestling community itself to look at the recommendations that are for them to take forward. We all want to see a successful wrestling industry, both for its participants and many fans right across the country. I hope this report will help it to grow and continue to prosper.
What a wonderful way to finish the parliamentary week and debating British wrestling. Well done. And I'd also like to thank all the technicians and the backroom people in broadcasting that have allowed those members participating remotely to be able to do so. We're incredibly grateful for everything that you have done. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that have been say aye. For the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.